It's another Ticket Thursday, and we've got your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the regular season against Portland on April the 6th, so you got some time to plan for it. Text the keyword. This is just 2 letters. CB. CB. CB.
As in a Citizens Band radio.
As in Christian Brown.
Oh, I thought it was a CB radio.
CB. Text it right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and your last name, and you'll be entered to win that pair of tickets. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is CB. Just the letters CB right next to each other. We'll announce our winner coming up at 11:55. We already told you the news. The Broncos sign a big-time wide receiver. No, it's Lil Jordan Humphrey. He's back in the fold.
Congratulations, Lil Jordan. We love you.
I strive.
You have a great name?
I strive to have the job dependability and longevity that Lil Jordan Humphrey has in the NFL and with Sean Payton. One day, I hope for that. The job security of Lil Jordan Humphrey.
I mean, based off of some of your talents on the radio, I would say that you have a similar situation here at Altitude Sports Radio that Lil Jordan Humphrey has.
Not sure I would have said that 20 minutes ago. KJ, NFL notes. Every day here on the morning sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the NFL with KJ's NFL notes. Mr. Granderson, what's up, man?
Well, the tone in town has been, why aren't the Broncos being more aggressive? And that tone was reiterated just 2 minutes ago.
I love that our NFL notes that KJ produces every single day for us. The lead is Broncos draft. And guess what? It is Thursday of the first week of free agency, and we have already seen that ship sail. And so we move on to the next possible place where maybe an offensive skill player that makes a difference could potentially arrive in Denver.
Just 42 days away from the NFL draft, KJ.
You know what I mean? And Jeff Legwald this morning on Moser, Lombardi, and Kane, he told me as such, it's time to move on. The Broncos have 9 draft picks coming up in the NFL draft. So why not focus on that? That news, combined with the news that just came out probably less than an hour ago, according to Luca Evans of the Denver Post. Evan. Indiana wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. has a top 30 visit set up with the Broncos. He'll be in Denver tomorrow. As many would remember, he had the spectacular catch in the back of the end zone versus Penn State this year.
That was sexy.
Amazing. 69 catches, 937 yards, and 13 touchdowns was his season last year. Coach, let's build on your philosophy that you kind of got into at 10:45. You talked about Sean Payton and what it is he wants to accomplish. Do you think the driving force behind not adding more offensive firepower is centered around Sean Payton getting the credit for building this Super Bowl versus buying this Super Bowl team?
I'd say that's a small part of that. Like a small part of that is maybe credit, or it's, hey, all of you are gonna try to tell me who I need to put on my roster in order to have offensive success or just team success. Well, I'm gonna do it with a cast of no names, and I know that Cortland Sutton's not a no-name player, and Evan Ingram is not a no-name player, although, frankly, this year he didn't over-deliver, certainly on any promises of a joker. But I do find it that Sean Payton is probably more obsessed with maintaining this culture, the lack of headaches, as it relates to how he's putting this thing together. Now, you bring up Omar Cooper Jr. Don't tease me, please. KJ, don't do that to me.
Listen, I'm just trying to tell you, Coach.
Don't threaten me with a good time. 6 foot, 205 pounder that ran 4.46 and he plays strong. He was third in the entire NCAA football with 13 touchdowns last year. Obviously won a national championship, 937 yards, 22 years old. I would be extremely excited if you could get him at pick 30. I do feel like Omar Cooper Jr. and his production and his play speed is so good that you probably would have to move up, most likely into the early 20s, to have a shot to get Omar Cooper Jr. unless there's some red flag that comes about with his medicals.
Omar Cooper is PFF number 27 on their rankings. I've seen him as low as like the mid-30s. I'm interested to see where Leggy has him, but they've got him at 27. So he's not even if chalk goes, according to PFF.com, he's not even getting to you at number 30.
Yeah, that's what I see. I mean, I think
I'm so ready for them to draft a safety or a defensive tackle. Like, I've already resigned myself to that happening.
It's a nickel for sure. It's a slot corner. It's exactly what it is.
Like, could you get the kid? Who's the kid out of Washington?
Denzel Boston.
Boston.
Yeah.
Could you get him? What do you like about him? That tickled your fancy?
Yeah, I mean, I like the two of them. I like both of them a lot. Denzel Boston's a dude, man. You look at this guy. I mean, Denzel Boston, 6'4", 209 pounds.
That's a Sean Payton wide receiver.
Yes, it is. It's a big body. I think he had, I double check right here, but I think his 40 time, if he did run at the combine, he's 4'5". So yeah. 4'5" is good at that size as a 6'4", 210 pound. Maybe a little bit of next man up if Cortland Sutton ever kind of reaches the point where he's starting to be on his downward trajectory. Do you guys, let me ask you this. When you watch the entire season this year, after a 2023 season with Russell Wilson, where Cortland Sutton was a superstar that year on this football team. He was very, very good. 24, good year. Do you feel like that we might be on the downward slope of just watching Cortland Sutton?
No.
You don't?
His two best years in the NFL, you can make the argument, were the last two seasons. He had a great sophomore year. We had 124 targets, 72 receptions for 1,100 yards and 6 touchdowns. That was 2019.
Okay, give me 23, the touchdown numbers in 23.
The touchdown numbers were through the roof. He had 10. But he had 59 receptions for 772 yards.
Good year.
2 years ago, 135 targets, 81 receptions, 1,000 yards, 8 touchdowns. I take that season over the previous season with 10 touchdowns. And last year he had 124 targets, 74 receptions.
That's not awesome to have that many targets and to be sub 80 receptions like that.
Catch percentage for his entire career hovers just below 60%.
Yeah,
his last 2 years have been right at 60%.
Because he was a bit the jump ball guy, which is generally going to be a lower.
Wait, what do you call them? That's a 50-50 ball when you throw it up.
Yep,
and he's catching them a little bit north of 50-50.
I don't see as much of that in his game last season as I did in 23 and 24. I didn't see the sure-handed aerial target. And so there is a world that exists where Denzel Boston could be that guy for Bo Nix and for Sean Payton.
Portland also doesn't feel like the cliff is coming type of wide receiver. Doesn't he feel like a guy who's kind of going to be the same dude for the majority of his career and then peter off just a little bit at the end?
Yeah. I mean, he's a third down chain mover. Where I think he has so much more value than just a third down chain mover is the really good aerial red zone threat. And I just didn't see that this season. I don't know if they just didn't utilize him that way. I don't know if maybe his 23 and 24 seasons maybe commanded more bracket coverage once you cross the 15-yard line, meaning that you were getting double teams. And so Bo Nix was just working away from the bracket, which is typically what happens. Yeah, we'll see. I'll tell you this about Denzel Boston. Great hair guy.
Great hair.
Elite lettuce.
He looks
really
like that.
salad.
Who was that crazy Scorpion soccer goaltender?
Oh,
do you remember him?
You're not talking Carlos Valderrama.
No,
are you?
I'm talking about Rene Higuita.
Oh,
his nickname. He was a Colombian goalkeeper in soccer. He was nicknamed El Loco, and he was famous for doing something called a scorpion kick.
Oh yes,
where a ball would be sent on net,
guy.
and he would jump up into the air and launch his feet behind his head to save the ball. That's kind of Denzel Boston's hair. KJ, if you can find a picture after your next story of Rene Higuita Or Igita?
You're asking somebody from Mississippi to type a name from Colombia that involves like silent vowels or silent consonants.
He's a smart man. He would have figured it out.
René Higuita.
If you can find a picture of that lunatic, El Loco, I would like it to be brought up on the board behind me. But before you do that, what's next?
I have 2 middle fingers.
Perfect.
Well, the Denver Broncos, they announced their official 2026 coaching staff this morning, and obviously the head coach is none other than Sean Payton himself.
He's back.
He's back. He's back.
So is his entire roster.
His entire roster is back. He's bringing back assistant to head coach Paul Kelly, and let's start with the offensive staff first. Offensive coordinator Davis Webb.
Love it.
Running game coordinator / assistant head coach Zach Strief.
Love it. He's done a great job.
Passing game coordinator John Morton.
Mm-hmm.
Offensive line coach Chris Morgan.
I don't know that one. That's kind of new.
Yeah, he was swindled in here by Sean Payton. This is his 18th season as a coach in the NFL. So he was Sean Payton had to do a little schmoozing to get him over here. But he's in Denver.
Okay.
Running backs coach Lou Ayeni.
Good ball coach.
Receivers coach Ronald Curry.
Mm-hmm.
Tight ends coach Austin King. Quarterbacks coach Logan Kilgore.
I've heard good things about Logan Kilgore. Of note, Logan Kilgore was Arch Manning's quarterback trainer. Pretty cool.
Wow. And a surprise offensive quality control coach coming up this season will be Willie Snead IV. So he has joined the coaching staff. Let's head to the defense. Defensive coordinator Vance Joseph, senior defensive assistant Joe Vitt, passing game coordinator Robert Livingston.
Let's go, baby.
Defensive line coach Jamar Kane.
Ball coach.
Defensive backs coach Doug Belk. And then defensive quality control coaches Brian Niedermeyer and Todd Davis.
Todd Davis, baby. I love seeing him back.
Man, me too, man. He was a great linebacker.
He was there last year. Right, so he got renewed. He went from being a podcaster to being an NFL ball coach. I love it.
Special teams, Darren Rizzi. Of course, he's back, and then quality control coach for him is Zach Line. So there's a lot of familiar names, a lot of familiar faces. What are the challenges sometimes when you are bringing back an experienced veteran roster like this, and yet you're trying to figure out how the coaching staff is going to gel? What can be the challenges?
I think that the key pieces are back. You know, I mean, if you get both your coordinators were on staff the year before when you won 14 games, Davis Webb was already probably doing some of the tasks in terms of ideating the game plan that he'll be doing on a greater scale. You bring back essentially your offensive play caller from the staff and elevate him, and your offensive line guy, you're going to be in pretty good shape. Defensively, VJ obviously is everything, and then you just add some new ideas with Robert Livingston, but there's familiarity with Robert Livingston and VJ, so you love that. I think that this is a very good staff. Of note, I'm pretty sure that Darren Rizzi, did he add assistant head coach title, or was that with him last year as well?
Don't remember.
Okay.
What does that mean? Is it just a bump in pay?
We just like to call that guy, when we see him around the building and you get that title, we call him the asshead. What's up, asshead? How you doing? It's a great nickname for a title.
The only thing I take away from this list is Willie Snead IV coming in as an offensive quality control coach. 3 years from now, when we have this same exact segment with this same exact list, you know who's going to be your offensive quality control Yeah. I'm going to try that one more time. Offensive quality control coach.
I lost you because I heard. Who is it going to be, Raj?
Lil Jordan Humphrey.
I love it. It's perfect.
It's exactly who it is.
It's perfect.
32-year-old Lil Jordan Humphrey.
You know
That's who it'll be.
I don't think is going to be the offensive quality control coach. I did the same thing. I went. Durr. I don't think it's going to be Ben DiNucci. Ben DiNucci, man, he's made for media because that man, he's not afraid to tell it like it is.
Well, he's with CBS already. He's doing a bunch of college games for CBS this year. The Nooch is made to be in front of the camera.
Big Nooch guy.
Big Nooch
Good
guy.
lettuce. Big airport beer guy. I like the Nooch.
KJ, what's next?
I have two middle fingers.
Don't make us say quality control, coach, one more time in this show.
No more quality
more.
control
QC.
coach talk. We are done.
I love that the man from Mississippi just flexed on us.
Crushed it.
Easy pronunciation.
Well, you see, I had to
He was
slow it.
making fun of you. He was like, oh, he can't spell Renee Higuita.
Well, first and foremost, you see, I had to slow it down. I had to slow it. Quality control. That's how we do it in Mississippi. You got to slow it down. You got to quality control. The biggest story in sports needs an update because Ravens general manager Eric DeCosta, he spoke to the media yesterday in regards to why they backed out of the Max Crosby deal. Quote, I understand how people might maybe from afar feel that way, but nobody's more upset about this than me. Gutted by it, actually. And so a big regret for me, but we will move on as a football team. Max Crosby went on to respond about this same quote on Twitter yesterday. He said, quote, everything happens for a reason. Believe nothing you hear and half of what you see. I'm a Raider. I'm back. Run that.
SH word?
How confident are we that the Raiders and Max Crosby can repair their relationship for the long term?
Got no other choice. Max is gonna do what Max does, man. He's gonna play as hard as he can
For 95% of the snaps.
Yep, and he is gonna run ball carriers down 10 yards past the line of scrimmage because he plays with relentless effort. He's a really good football player. As it relates to the Raiders, do they make every move outside of the picks? Do they get will they be able to get under cap with all the things that happen?
I don't know.
Will they be able to get the NFL won't do them any favors,
No.
will it? It doesn't matter, right?
No, it's all prior to the actual league year starting. All that was, again, we talked about it yesterday. That was writing things down on a sloppy bar napkin and shaking your buddy's hand. And then
over an old style.
You wake up the next morning, you're like, oh, I signed over my Corvette to you. And you, no, you didn't.
And then you look in the trash can if you were drinking cold beers at home and you saw that the Baltimore Ravens were drinking what are those athletic beers that are NAs?
I think it's called Athletic Brewing.
Athletic Brewing. They were drinking NAs and just hammering them down and acting like they were
Tyson Berry's
drunk.
new company, Chili Ones, has low alcohol beers, which are, I think, at like 2.7 or 3%. They also have 0 ABVs. So that's like going to the bar with Nathan McKinnon and you're crushing a few actual percentage Chili Ones, and Nate's having 0%. He's got a leg up on you there.
And he's also just crushing kale and probably like those really good fungi.
Heated rivalry?
Easy.
303-504-0925 is where you can reach us.
Oh, God.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. That's Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Littleton, Louisville, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Coming up on the other side. .com. Coming up on the other side.
Do we have a keyword?
Oh, yeah, we have a keyword. Quickly text the keyword CB. CB, the
Christian
letters CB.
Brown, CB.
To 303-504-0925. We will give away Nuggets tickets on the other side of the break. Team USA baseball is going to get through to the quarterfinals for the World Baseball Classic because the Paisans got it done.
The Fighting Vic Lombardis.
The Fighting Vinny Pasquantinos.
Do you have any
3
Italian blood in you?
Jacks. Me?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Do you? Mom.
Mega New York Italian.
What's her...
Oh, that was cute.
What's her maiden name situation?
Rapace and
Oh,
Dentrone.
yeah. Ooh,
like
yeah.
as
Like Dentrone or Dentroni?
Dentrone or Rapace. Yeah,
it's good.
It's supposed to be.
Anne-Marie, very Italian. Very Italian. I like it that as she gets older, she's kind of abandoned her California blonde roots and she's gone straight dark hair Italian. And I'm like, I'm
Like-
here for all of it.
Like she should be in Cherry Hill, New Jersey.
Yes. My favorite thing about living in Connecticut was everybody has their own sauce. Like their family recipe. And
no one can do it as good as your grandmother.
No.
You've got one aunt that actually can do it better than your grandmother, but no one actually says it.
Like when I was coaching at Yale and I meet
Mary
employees that have been there forever. They'd be like, "Yeah, my name's Annie, and yeah, I make my own sauce. Yeah, you get that? Like I have my own sauce. Heck yeah, I love that.
It's a good feeling, man. Yeah, Team USA will be back in it. That'll be fun. Did you see the home run that Fernando Tatis Jr. hit yesterday?
I did not.
The way
I
that
told
the
you?
Dominicans,
I'm not watching World Baseball
I think you're
Classic.
missing out.
Okay.
I think you're being like hardo sports guy.
No, I'm not.
That like doesn't watch the Olympics, and you're like, come on, like don't be that guy. Like, go
I'm
watch it.
following my heart, Raj. I'm not like I love baseball. I freaking love baseball. But dude, it's like the Nuggets and the Avs and the Broncos and the NFL.
You can watch multiple things at not only the same time, but different times.
Really?
You have a phone. You have 3 screens in front of you right now. You could put 3 different sports on all 3 of those screens that are in front of you.
But then I wouldn't be as good of a father or as good of a husband. All right,
You
Alex?
trying to say something? It's a shot across the bow.
I mean, I don't know.
What the heck?
No, one of us cusses, one of us doesn't. I don't know. I'm just saying. One of us uses frick, and one of us uses the real
Hey.
thing.
You know what? I like to be authentic.
You're real.
Like my sauce.
Yeah, your sauce. You got some spicy Italian blood running through those veins. It's not all just pacifist Finland. Just drink your vodka.
The Finns aren't pacifists. The Finns are very much, we're going to fight for our own. The Finns put up a fight against the Soviets all those years.
I mean, the Finns.
Like you're acting like they're Luxembourg.
The Finns have been in 4 wars, and the last one was 44 and 45.
Yeah, that's a
They had a
big war.
1918 Civil War. They had a Winter War
With the Soviets.
39
That's the
to
most
40.
finished war in the history of
The
wars.
Continuation War, and then you had the Lapland War, and that's your final war was in 44 and 45. Us Americans like to war more than you do in Finland.
Oh, yeah.
I'll tell you that.
It's a little bit more baked into the American
We enjoy
DNA.
war.
It's too damn cold to wage war up there, coach.
Oh, gosh.
Nuggets back at it tonight against the San Antonio Spurs, the number 2 team in the Western Conference. Victor Wembanyama is questionable with an ankle this evening. Dempsey believes that he'll play. Don't expect Peyton Watson out there tonight. Aaron Gordon only plays 22 minutes in last night's dominant win against the Rockets. No points. I kind of expect them to throw him back out there.
Yeah, I do too.
Like, it's a scheduled loss, but if you win this thing, man,
You're rolling.
you're
rolling.
We're back to talking about, like, are they the 3 seed
No.
rather than playing in the play?
I think that if the Nuggets win back-to-back against Houston and San Antonio, which was the 2 and 3 teams, I think that you are absolutely
You're fixed.
You are going to be the third seed, period. Because I still think that you own the Los Angeles Lakers.
The Lakers don't scare me at all.
I'm still a little bit scared of Minnesota. I'm sorry. I am. I just am.
I think that is a fine phobia to have. Without a doubt, that's a fine phobia to have.
I mean, the microphone licker himself. I don't love him. You know
Rudy
what I'm talking
Gobert.
about? He loves licking microphones. Hot COVID licker of microphones.
yeah.
And then obviously Ant can go. He can go nuclear, and then they just have those. They still have those role players that can just go and get hot. Naz Reid can do the thing that he did 2 years ago.
Like,
to
if you had to, between these 3 teams, with Houston, LA, and Minnesota, they all 3 have players that can single-handedly win them a playoff series. Are you more scared of Anthony Edwards, Luka Doncic or Kevin Durant going out and killing you in a playoff series? What's the hierarchy? What's the ranking?
And Edwards number 1, KD 2, and Luka Doncic.
Luka dragged Dallas to an NBA final.
I know.
And I know he had Kyrie basically by himself.
No, I know. I just feel like LA's a bit. Okay, how about this? LA and Luka Doncic, they feel like a current franchise that is built to lose. With the culture, with the surrounding pieces, with the LeBron.
Well, they are very Toronto Maple Leafy, aren't they?
It feels like the Maple Leafs with Austin Matthews. It feels like there's a chance for some seriously empty calories, where the point totals and the numbers for Luka Doncic are going to be all for naught.
That's why the 4-5 matchup doesn't make me that nervous. Now, I want the 3 seed because you're pushing off Oklahoma City as long as possible. Assuming Chalk plays out in the playoffs.
Chalk today, well, it's so dumb.
You're on the road in LA.
Okay.
If the playoffs started today.
If you get to the 3 seed.
You are at home against Minnesota. And then the 1 seed Oklahoma City would likely play LA or Golden State, whoever comes out of that. And then the 2 seed in San Antonio has probably got the Clippers.
Is it 4 series to win it all?
Yeah.
4. So you'd be looking at as a 3 seed. Minnesota, most likely. Second round would be.
I mean, it's a half. That's only
it'd be
if
San
it starts
Antonio.
Today. It's a half a game that separates the 3 through the 6 seed.
Would it be
and
San
a
Antonio?
game and a half that separates the 2.5 games that separates the 3 from the 7.
Either way, I mean, for the most part, it's pretty set up that you're going to end up playing both San Antonio and OKC.
Yeah. The
mean,
only way that you find a way to not play both of them is if you were in the 1 or the 2 seeds.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen. It's
or
been over for a while.
Or there's an insane upset. Or Victor Wembanyama's an extremely skinny leg snap in half. I'm sorry. I know, and he's a great guy.
And we like him.
He's nice.
We
but
like him. If
but
you're
we're
going
going
to
to
talk
start
about skinny legs and bad things happening
talk
to
about
him.
Chet Holmgren.
Come on.
Yeah.
We're better than that.
Do we like KD here?
I don't have much against KD.
He's a good player.
The years of my KD hatred have
Warriors.
It was Warriors. It was going to a Warriors team when they were already made men.
Super team.
And that is kind of, it's washed off.
Final super team of the super team era? Was it the Warriors?
Yeah, I'll give you that.
I think so. Feels like it's a thing of the past.
Well, the Aprons kind of come in and tried to kill it.
It has killed it. Now you've had the OKC and even San Antonio version of the super team, which is like
it's not the same. It's homegrown.
Let's really suck and let's let everybody else take our decent players and just stockpile first.
I'm not looking forward to that in like 8 years. It's going to be tough. Not many teams can be the Detroit Red Wings and make the playoffs like 22 years in a row. Now I think they won like 3 cups. Did they get 4? It was either 3 or 4.
Yep.
And they made the playoffs like 2 straight decades. And then they were very bad and have been middling for many years. Most teams go through their championship windows, and then you have some real lean years where you have to restock at the top of the draft. Just ask the Avalanche.
So interesting. If you look at recent attempts at super teams with bona fide superstars stockpiling and starting lineups, the 2023-2024, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker, Bradley
Disaster.
Beal. Terrible.
Set the Suns franchise back a decade. Disaster.
21 through 23 Brooklyn Nets.
Disaster.
Durant, Kyrie Irving, and James Harden. 20 to 2020. Wow. LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook. Title. But to me, an asterisk
Not with
title.
Russ, though.
2020 to me was an asterisk title.
Doesn't matter. It's a title.
It's an asterisk title. And then the Clippers, which was Kawhi, Paul George, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook. Disaster. I mean, really, at the end of the day.
Playoff team. I wouldn't call it a disaster. Playoff team.
But to have, they didn't design that to get bumped in the first round or second round. Double dipperoo tonight, man. I'm excited.
Double dip. Nuggets, Spurs, 92-5. You can listen to that game starting at 6:30. I'll have your pregame show for the Avs taking on the Kraken in Seattle. You can listen to that on AM 950. 7:30 pregame show. And just after 8 p.m. will be Puck Drop with Connor McGahee, but that'll do it for us today. For Coach Mike Sanford, for KJ Granderson behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryan. Congratulations to our Nuggets ticket winner, Eric Frazier. Congratulations, Eric. You want to see the Nuggets play a game on April the 6th, so you got plenty of time to find a date, find a buddy, find someone on the street. Enjoy your tickets, man. PhD's coming up next.
I saw Nick Rothschild from Channel 7, who's a good dude. He of the mustache. And he said, find somebody in your life that loves you as much as Sean Payton loves little Jordan Humphrey, and you'll be okay.
Well, or the way that Sean Payton loves all of his children on his roster.
Apparently. You want to win a bar bet today? Check this one out. Of the 21 free agents, EFRAs, restricted free agents
Okay.
from the Broncos.
Yeah, 19. I'm going to guess.
2 left,
Okay.
right?
Jaleel?
No. Like John Franklin Myers.
Oh, okay. So Drake Greenlaw, PJ
Well, that's
Locke.
3. Well, he wasn't on a free agent. He was on a contract. They just cut him. Drake Greenlaw.
Okay. I guess I'm just doing bodies out the door.
Free agents. Now, just think about free agents.
Okay.
It was PJ Locke, Cowboys, John Franklin Myers. Jeez, where did he go? Where was
JFM went to
Golly.
Titans.
Titans. It was Titans. Yeah. Okay. Aside from them, the Broncos have so far brought back all but 3 free agents from their own team.
Yeah.
Can you name the 3 that are not with any other team and haven't been brought back by the Broncos?
Well, Jaleel's one.
He is one. Very good.
Can you give me positions?
Offensive line.
Offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy. We brought back.
That's the toughest one.
We brought back Mustapher.
That is right. Correct.
Okay.
One more fullback. That gives it away, though.
Prentice.
No, they signed him.
Oh,
he's back.
Old guy. What's wrong with me? From the Saints. Been here forever.
Michael Burton.
Burton.
Yeah. So how you feeling if you're one of those 3?
Yeah, I mean, you must really suck.
Yeah.
I mean, if you are one of those 3, you must really be bad at football. Because if you are just marginally acceptable at football, you are good enough to stay on this roster.
I mean, he loves everybody else except if you're Sam Jaleel or Burton. So little Jordan is back, which again is not a big deal. And one of the articles I read today is like, don't look into it. I think it might have been My Name is Luca who wrote it. It's like, okay, he's bringing a lot of guys back, but so many of them are on low, if not vet minimum sort of deals.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning, like, they are a long way from, like, making the team. It's just that they like these guys enough to say, okay, we'll see you again. But that's to say, hey, man, they still may bring in depth and other players to compete and, yada, yada, yada. It is just going in such a bizarre direction today. Or this week, rather, where it is only the Broncos and the Seahawks who have not brought in any free agents from the outside.
Well, and the Seahawks, I guess, on the surface made more sense because they had 7 or 8, like, top-flight free agents.
Yes, they did.
They had to prioritize, right? And so if they want to bring back 7 or 8 top-flight priorities, that makes sense. What the Broncos are doing right now, it's truly unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know how many times in the history of the NFL this has ever happened, but it can't be often.
Can't be often.
In my memory bank, it's 0. Never, ever, ever seen a team be multiple days into free agency with 0 outside acquisitions.
It's crazy, huh?
Nuts, man.
Is it arrogant?
Arrogant's a strong word. Arrogant. Does arrogant imply that they think that they're good enough? Yeah, I guess to some degree. I mean, I don't think it's naive to prioritize your guys when you made an AFC Championship game. That makes sense.
What's the difference between arrogance and confidence, too? Like, we're confident. We love our guys.
We love our guys.
We love the stock.
Yeah.
We love our guys.
It's just like you can see it at all but like 2 positions in free agency, right? Maybe even just 1 position. There might just be 1 position because in order to add somebody, there has to be 2 things going on, right? Number 1, you either don't like the guys that are in your room.
Mm-hmm.
Number 2, you found somebody that is better than the guys that are in your room. So those 2 things have to exist at the same time for you to bring somebody else in. Go down the list, okay? Tight ends. Well, we could make the argument that they don't love their room, but they just couldn't find anybody in free agency that makes more sense than the guys in their room.
Okay.
Running back, wide receiver, we could definitely play that game again.
Sure.
Right? Like, we like our room well enough that there's nobody on the outside that we think is an upgrade. That's where it comes down to the running back situation. And I'm like, it's the one position that you knew you could upgrade at.
Yeah.
And if you weren't going to spend money at tight end, if you weren't going to spend money at wide receiver, if you weren't going to spend money on any of these other positions, why not splurge at running back?
I don't know, aside from the fact you thought you could get Dobbins on the cheap, which was their initial intent. And, hey, there was another team that had interest. Good for them. So the money got jacked up a little bit. But still, it's way under what we thought they were going to go for. It could have gone for. So you're still theoretically, I guess, saving money. And you could draft a running back. They're starting to have some visits, too. So we should keep tabs, Dan, by the way, of who they actually have in for visits, both with potential draft picks and free agents, like David Njoku coming in. How about that? Would you like to have David Njoku?
Not particularly. No.
Well, he's coming in for a visit.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. I don't know what he's going to add to this team that we don't already have. We've already got an aging tight end in Evan Ingram, who's probably more dynamic still at this point than David Njoku.
Yeah.
We've already got blocking tight ends in Adam Troutman.
Yeah.
You want to add Njoku? Cool.
Actually, I should throw in another name here for my available guys that they haven't brought back yet. Mercedes Lewis they haven't brought back.
Oh, true.
I'll throw him in there, but, another tight end. Okay. I mean, I don't know what to say, man.
It's
weird.
The best way I could say it is it is, you just said it. It's weird, right?
It's weird.
You've got
It's different.
Let's localize this thing a little bit more, right? Let's talk about specifically what's going on in the AFC West.
Okay.
In the AFC West, the Chiefs were the first domino really in free agency. They made the first big move in all of free agency by agreeing to terms with Kenneth Walker 20 minutes into legal tampering.
Right.
So that's a team that's been on top, and they're trying to stay on top. The Chargers are rebuilding their entire running game identity, got some new offensive linemen, brought in a new fullback, redesigning their offense for Mike McDaniel, their new coordinator.
Right.
The Raiders went out and spent $270 million. Okay. Now, I'm not telling you that spending $270 is a good thing. I'm just telling you there's other teams out there that are actively pursuing getting better than the roster that they currently had.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Broncos. This is actually getting a little bit uncomfortable and a little bit weird. Can I get one dude? A dude?
I don't know. They probably will bring in like 4 or 5 guys still at this point. They probably will. It'll be a big deal when they bring in the first free agent from the outside. We should have a parade. We should celebrate that guy, whoever that special teamers is. But it'll be something along those lines. Wait and see. Now, it was interesting yesterday because for whatever reason, Dre Greenlaw hadn't got processed. It didn't become official that he was gone. And it led me to believe, well, okay, maybe you're still working on something, and you're not sure if you want to keep him or not. And he was officially let go today. So they do have money to make some moves. They do if they want. I mean, not a ton, not like you did at the beginning of the process, but you could still do something.
Yeah, when I saw yesterday, the day came and went without releasing Dre Greenlaw. My thought was, well, they're still trying to trade the guy. So
okay,
I knew they were going to move on from him. It was just a matter of maybe there's some last second trade offer out there. Didn't happen. He's gone.
Yeah.
And I got to tell you, man, I am sad about that one. That one's really, really disappointing. I had such high hopes for Dre Greenlaw last year, man.
Mm-hmm.
Such high hopes. The dude is a dog. He is flat out a dog, man, and just couldn't stay healthy, got suspended, and allegedly was a cultural problem. I don't know. Like when I hear things like that, I just hear excuses.
Yeah, couldn't figure it out. What was it? We practiced too much, and I don't understand the defense. Right? At the end of the day. But, boy, I love it here. You go, okay, Dre. Who loves it here is like Alex Singleton. He loves it here. Justin Strnad, man. He's going to be is he going to be a lifetime Broncos player or a good chunk? He's been here for many, many years.
Mm-hmm.
So this is where we stand. And what happens now? I don't know. Now we're into visits and stuff. Are we in the dollar bin now? Are we off the discount aisle? Are we in the free agent, like, oh, well, what's this worth?
You're like you're no longer in the retail store, and you're thrifting.
We're thrifting.
Yeah,
We're
you're over at Goodwill. You're
we're
at the
at
ARC
Goodwill.
store. Yeah.
Are we at yard sales in people's backyards and garages, or we're in Goodwill?
Well, that was Sean Payton's analogy last year, if you remember.
Yeah.
Sean Payton was talking
couches.
about free agency. His parents loved to garage sale shop.
Yeah.
And that couch looked good until you sat on that left side and you realized why I was in the garage sale.
That's right. That's funny. We probably should use that analogy. We're at the yard sales. We're at the garage sales.
Yeah.
We're trolling the neighborhood for neon green signs that say garage sale with an arrow to a nondescript place. You're not really quite sure where it is. We're at the place where somebody has hauled out their old clothes, put them on a rack, and a nickel, 25 cents. I mean, it's all negotiable right now.
Sure.
That couch looks great. How about the fact that Sean Payton's folks actually, that was their thing. That was their
that's
jam.
cool, man. I enjoy some good old garage sales shopping. When the neighborhood does the neighborhood, I always drive around.
Yeah, that's what you got.
Kids love it.
Let's see the crap that is not good enough for you that somehow I might pay for.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
That's what the Broncos are at right now.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
well,
good. That's good.
We'll see, bro. I don't know, man.
That's good. We're doing great.
Sean. We'll see. We'll see. We said a lot of that last year. We'll see. And they won 14 games last year. So I don't know. I don't know if something they were working on, Tyler, just went askew. If they just really didn't value the market the right way. If they're still working on something now, wouldn't that be something? But it feels the more time goes by, like the less likely that is to happen. It figures like if you were going to do it, you would have done it now because the other team would need time to do whatever fixes they need.
It's true. You probably would have done it during the legal tampering period.
Don't you think?
So that both teams could plan around it.
Sure. And everybody's got a budget. Everybody's trying to figure things out. So Cortland Sutton for A.J. Brown, I don't know. If that was going to happen, wouldn't it have already happened? Or something like that? I don't know.
Sadly, the answer is probably yes.
So this is kind of your Denver Broncos team, man, aside from the draft. What do you think?
I'm nervous. I'm antsy. I'm all those things. Because I didn't really feel like last year's team was as good as their record.
Yeah.
The offense definitely was not as good as their record. And the idea of running back the entire running back room as an entirety doesn't feel great. Tight end room as an entirety doesn't feel great. I'm antsy.
How many close losses did they have last year? Or close wins, rather. Close wins.
I don't know, 4 or 5.
What does it take for a season for those close wins to become close losses? Not much. Not much, man, when you're living on the edge. I'll say this, man. Whatever you do in the first couple rounds of the draft, I hope it's an impactful guy, because that probably is going to be the biggest change that you're going to get. Unless they do something bizarre and shock all of us and for Sam and Jaleel and Michael Burton. Sorry, guys. Wow. Talk about not being invited to the party. Don't forget, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. We'll have a keyword coming up. Plus, we'll go over that Nuggets game from last night. Huge win. Where is the confidence of Cam Johnson now? Details next. All right, on the I'll get to the text line here in a little bit. We'll get to the Nuggets in just a little bit. It's a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to go see Denver in the final week of their season against Portland. Most likely that is a gargantuan game based on where the standings are. Text the keyword Cowboy right now to 303-504-0925. First and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. The keyword is Cowboy. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. So there's a fake Mike Kliss account. Did we get nabbed on that one? Oh, man. Got us. The fake.
Got him.
On what?
The David Njoku.
Oh.
Man, that is clever. That fake. That has Mike's, like, little thing with his Twitter. Oh, I got nailed on that one. Sorry about that.
All good. It happens. It happens.
Man, oh, man.
We all get got eventually.
Got. Because that's such benign.
It didn't
it's
make sense to me. I was trying to figure that one out, but
I got. That's the way to get people. You just put something out there that's like kind of innocuous and not that big of a deal, and like kind of so what. But you got me on that one.
all right. Well, there you go. They don't even have a visit lined up.
No, so my bad. Our bad, because I do see it here on the rundown sheet, Dan.
Oh, I got too.
Oh, we get time to start pointing fingers. Is that what we're gonna doing?
I'm not going down by myself.
We got.
I'm holding hands with Rose on the
Point that
door.
thumb, buddy.
We got.
We got.
Hey, I am totally innocent in this. So I mean, if you want to say Dan and I got, you can say that. I had zero participation.
That's all right. You just didn't see anything. Maybe that's the way to be. So there you go. Just to set the record straight, and a couple people on the text line pointing it out. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, let me read a couple of these other text lines, and we'll get to the Nuggets game last night. Yeah, I'm concerned if they want to run it back again. Maybe they should have looked at the schedule for 26. Looks a little tougher, right? Yeah, well, it's a first-place schedule, Tyler. Of course, theoretically. I mean, a lot of teams make changes. You have no idea how everybody's going to be. Teams get injured. Who knows? I don't think it's another 14-win season, do you?
Why would we not?
Oh, God, that's just so much to expect from any team, frankly.
I thought your expectation was Super Bowl this year.
It is, but 14 wins is, I mean, like, that is... It is. But you can get to the Super Bowl without winning 14 games, man.
It's a whole lot easier if you win 14 because then you're getting that number one seed.
Yeah, true. No, I probably got him at 12 wins this year. Really good. It's going to be close for the AFC West, in my opinion. Is that good enough to get the number one seed? Probably not. But, you're not afraid of that. Plenty of teams have won the Super Bowl or gone to the Super Bowl at least without being the number one seed.
True.
And as it turns out, listen, man, weather, injuries, like things got to go your way at the right time, whether you're at home or on the road. So that doesn't really matter.
Look, we better crush it. Here's all I know. We've got a very unique situation this year, something I can't recall the Broncos ever having. You've got the last two picks in the draft, and you better crush those last two picks.
256 and 257, right? Something like that.
Yes.
Here's Shot Mazda text line. Put your name on it, so we know who you are. I think we're out of the playoffs this year. Lifelong Bronco fan, doesn't look great. Trade for McBride and change my mind. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would think that the Cardinals would give up potentially a Hall of Fame tight end. I get it, Fort Collins and all. I got you. Go Rams. But what makes you think the Cardinals would be trading Trey McBride? And I do think they make the playoffs, Tyler. I mean, I think we've. I don't think we're going to have like a fade like the Chiefs had. I don't see that coming.
I'm nervous. I can see a fade coming pretty easily, quite frankly. This offense doesn't progress. Bo Nix doesn't progress. Bo Nix regresses. All of a sudden, you've got real problems, And when you don't add value around Bo, when you don't give him solutions to problems, yeah, buddy, it real easily can go in the wrong direction. Very easily.
Another one, Derek from Castle Rock. Broncos are playing a first-place schedule this year. By not improving their offense for the better, it's going to be rough, especially if the draft is like last year with the first pick being a non-impactful player sitting on the bench. Drafts could probably be truly evaluated after 3 years. It's kind of rough to just say, hey, a draft was this, a draft was that after one. I think it's more fair with the first round pick, and you want contributions theoretically from your second and third round guys. Well, the Broncos got that. They got significant contributions from Pat Bryant and from RJ Harvey, no doubt. Jahdae Barron was, I don't know how you would classify it in terms of this past year as anything but a disappointment. He was a complete non-factor. He barely played. So to me, that's a whiff, but who knows? Hopefully he'll be a good player in the future. So yeah, I would want way more, but you are picking at 30, Tyler. I'm going to be a little bit more realistic, like the level of impact you're going to have at 30, you know.
The pressure's on, though, man. Pressure's on big time. And the problem now is that you've actually got holes on defense that you need to fill at positions that are going to be easy to find at number 30, which is going to be very tempting to do and neglect your offense, right? Because when you've got depth issues at linebacker, when you've got depth issues at safety, and those are going to be positions where there's high-value players at it, when you're at 30, well, all of a sudden we added no real value to the offense. So we're gonna add a new running back. All right, we could get him in the third round. Well, what's that going to do? Is he going to be any better than RJ Harvey? You might as well not even select a running back. We're going to add a wide receiver. Okay, is he really going to be better? He's not going to be better than Cortland Sutton. So are we going to find somebody better than Troy Franklin? Is that the goal?
No. Right. And we looked at like Troy Franklin's numbers compared to Romeo Doubs. Pretty good. Pretty equivalent. Like, yeah, all right. Like, yeah, and now you sign up little Jordan Humphrey. Yeah, you really like your guys. Holy cow. So you're right. What, are we going to cut Marvin Mims for the second round draft pick? I doubt it.
No.
That ain't going to happen.
No.
So I would guess that the first round pick right now to me would be a defensive player who's going to be a significant and some sort of rotational sort of guy. So that to me screams inside linebacker or secondary, safety, something. I don't know, special teams, that sort of deal. If I had a bet right now, I would say number 30 is going to be something along those lines. I think you'll probably try to get an athletic tight end, whoever's available after the first round. I doubt you shoot that. Although I would love it if you took a shot on Eli Stowers, but why would I ever bet on that? That would be so against everything they've done, period. So, okay.
You know what they honestly should do at this point in terms of free agency? Go get the best depth you could possibly find at linebacker. Go get the best depth you could possibly find at safety, so that you're no longer so tempted to try to force those positions in the first round.
And I bet that's what they do. I bet that's well, okay, and then you go from there. I think they'll draft a bigger running back only because they just don't have that guy in their arsenal right now. They literally don't have that. All their guys are small. So, okay, I guess you'll draft a bigger dude. Who's that going to be? I don't know. We'll find out. We'll watch the fake Mike Kliss accounts with bated breath. Ron on the text line. Peyton is in the clearance store looking for deals on expired stuff. So Polumbus loved Greenlaw, and that was a disaster. So sign another guy and repeat? LOL, you guys are ridiculous.
Yeah, I loved Greenlaw. Hell yeah, I loved Greenlaw. And if you didn't love Dre Greenlaw last offseason, I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, we love him.
Sometimes these things don't work out. Sometimes you got injuries. But Dre Greenlaw at his best, that was a dude that was going to help this team.
We were all fired up about that. Give me a break. We couldn't believe the Broncos got him. It was like that. DMac, we're waiting for those Amazon Prime deals. That's a good point. Look, y'all just need to let it go. Just nothing to see here, Tyler. Just let it go. Just shut up. We're fine. We're awesome. Period. The end. I think we're in the scratch and dent aisle. That's a fun one to go to at the furniture stores. You ever do that?
I love shopping.
You ever
there.
Go in the back?
I love shop. Those are the best deals, man.
You ever buy anything from those places?
Absolutely. Yeah. You appliances also. Oh yeah. Get fridges with a tiny little dent that you're going to get a dent within 2 weeks anyways from opening that sucker up. Get $500 off.
We got a great rocking chair. It had a bunch of scratches on it, but it was like in pretty good shape. We said the same thing. We're like, it's going to get scratches anyways, right? I mean, it was fantastic. We had it for like 20 years. It was awesome. That was a bummer to let go of. All right, there we are with the Sean is buying on Temu. Does Denver still draft a quarterback? Well, probably not if Jarrett Stidham's still on the team. You're probably not going to use a draft pick if you have 3 signed quarterbacks to the team. No, you probably don't. You might pick one up like the Nooch, Ben DiNucci.
Whatever. I mean, if you want to add a quarterback later, fine. The Sam Ehlinger deal is not a big deal. Scram. See you later. If a quarterback is on the board in the 6th round, cool. That's fine. I think you should draft one every few years anyways.
It's fine by me. I don't care if they do that. I agree. That should be a regular habit. The likelihood of it, well, it's nothing to hold your breath about. I mean, my guy is Taylon Green from Arkansas, but, I'm not going to, be upset or screaming and yelling if they don't do that. I mean, I get it. I totally get it. And I'm sorry the Diana Rossini ruse didn't work to make other teams more interested in Jarrett Stidham.
Oh, boy. I diagnosed that one real quick, didn't I?
That didn't go anywhere, did
That took me 2 seconds to read through that sucker. All these teams out there, they view Jarrett Stidham as a starting quarterback. Really? There's all these teams that are interested. Okay. Yeah, who's pushing that narrative?
Well, it was Diana Rossini, and she's getting calls at 3 o'clock in the morning about, Sean Payton's love of Bo Nix. The Broncos team is like an Ocean's 11 movie. Sean Payton is George Clooney looking for all of his old friends to pull a heist.
Well,
that's pretty. Zachary and Aurora. All right, Zachary, that's pretty funny. You guys laughing on that one.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. He just brought in some more. Brought in a new face of the coaching staff today, and oh my gosh,
you want to go over that?
Sneed, right?
I got the Yep. Willie Sneed the fourth.
Yep.
Quality offensive quality control. Did they bring in more outside coaches than? Well, they definitely did. They brought in more outside coaches than they did players. How about that? Well, they brought nobody in from the outside for players, so that's easy, right?
Awesome.
What do you think of the coaches here, Tyler? You want me to go through them a little bit for you? Get your rundown on what you think?
Sure.
All right, ready? Yeah, we got a little coaches music.
What do we do for that?
What do you do for coaching football music?
I'm not entirely sure.
Maybe like a march or something. Dun, 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 dun. Or you could do, I don't think it's Benny Hill. That would be a little insulting. Yakety sax would insinuate that these guys are clowns, which I'm not. All right, we'll see if Dan can figure something out. Head coach, it was announced.
Sean Payton.
Still
the head coach.
Assistant to the head coach, Paul Kelly.
Paul Kelly's still around. I was with PK for 4 years out in Washington.
Really?
Yeah.
And?
He is a great assistant to the head coach. He's really good at scheduling.
Okay.
He's pretty good as a get-back guy during practice.
Is that it?
When you're standing too close to the line of scrimmage,
That's
get back.
What do you think he goes and tells his family about? How was your day at work? Oh, man. I had to tell Sean to get back 6 times.
No, you don't tell the coaches that. Coaches get to go wherever they want.
Coordinator, Dan, anytime with the music.
I'm efforting. Some of these songs I'm finding are...
X-rated?
Well, kind of ridiculous.
All right, we'll put anything on it.
Just give us the most ridiculous.
Davis, yeah. I mean, I think we've gotten to that point. Offense court. Well, no, not sad.
Well,
we're not doing a Hallmark movie.
Are you sure?
Nobody died, Dan.
This is Welcome March, soft music.
No.
We might be a little bit sad.
No.
I'm a little bit sad.
Off.
Hold on. I'm a little sad right now.
Nobody has passed away here. What was that? That was what you came up with?
I told you it was ridiculous.
Oh, man. I mean, that was ridiculous in somebody's dead sort of way. We got to have a little, it's upbeat. All right. Davis Webb, coordinator. You like it? We'll just do a little quick thumbs up, thumbs down, or I don't know.
I love it.
Run game.
Not bad.
All right. We're in the lounge.
Yeah.
All right. We're like in Ocean's 11. We're trying to figure out the heist.
We're getting the guys together.
Right.
We're about to talk about the plan.
I got you. It's martini time.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's Zach Streif over there getting a cocktail. Yeah, Zach Streif. Good.
Zach's getting a few snacks also.
Hey, man, why are you body shaming?
I'm not.
Why are
He's
you body
an
shaming?
O-line
What,
coach.
He's dipping his hand in some,
I was an O-lineman.
is he dipping his hands in the
You
pretzels
think,
and the
I
nuts?
don't know how O-linemen think?
All right, so he's got a martini, but he's going quick to the snack jar.
For sure he is.
Offensive pass game coordinator. Welcome back, John Morton. More touchdown passes for Frank Crum. Offensive line, Chris Morgan.
Sebo, also with Sebo for 4 years out in Washington.
And?
Honestly, no jokes aside, phenomenal coach.
Okay.
Phenomenal offensive line coach. He was the one that was really supposed to be bringing the wide zone running game here.
All right. Running backs coach, Lou Ayeni.
Lou, don't know a whole lot about Lou.
All right.
Lou's what's Lou doing in the heist?
Maybe he's figuring out all the electronics.
He's the running backs coach. He's figuring out the getaway. You know?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All
yeah,
right.
Lou's
all
in
right.
charge of the getaway.
That makes sense, right? You know, like in a muscle car.
Yeah.
Receivers, Ronald Curry. Now, this is a big one because we
got rid of Kerry Colbert.
We know it was all Kerry Colbert's fault last year.
Right.
You got to catch your thumbs together. Is Ronald Curry going to coach with your thumbs together? Is he going
Diamond? Got to put the there you
Dime?
go.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Is he going to coach the Diamond?
Yeah, absolutely. Coach the Diamond.
That'd be my one and only question to him. Coach Curry, you coaching the Diamond?
Yeah. Hey, coach. So, how do you teach a wide receiver to catch a ball?
Yeah. How are you doing that? You want here, not here. Here, not here.
Don't catch with your body.
Austin King, tight ends. Austin King.
Don't know Austin.
No, I
Is
don't
Austin new? Austin's new.
I don't know.
That sounds like a new name. I don't recognize that name.
A lot of hype on this guy. Love his sister Taylor, who used to be on Fox 31. Logan Kilgore, quarterbacks coach.
Logan is the low man on the totem pole. Logan is the quarterback coach on any team.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, is the low man on the totem pole.
Yeah.
That means Logan, in our heist, he's the one that gets stuffed into the box that you're just sneaking into the building thinking nobody's gonna see it.
All right. He is like 6'5", but you know, the box could be big.
Contortionist.
He could be flexible. Director of game management, assistant quarterbacks, Evan Rothstein.
Hold on. Director of game management.
Yeah.
So are you telling me when to call timeouts?
I don't know. That is a very
hold on. We should put that on the to-do list. Dan, put that on our to-do list.
Like, what is this?
Yeah.
What is this job?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I think that's a new thing too. And assistant quarterbacks.
That's actually an interesting title that I'm really curious what it means.
Game management.
Yeah.
Huh. So is he scouting out end of halves, end of games, 2 minutes? Is he doing that prep? Is that guy?
I would guess, yeah.
We're up by 15. Do we go for one or two?
Or he's the one that is, rather than Sean being like, hey, what'd you guys see on the replay? This guy is already talking to him like, hey, what'd you see on the replay, Sean? We want this.
What do you got, Dan?
I do have a little info on Director of Game Management. The role involves analyzing in-game situations, assisting with decision-making regarding fourth down attempts, timeouts, and replay challenges to optimize team strategy.
Is this new? This feels new.
Well,
I kind of love it.
Here's my
I don't kind of
question.
love it. I definitely love it.
No, I don't love the setup.
Oh, what are you talking about? We got a guy who's focused on, that's his job. He's going to focus on all that stuff is important.
I don't want it to be a coach. I want that to be somebody else that is just upstairs all the time, that's his only job. He's got no responsibility to positional group. That's all he does.
I just like that they have a department and they're focused on it. That feels like a new, we'll dig into it. Are we done with the music? Oh, no. Cocktail hour continues. Quality offensive coach Kyle Kempt, quality coach J.D. Johnson, and then Willie Snead. What do offensive quality control coaches do, Tyler?
They drop a lot of scout team cards.
Okay. Well, that's a lot of ponderous, busy work.
They do a lot of film. They do a lot of tagging, meta tagging on the film, saying what the plays are.
So these guys are at the building late. They got a lot of work to do.
These guys don't ever get to go home.
Okay. Defense coordinator VJ, congratulations. Are we surprised that VJ's back?
Only you are.
Senior defensive assistant Joe Vitt. Joe's been around forever. That's Gase's father-in-law, isn't it? Gates' father-in-law, Joe Vitt, I think.
Is that who it is?
I think it is. Defensive pass game coordinator Robert Livingston, who's taken a pay cut to come from CU to figure this out with the Broncos.
Yeah. Sorry to my Buffs.
Jamar Kane, defensive line coach. Doug Belk. I got to go through these quicker. Doug Belk, defensive backs coach. Inside linebacker Jeff Schmedding. If you got something to say about any of these guys, just shout it out. Outside linebackers Isaac Shoemaker. Defensive quality coach Brian Niedermeyer. And Todd Davis.
Todd, what's up, brother?
Davis. He was there last year. He hangs on with them as a defensive quality coach. On the special teams, it's Rizzi, assistant Marwan Malouf, and Zach Line, quality control. And that, my friends, is basically your Denver Broncos coaching staff. Biggest surprise on there?
I don't know. You got a surprise on the
I'll
coaching
go
staff?
VJ back. And
Why is that a surprise?
Because I thought he was going to get a head coaching job.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I didn't think he was going to get fired or anything, but I thought he was going to be a head coach. There were 10 openings, and he interviewed for like all of them. And Robert Livingston is certainly a surprise. I would not have had that he was going to take less money to go with the Broncos instead of stay with Prime at CU. That's an interesting move, and I'm not sure what that's all about. But that's a good one. There you go. There's your Denver Broncos. I'll have an old fashioned. We'll get to the Broncos.
The sparkling water, please. You could throw a lime in that.
Zach, we only have so many snacks, Zach Streif. Look at him go for those nuts.
Big nuts.
It's PhD here on 92.5. What's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to help you out if you're just not feeling so great because it might be low T. So if the sex life ain't great, the workouts ain't great, the sleep ain't great, just like, what is this? Well, it could be low T. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz, take you a couple minutes, and then you'll see where you sit. You should know this too. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. So with those low T treatments combined with the body composition programs, most men notice a real improvement with better energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and, renewed sex drive as well. Again, 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Let's hear from Cam Johnson. What do you think, Cam?
Well, first and foremost, I know it says that they're
That
planning
ain't
to
Cam
release
Johnson.
him. But
That is Adam Schefter. You see what's going on with Adam, by the way?
What's going on with Adam?
Him and Ian Rappaport are going to combine
Having
forces.
a boxing match.
Well, kind of. You know, like Adam worked hand in hand with Chris Mortensen for a long time.
Yeah, now that the NFL Network belongs to ESPN.
Correct. Here is Cam.
There's definitely still an element of figuring it out, and it kind of changes on you a little bit from here to there just based on how we're playing and who's playing. But everybody keeps telling me at the end of the day, just be myself and do that. And so that was kind of, my goal. And, at the end of the day, just go out there and hoop and have fun. I mean, that's easy to lose sight of in the long term, and in the short term. But when you kind of wheel it back to that and focus on just having fun and playing hard and trusting your teammates and vice versa, you're setting yourself up for good things to happen.
Cam would say that he was, Tyler, too indecisive. He admitted that. He said, you got to go back to what he said, having fun, that he has been hesitating. And listen, I don't want to make too big a deal of this, but it was a nice win. And I think we got to keep a couple things in perspective. When the Nuggets had a really nice win over the Celtics at home, the Celtics were on the back end of a back-to-back. Well, so were the Rockets last night, Tyler. They were playing a back-to-back where they were hosting Toronto, which they did win, and then they traveled to Denver. Now, Denver gets that tonight as they're traveling to San Antonio. Dan, do we know about Wemby? We have word on him one way or the other?
No updates yet.
Okay. What's he listed as? Do you know?
Let me check here.
Okay. So we're not really expecting the Nuggets to win tonight, right?
Well, we got the one last night, so it takes a lot of pressure, right? It takes a lot of pressure off.
Mm-hmm.
And you almost wonder, does that affect the way that you go into the game?
Yeah, I mean, they're turning it around against a really good team, whether Wemby plays or not. These back-to-backs are difficult. The Nuggets have the most back-to-backs in the NBA. I think it's at 16. And so I do like the win last night. I do. But I think you'd be silly to not realize the Rockets are doing the same thing last night that the Nuggets are trying to do tonight, which is difficult. Go on the road and win in a back-to-back in less than 24 hours.
Yeah, regardless,
so I'll take it.
Regardless, though, it was a good win. They dominated end-to-end. You ended a slide. Murray drops 30 on it. Jokic is typical triple-double. And, arguably you could make it one of the more important wins of the season given the full context of where they were at, right? Of what it meant based off last night's game, tonight's game, the standings, all of it. It was a really, really important win for the Nuggets.
No doubt about it. It's just not like a season-defining win. It's a good win. You know what it was? You did what you should have done, what you were supposed to do. You did what you were supposed to do. You're supposed to, at home, beat teams that are in Denver on the back end of a back-to-back. That's exactly what you're supposed to do to any team that comes here. And you did so, and guess what else? Cam Johnson, you get paid $18 million a year. You're supposed to score 17 points on pretty decent shooting, which he did. 6 of 9 from the floor, 3 of 5 from 3. Christian Brown, you did what you were supposed to do, gathering in 19 points. AG had 0 in 22 minutes, and that's fine. Doesn't matter. Valanciunas, 12 minutes, 12 points. That's like a superstar night these days for Jonas Valanciunas. Everybody did what they were supposed to do, and once you had a lead, and especially when you dominated the third period, you just put them away, Tyler. You didn't make it all that interesting in the fourth quarter.
All those guys, okay, cool, did what they're supposed to do, but what it came down to, and we've talked about this narrative 4 years ago. It was as true then as it is today. Jamal Murray has always been the variable that matters the most in the Nuggets' success, right? And when he is consistent, we know who Jokic is going to be. When Jamal Murray is a steady, consistent variable that goes hand in hand with Nikola Jokic, this team is just dang near impossible to beat, even if those guys aren't playing their roles well.
It was a nice breath of relief. You won by 36 points. So on this killer stretch, this 7-game stretch against all playoff teams, You're now 2-2. Nobody expects you to win tonight. That's actually fine. You're not catching the Spurs anyway. In terms of the standings, though, it's really interesting. If they do beat LA in LA on Saturday, they will own the head-to-head tiebreaker season-wise against LA. They already hold it against Minnesota, and they hold it against the Rockets. That's pretty good news. So if the Nuggets are tied with any of those three teams, they win that tiebreaker.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. So that game in LA, gargantuan in order to get that. And when you look at the standings now, because they own the tiebreaker with the Wolves, they're in 5th place. The Wolves are in 6th place. They're a half a game behind the Lakers, a half a game behind the Rockets. So here we go. And that win was huge because you're a game and a half away from Phoenix for that 7th spot, but you got a team between you with the Wolves. So that was a good win. Really, really good win. But I don't want to go over the moon with it because it shouldn't be beyond expectations for this team to do what they did last night. It was good. It was solid. If they win tonight, that would be like the most remarkable win of the year. Dan, what's the update on Wemby?
Guys, Wemby is listed as questionable for tonight's game against the Nuggets due to right ankle soreness. He is a true 50-50 after participating in the Spurs morning shoot-around.
Okay, so we'll see. Obviously, they're a hell of a lot more dangerous with him. Either way, it's going to be a tough game, and they've been on fire. Holy cow, with the Spurs. Is this right? Oh, my God. This is insane. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Dude, they're 16-1 in their last 17 games. Their only loss coming at the Knicks back on March 1st. Holy cow.
Yikes.
16-1 in their last 17 games.
Wow.
Damn. And they've won 5 in a row.
That's impressive.
Wow. Okay. And they didn't play last night. They had a day off, and they were at home. In fact, they're in the middle of a 5-game homestand. 6-game homestand. They're home for 6 straight games? Okay. This would be, Tyler, this would be an incredible win tonight. This would be unbelievable based on everything that's going on.
Well, all right, man. I mean, why not? Screw it. I mean,
Why not?
don't go into this thing expecting a loss. Go into it and let's get a huge win and get some huge confidence and you'd be in the driver's seat in terms of no longer being concerned about any sort of ramifications with play-ins and all that other stuff.
6:30 pregame right here on 92.5, 7 o'clock tip. Over on AM 950, we've got Avs at the Kraken. That's at 7:30 for pregame. They go a little bit later because they're in Seattle. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, Tyler here for the best car dealership in Colorado. It's my friends over at Phil Long Ford. I've been a customer for a very long time over at Phil Long Ford because relationships matter in life. And that's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I know these guys, love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to respect your time. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. You're going to find the vehicle of your dreams, and you're going to get it at the best price. Guys, at Phil Long Ford, they've got over 8,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. They also have an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, make sure you keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
I'm looking at the Shot Mazda text line here. It goes, why can't the Nuggets beat the Spurs? They're the more experienced team and better. I'm like, sure, they could. But the NBA has created the most insane thing ever with this schedule. And this is a scheduled loss. Like it was really kind of a scheduled loss for Houston. So you lose. You lose your scheduled losses. And you don't sit there and you're not upset about it. Did you notice the tone of the Nuggets after the game yesterday? Like Cam Johnson they weren't popping the song Birthday Sex or Birthday Song, or they didn't even run Bedingfield's Unwritten. They just were like, fine. Even Cam Johnson after the game was a little subdued because it's embarrassing for him to be asked, Tyler, about, having a good game.
Yeah, of course it is.
He scored 17 points.
I don't want to be acknowledged when I've got a bad game. I also don't want to be acknowledged when I've got a good game. Either way, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, nobody wants to be that kid on the bench when your high school team's up by 30. Everybody's chanting to get in the game. Nobody wants to be the team manager that, you get to hit we're all going to let you hit a free throw or a layup. Nobody wants to be that. And frankly, that's what Cam Johnson's getting a little bit here. So I liked his tone afterwards. He wasn't like fired up. He was a little quiet about it, and he had a good game. But he just did what he was supposed to do, Tyler. That's it. He averaged 18 points a game last year, and he had 17 last night. He had 3 3-pointers. Cool. Good. Right on, man. That's awesome. But that's not, like, unbelievable. So could the Nuggets win tonight? I don't know. I guess they could. I suppose they could. But Steve Kerr wants them to play 10 less NBA games, period.
Yeah, that's never going to happen.
That is never going to happen.
Owners are never giving up money, are they?
They are never going to give up that money.
As a fan, would you like it?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I don't know if it would really make a difference. I know why, in theory, it would be better. But would you really tangibly notice 10 games? I don't know if that would make any game feel any more important or the priority of it. I don't know if you'd really tangibly feel a 10-game loss.
These back-to-backs suck. So the fewer back-to-backs you can have, the better things would be. Like a game, a break, a game, 2 days off, a game, like that. That's a good rhythm, a good schedule, good to like kind of feel excited and happy for. These back-to-backs, man, sometimes when they go on the road with the back-to-backs, you kind of miss out that they're even happening. They just kind of off into the ether. This is one of them, man. This game has a chance to just be like so forgettable, it's ridiculous. Because you got the Lakers, which is on ABC, by the way, on Saturday. Everybody's going to notice that game. And then you got the Sixers, which is a big game, too. Then you have another stupid back-to-back nobody's going to notice, which is that makeup game because it snowed in Memphis.
At what point in the season do you stop giving throwaway games? Like, at what point in the season you're like, yeah, that would have made sense earlier in the year to make this throwaway game, but now it doesn't matter. I mean, we're too close to the end. We got to win every last one. Are we not there?
I don't think we're not quite there.
I would think we're there, man.
Well, they're important games, man.
Can we not see the light at the end of the tunnel here?
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like,
so we've still got space for throwaway games?
You can't avoid them. They're going to happen. They're back to like you're playing 7 playoff teams in a row, and then you have a back-to-back in Memphis.
I don't know, man. Figure it out. You're professionals.
I'm sure they'll try their best. But you were asking from a fan's perspective. From a fan's perspective, you can't have too many games where it just, in my opinion, it just gets lost a little bit. So tonight, listen, you're playing Wembanyama. They're the hottest team in the NBA. Like, it's a team that theoretically you'd have to beat in the playoffs. Like, I think there's a lot of interesting storylines tonight, except for the fact that it's a back-to-back. Now, the Nuggets did get more rest. They did get rest. If you want like some like rays of sunshine here, because that game was a blowout and they put the foot down on the throat and they didn't have to play any of their dudes in the fourth quarter. That was cool. So I don't know. Like, would you play Aaron Gordon tonight?
Yeah.
You'd play Aaron Gordon coming off injury with the hammy and back-to-back nights.
I mean, look, I don't know what I'm not in the room. I'm not a doctor. I don't know what his playing limitations are, but if these guys are capable of playing basketball, I think we're at the point where you're no longer making decisions based off back-to-backs. You're making decisions on how to win games.
Well, hey, I'm all for it. He played 22 minutes. He didn't score a bucket, but, he didn't have to exhaust himself yesterday. So, sure, hey, that'd be awesome, man. Christian Brown, he's the Energizer Bunny. He just keeps on going. He'll certainly play. Yoke, I think he's got a hurt wrist, but I think he's had a hurt wrist for a few years now. He had a low-key triple-double, right? Like, what was he, 16, 13, and 12? Should be all right. Cam Johnson, man, he's on fire.
Way to go, Cam.
Keep Cam going. Don't slow Cam down. So there you go tonight. Meanwhile, you've got the they would be better off with 10 less games, though, for sure. Or spread the season out, Tyler. I don't know. Put another 3 weeks onto the season.
No, it's already a long season. I don't think you want that.
Here was Adelman about Cam.
Yeah, I just thought he continued to be aggressive. I think sometimes he's trying to make perfect plays, and instead of just making the play that is right there in front of you, usually is the right decision. And then I would say more impressively, the 2 blocks and the 2 steals. I thought he had good activity defensively, as the whole team did. But yeah, really good to see Cam have a night. And it's what I talked about before the game. These guys have to find their rhythm. They come back. It's as he finds his rhythm, and then new people come back, and the rotation changes, and it feels different. Everybody's trying to do the right thing for the guy next to him. Sometimes it stunts flow. And tonight was a good flowing game for us, and Cam was a good example of that.
Well, I'm glad that at the end of the season, we're still trying to figure that out for Cam. We're still trying to get him to fit in and feel out the flow of the offense. So that's cool. Good for him. Glad they had a good night, though. By the way, you did tell us yesterday if David Adelman did that with Bam, you would have been mad at him. You said you'd been mad at him. You said it would have been cheap. Did you see what Adelman had to say about it?
I know.
Oh, buddy.
I know.
All right, so go ahead.
Pregame.
You said you would destroy him. You said you would crush him.
I did not.
For anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, we're talking about Bam and his 83 points and how cheap it was. And at the end, they kept him in there. You could have pulled him out at the beginning of the fourth. All those sorts of things. DMac's whole thing on it was, it was a disgrace to the game. Adelman, that guy is as professional as it gets in our league and what he stands for in the NBA. So for him to take one night and kind of go a little crazy, I don't think it's a bad thing.
God, I couldn't believe he said that. I couldn't believe he said that.
So go ahead, destroy it.
I think Coach, with all due respect, is wrong. And I don't think you would do that. I think if that was one of your guys, you would not do that. You wouldn't allow it.
Yes, he would.
And we'll ask him. We will ask him. I mean, there's a lot of ifs there.
The only thing that maybe a different coach would do is just not play him at all in the fourth. But once he gets within earshot, you're not pulling that dude
Well,
out.
Here's what I believe. You certainly didn't have a plan let's get Bam 83 tonight. The dude drops 31 in the first quarter.
Yeah.
Okay, now what do we do? Now he's got 61 after 3. All right, now what do we do? Now in the fourth quarter when you're up by 28 or whatever they were at one point, now you're making a decision, aren't you? Now you're making a decision.
Sure.
Because he played 42 minutes.
You gonna be that kid, that parent that punishes his kid and doesn't let your kid have the opportunity of breaking a record?
My team, I'm the coach of the team?
You're the parent of that kid.
Well, I'm a parent. I don't have any say. I'm just sitting in the stands, or am I the coach?
You're not understanding the analogy. Yes, the coach is the parent of the kid in that moment.
I don't know. I think the other parents are going to want little Timmy to take a shot too.
Oh, stop it.
What do you think? All the parents would be super pumped the coach's kid is going for 100 points?
Why do you always refuse to play the game the way the game is intended to be played?
Dude, I think it's ridiculous. I thought the whole thing was ridiculous. I'm surprised to hear Adelman say that. I saw that quote. I wonder if he's just being a nice guy to Bam. There have been a lot of other NBA coaches that have looked down their nose on it and said negative things about it. So I don't know, man. Okay. It'll never happen here in a million years. It's not the culture of this team. It'll never happen with Nikola Jokic on this team ever in a million damn years. It just won't. Like,
God, wouldn't it be fun though?
Jokic would hate it.
Wouldn't it be fun though if Jokic did it one night?
There's
Wouldn't it be amazing if Jokic actually if Jokic did that? Wouldn't it be fun if it was our guy?
It would be okay if the game called for it. But the game
No, the
didn't
game's
call for
never
it.
going to call for that.
Then you're never going to do it. Then don't do it if the game doesn't call for it. And that's the answer to that question. And there's a reason why it was a million years since Kobe got 81. Because the game's hardly ever called for something like that. But if the game's in triple overtime,
So how come Kobe didn't catch all the same grief?
Oh, I don't know.
Because it was his last game?
Yeah, I don't know. It's Kobe. It's just Kobe. Kobe's just different. It's just a different thing.
Everybody was rooting him on.
Yeah, it's Kobe. But by the way, that game was the Lakers were nothing that year. They weren't doing anything. Do you think it's a cool thing?
No, I don't. But I also disagree with you on what a coach would do. Like, if you're that coach, nobody's going to be that guy that pulls him out.
Dude,
nobody's going to be the guy that prevents your player from breaking a record.
But the record's not clear to be broken going into the fourth quarter. You'd still have to get 22 points in a quarter to break the record. It's not that clear. It's hard to score 22 points in a quarter. Like, you got to really,
all you got to
try.
do is keep doing what you've been doing.
I got it, but like, you think a lot of coaches would put their dude who has 61 back in the fourth quarter up 20 points? There's no way. They'd be resting that guy for the next game, whatever. You did your job. You got 61. That's incredible. Most coaches wouldn't have the guy get off the bench unless the game got close for some reason, which it didn't. It was weird, man. The whole thing was sketch, top to bottom.
Well, Adelman liked it.
I know he did. Like, oh my God, David. When are we having the coaches show, Dan? When's that going down? Tomorrow? Next week? Later today? I don't know. We'll ask him. Coach, you didn't really mean that, did you?
Coach, I said I would yell at you if you said anything like this, and then you actually said it the same day that I said I'd yell at you.
All right, when we come back, hey, how about the Americans in baseball? Italian Americans helping out the American Americans by beating the Mexican Americans? Yeah, that happened. And the Broncos, they did add somebody. They did add somebody, everybody. But it's one of their own as they run it back. It's PHC here on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor, pick up the phone, call my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration today because they've got a simple one-day solution that is guaranteed to reverse your balding process. You guys, call and ask about the Advanced FUE. Nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives, and that includes mine, by the way, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, absolutely fantastic at what they do. And they believe in what they do. They believe in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off, or check them out online at advancedhair.com.
It is a Ticket Thursday. We've got your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword CAM, 303-504-0925. Put your first and last name on it and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. This hour's keyword is CAM. We'll announce the winner at 2:55. And when it comes to the Broncos, well, we know one thing. They love their guys. They're going to run it back, Tyler.
You don't even have to run to them. They're right there. I'm just going to sit down next to you.
I'm just going to pick up the phone.
Again.
The Broncos announced that Adam Prentice is back. That's an
Hell
official
yes.
announcement. And they re-signed little Jordan Humphrey. So there's three guys. Jaleel McLaughlin, Sam Mustipher, and Michael Burton. And maybe Mercedes Lewis if you want to include him. But there's three dudes. That's it. I mean, PJ Locke and John Franklin Myers got, better deals. So, okay, they're gone. But it is wild the degree that the Broncos are running it back.
I've never seen anything like it. Never, ever, ever have I seen anything like it. Absolutely insane to be multiple days into free agency. We're through the legal tampering period, boys and girls.
It's the league year.
That ended on Wednesday. That ended yesterday. So we are now 2 full days into actual free agency where you can actually sign free agents on the dotted line.
Yeah.
And there is not a single addition to this room, to the entire room. I keep saying room. Usually when I say room, I mean like they didn't make an addition to the wide receiver room or the tight end room.
Nothing.
I mean the locker room.
I guess they are getting a new locker room, ironically, I suppose. All right, let me go through the list of, well, first of all, how financially responsible are the Broncos? Okay, well, let me give you some numbers here. Dead cap money. Saints, $114 million.
Okay.
Jets, 91.2. Dolphins, 89.6. This is, we've made some investments here. Like, these guys better play for us. The Broncos' dead cap money is second to last in the league at $1.2 million. That's it. That's all they got on the books.
Does that include Drake Greenlaw today?
I don't know. It's just what I got here. I don't know. The Seahawks, who also did nothing like the Broncos, $483,000. This is unreal low. Like, after the Broncos at $1.2 million, you go to the Chargers at $5.5 million, and then you take quite a leap up to the Colts at $9.6. I mean, there's only 5 teams in the NFL, 6 rather, 1, 2, 3, 5. Sorry, 5 teams in the NFL that have a dead cap hit of under $10 million. And the Broncos at 1.2.
Well, that's what makes it so crazy, right? Because you are not a team that had cap space issues. You're definitely not a team that's ever going to have cash issues. And as long as you don't have cash issues, you can always manipulate cap space issues. You don't have those problems. This is a full-on belief that you are good enough as is. You're just good enough.
Okay. I'm going to list off some free agents.
How do you sell that, man? How do you sell it? I mean,
who?
To the fans. I know the fans don't, like, in theory, you're never supposed to worry about what the fans think. But how do you sell that to a fan base? Like, we're
awesome.
Everybody else is competing. Everybody else is spending cash, and we're good. We're good, boys and girls.
I see it on here on the text line. There's people on the text line. You guys are freaking out. Calm down. They got 14 wins last year. I mean, I guess that's how you sell it. Like, we're really good.
Yeah, but like in theory, when we don't get better and everybody else gets better, is that not a dangerous game to play?
I think it's ridiculously dangerous.
Can you ever be good enough?
No.
If you won a Super Bowl 2 years in a row, are there not ways to get better? Are there not positions that you're weak at?
Couldn't agree with you more. Like, your depth is that solid everywhere? I know what you're telling me about the starters, but we're really, seriously, we're that good everywhere else. We couldn't improve on, I don't know, back up this, back up that. Nothing. Zero. Like guards, we're good there. Tackles. We're have
good?
the best possible tackles. We're good with everything.
Yeah, I mean, some positions you are good, DMac. Like guards, tackles, you probably are good.
We're good. Backups, starters, good.
Yeah, actually.
Oh, okay.
Actually, maybe in that room, yeah.
D linemen, we're good. We lost Jonathan
Franklin Myers,
but we're good. I get you guys get elevated, but we're good in their backups.
We're good enough. We're good enough.
Cool.
But we can keep going, and then we can find positions where I'm going to say, no, you're not good enough. No, you're not good enough at tight end. No, you're not good enough at running back. No, you're not good enough at wide receiver. Even though the Broncos think they're good enough at wide receiver, I don't think they're good enough at wide receiver. No, you're not good enough at inside linebacker now. Yes, you need to add depth there.
Let me go through some of the names. See if any of these guys has any interest to you. You ready?
I'm ready.
Rasheed Walker, offensive tackle.
No.
Jaquan Brisker, safety. Guard Chris Paul. I'll just read the names and you can just whatever. Wide receiver Deebo Samuel. I'll pause there.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. I'm intrigued.
Kick the tires?
Yeah. Let's find out what Deebo wants.
Wide receiver John Jennings. Wide receiver Tyreek Hill.
Hell no.
Stephon Diggs.
No.
Guard Wyatt Teller.
No. Skip the O-lineman.
Okay. Defensive tackle DJ Reader.
No. We need to draft a defensive tackle and rely on the guys that we've got.
Tight end Dallas Goedert.
Maybe. Yeah. Let's figure it out. Let's talk to him. Let's see what he wants.
Njoku.
Let's talk to him. Let's see what he wants.
Rashad White, running back.
No.
Matt Milano, linebacker. Matt Milano. Wow.
By the way,
Matt Milano. What happened to Matt Milano? I thought he was pretty good.
Just a heads up, Rashad White just signed with the Commanders.
Oh, okay. Forgot.
Schefter tweeted that out just a couple minutes ago.
All right, sorry.
That's all right.
Wait, he did that a couple seconds. I didn't hold on to my butts.
PhD free agency frenzy tracker.
Oh, Dan, you got to give us a heads up if we got to hold on to our butts.
I just saw it.
Well, you drop news like that and we haven't held on to our butts, we're in trouble. Lloyd Cushenberry, Joey Bosa.
Joey Bosa is out there?
Well, that's what it says.
Really?
That's what it says.
No, we can't afford Joey. And he's too hurt.
Von Miller.
Maybe.
Von hasn't signed with anybody, has he?
I mean, listen, I'm not anti-Von Miller. I'm not anti bringing him back around, but that's one of those things that you do in a couple months.
Okay. All right. Well, there you go. And listen, not all these guys that the Broncos are bringing back on 1-year low-cost contracts are definitely going to make the team. I bet they do look to get better. But it is just, hey, man, this is a new one. This is a new one. In the 27 years I've been here in Colorado following the Broncos, I've never seen this. So it's just a new one. So it is quirky. It's different. Is it confident? Is it arrogant? I don't know. Who knows? But that there you go. That's your team. You got your coaches set. We'll see what the draft brings. We'll try to zero in. All right, like if you based off of what they've done so far, where do you think the draft goes?
Inside linebacker, safety is far too tempting right now because you've got serious depth issues right now, and there's likely going to be pretty dang good players on the board then.
Well, I can even tell you the two guys.
Which sucks for me. So here's my hope, DMac.
Yeah.
My hope is that with the rest of free agency, find some depth at inside linebacker, find some depth at safety, so that when you get on the board at number 30, we don't have to go defense again. I'm not telling you we're going to find an immediate upgrade on the offensive ball at number 30, but why the hell not try?
Right now, if they're going to take inside linebacker or safety at 30, it would be, in general, C.J. Allen, and the safety would be Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Toledo.
Okay.
Just laying it out there for you.
Just featured C.J. Allen for you the other day.
You did. And, we talked to Leggy, and he said if you get C.J. Allen, he's an automatic starter. So, okay. hey, I'm all for good players, man, especially at number 30. You just get a good, solid player at 30. I'm pretty happy with that. You don't have to have a game wrecker. It is the 30th pick in the draft, right? Like, the standard is a little bit different, even though it's the first round. Now, I don't know how interested you are in, say, Kenyon Sadiq. You know, if Sonny Styles drops for whatever reason, are you being aggressive? Are there any guys out there that you'd be like, oh, you got to go get them? And that's what we'll spend from now until the draft talking about.
If Kenyon Sadiq slipped out of the top 15, go get him.
All right, so say Sadiq is still there at 18. What should the Broncos be doing?
I don't know what the package is. I mean, you'll have to give me the trade chart, but let's go, man. Let's go. You've got very few opportunities. The odds of you actually having an opportunity to upgrade a position on offense this year is low in the draft.
Mm-hmm.
So if that opportunity presents itself, fire. You didn't fire in free agency. You have yet to at least fire in any sort of trade. Fire. Let's go.
What do you think is reasonable to move up from 32? 30 to 22, 30 to 23, 30 to 18? Like, what do you think is reasonable? I know the draft chart and the numbers and all that.
I don't have that thing memorized off the top of my head. So like, you'd have to tell. I'd have to know what the value is. But rather than saying like a position on the board, I'll say I'm willing to swap first and give you a second.
And that'll take you. Where does that take you?
How high does that get me?
I think that could get you up maybe 5 or 6 spots. I think that could probably get you 5 or 6 spots right there. It's pretty good. I'm going to go from 25 to 30. I'm going to go down 5 spots, but I get another second-round draft pick. That's pretty good.
But here's the thing with Kenyon Sadiq. I want to be aggressive with them, but I also want to give people a fair warning here. Kenyon Sadiq is not Tyler Warren, nor is he Colston Loveland. He just happens to be the best available tight end in this year's draft.
Do we regret not moving up for Tyler Warren now in hindsight? I think you should have given it a shot. Like when Colston Loveland went first in the draft last year, Tyler, I remember it clear as day. Oh, we were all sitting here when Loveland went before Warren. We were all kind of freaking out.
Mm-hmm.
We're like, go get him, but you'd have to go up to 14 to the Colts. But we were screaming for the Broncos to do that. Yeah, I regret it. I wish they did it. I think you would have had a way more impactful player than Jahdae Barron. Maybe you would give up a second-round pick so we wouldn't have had R.J. Harvey. I mean, so what?
So what?
It's a big deal. They went and got, J.K. Dobbins anyways, who was their guy. And you did have Jaleel McLaughlin, and you did have Tyler Bidet. I mean, you did have a couple of dudes.
You could have gotten a running back later.
Sure, you have third round. Okay, so you get a running back in the third round, and you don't have Pat Bryant. So what? Big deal. Now we got our running back in the third round, not the second round. You don't have Pat Bryant. You don't have R.J. Harvey. But you have Tyler Warren, and you have a running back you got in the third round?
But you know who we do have of today, DMac? We do have little Jordan Humphrey back.
Okay, and on that note, Dan, hit the music, please. I want to salute the Italian Americans. Tyler, as an Italian American yourself.
You go out to the Knights of Columbus?
My name does end in a vowel. And your last name used to end in a vowel.
My real last name ends in a vowel.
Yeah, you want to tell that story real quick about how you guys are all related to each other?
Well, if you meet a Polumbus, they are family. That's a fact. Like literally, they are blood. A Polumbus is blood. It's a very small clan. They're out in Tulsa. They're out in Colorado. A few out in California. Because when my grandfather immigrated as a little boy with his dad, my great-grandfather.
Yes.
From Italy, Prato Poligno, by the way.
There you go. I love the specifics.
Dead central Italy.
Yeah.
Came on over. On a boat, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure.
Probably hard to get across the Atlantic on a
donkey.
Guessing
they took a boat.
Yeah.
Landed at Ellis Island, and they said, you, my friends, do not have an American last name. Your cool last name, which is Polumbizio, is now changed to Polumbus, so you can fit in with all these Americans. Polumbizio was the OG name.
And you were a pitcher when you were younger.
I was a pitcher.
So
I had an arm. I had speed. I had some heat. Just didn't quite know where it was going all the time.
So out of the bullpen, you would certainly qualify to play for Team Italy. I mean,
would I?
Yeah.
How many generations does counts?
Well, apparently endless. Based on who's playing for them, apparently endless. And they did the United States, the Americans, the Italian Americans did the American Americans a favor by beating the Mexican Americans. There's not as many Mexican Americans on the Mexico team, but there's a couple, including like Jaron Duran but whatever. But Italy beat Mexico 9-1 yesterday, Tyler. And this was one of the funnier responses.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
Boy.
So when you get back to your phone, Vinny, what's that text message going to say from Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm hoping he's got a room key for me at his hotel. That's what I'm hoping for.
That Italian dude sure speaks pretty good English.
Well, he's from Virginia.
It's weird.
Yeah.
It's like a perfect American English right there.
That's Vinny Pasquantino, who went 3 for 4 with 3 home runs, Tyler.
No dumb question. Tyler, could you, if you were able, play for Team Italy in the World Baseball Classic?
Yes.
Would you be eligible?
Of course he would.
There's got to be like how many generations here?
No. He would absolutely be eligible.
Would Vic be eligible?
Yeah, Vic. Wasn't Vic born in Italy?
I don't know. Was he?
Sure, if they needed a scrappy little bat boy, I think Vic could help them out.
Vic was born on the west side. We know that.
The Tennyson district?
West side of Italy?
So, yeah, that was Vincent Joseph Pasquantino.
What town is Vic from? I need to find that out.
What town is Vic Lombardi from?
Because maybe his town is enemies with Prado de Polina. Maybe we've got a little town rivalry going on.
Well, Vincent Joseph Pasquantino from Virginia, who went to Old Dominion, had 3 bombs, had 3 espresso shots for the Italians. By the way, I love that, man. They hit a home run. They come in the dugout. They got a jacket that's way too small for all of them. So they put on like a dinner jacket and they give a little espresso. And then they kiss him on both cheeks. I'm starting to fall in love with the Italian baseball team, guys. I mean, and listen, you can barely understand what he's saying through this thick Italian accent.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel. We were thinking of you guys, so I'm glad you guys could join us in the party.
So when you get back to your phone, Vinny, what's that text message going to say from Bobby Witt Jr.?
I'm hoping he's got a room key for me at his hotel. That's what I'm hoping for.
That's a weird, like, why do you need a... I mean, I know Bobby Witt Jr. is your teammate for the Royals, but what exactly do you need a room key for? The hell's that? Okay.
Bonding.
Who am I to question what happens in La Familia? Italy wins 9-1, beating Mexico. So the stupidest United States coach ever in any sport, Mark DeRosa, gets off the hook, Tyler, because Italy decided just to beat the crap out of Mexico, which they did. And at the end of the day, the U.S. moves on. And you get this classic quote.
That was unbelievable, huh? You're welcome, USA. We were thinking of you guys over at your hotel.
Fox Sports celebrates. The world celebrates because without the U.S., at least in the quarterfinals. Do you know who the U.S. plays?
No.
Canada.
Is that right?
Yes.
Good.
So
Let's keep that rivalry going.
We got... right. Where's Freebird? Where's the Freebird song, Dan? Come on now. So we have another version of Freebird with the Eagles. And
is Nate McKinnon playing for him?
Nate McKinnon is playing second base. Wouldn't it be something if the winning run for U.S. was on third base and it's a little dribbler to Nate McKinnon? He picks the ball up. He can underhand toss it to first baseman, but instead he throws it into the third row.
God, I'd love to see a hockey player throw a baseball.
Well, U.S.-Canada round 3. Are we calling this round 3, U.S.-Canada? We got 4 nations. We got Olympics. Maybe round 4. We got the women. Round 4. Now we got baseball. Canada, U.S.
Let's get that softball matchup in there. Might as well. USA, Canada softball.
That's it. We're coming for you, Canada. We didn't understand the rules because we're idiots. But we're coming for you, Canada. Round 4. Team USA beating the snot out of Canada. Coming to you whenever the hell they play the next game. No dumb questions next.
Hey guys, did you know that leaving an old 401k with a previous employer can create higher investment costs? If you have an old 401k you aren't sure what to do with, call my friends over at Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189 and discuss how to optimize those funds and get that money working for you again. Choosing the right financial advisor is one of the best investments you can make for your financial future. Let Trajan Wealth's fiduciary advisors help you craft an income plan to meet your goals. They're going to come up with a game plan for your family, for your finances, for your needs. It's going to be unique to your story, so you can focus on what matters most in your story. And call Trajan Wealth today to learn more at 303-900-1189. I love my friends over at Trajan Wealth. They make the process simple, it's fast, and you're going to walk away confident in your future. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures and information at TrajanWealth.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
All right, No Dumb Questions are brought to you by Trajan Wealth. You know, when it comes to your retirement, there are no dumb questions. Call Trajan Wealth today at 303-900-1189. I want to play you this sound from Nathan McKinnon's hit on Connor Ingram because we have a follow-up to that story. Dan, go ahead. Let's hear it. Nate, rip it into the goalie. We just have Riker's reaction. All right. Here's what Mark Rycroft said afterwards.
But can Nate get out of the way?
No.
There's no way when Nurse
Absolutely
comes
not.
in with all that inertia. And Nurse is skating back full bore towards the net, by the way. He didn't just touch Nate. That whole body came in. It was almost like he lowered in a football check to take a guy out at the hip to tackle him. That's how Nurse went into McKinnon.
And McKinnon's route is actually taking him out of the crease after he touches that puck. His course is only deviated because of the contact from Nurse. And Nate is a good enough skater where he could make that kind of direction change at speed.
Now, is it a vicious, hard-hitting play?
Yes.
Absolutely. Could McKinnon have prevented it? No. Nurse forced the play to happen. It's a fast game. And boom. Nate's feet aren't even on the ice.
Yeah. Okay. So Corey from the Denver Post is the beat writer for the Avalanche from the Post. Talked to Nathan McKinnon. Nathan McKinnon said the NHL rescinded the major penalty.
Is that right?
So this is important because if you get 2 in a certain amount of games, it's an automatic suspension. So he's back to 0. So not only did he not get suspended for that hit, the NHL has declared it shouldn't have been a major penalty in the first place. How about that, boys and girls?
That's why when we were talking about it yesterday, I think as many decisions as you could centralize in an office away from umpires on a field, refs on a field, on a court, on the ice, as many decisions as you could take out of their hands that has got any potential to be influenced by a personal nature, you need to do it. And I don't know what the correct answer is to that in real time, so that doesn't happen, DMac, but there's got to be an answer to it.
I don't know the answer either, but wow, did the Avs really got screwed in that game? It shouldn't have been a major.
Well, it's Nate. Like it's anybody, but Nate.
It's you did kill 4 minutes of the best power play in the NHL, which is great. But look how much time you didn't have an opportunity to put yourself ahead, that you had to spend time defending and work it harder to just, hang in there rather than get ahead. And you lose your best player. So, wow. Okay. Well, we'll remember that one, man. We'll remember that one. No dumb questions to make you feel a little bit better about it. That
no,
Kelly Sutherland was so wrong, and they got it so wrong.
No, it just angers me that Kelly Sutherland could ever be a part of an Avalanche game, ever.
No dumb questions. Should there be some sort of consequence for the refereeing crew?
Yeah, let me know when that day comes in any sport. Is there any sport that has consequences for? I don't think so.
Sometimes, you get graded in the NFL, man. Like, they don't go.
And then what?
Well, you don't advance to the postseason.
Oh, sorry. So I get to go on vacation a little bit early.
Well, you don't make extra money. You don't get that on your record. It happens.
Yeah, but I don't get demoted. I don't lose my job. There's not some guy behind me that can take it. There's no relegation system.
Sure there's got to be some sort of grading system for all the referees in every sport. I don't know what they are in and out, but
yeah, well, we'll never know. I got a question. How do you handle it?
All right.
You're in the group. We've all been here. It's happened to every single one of us, right? You're in the group social setting, talking to 3-4 people, maybe 10 people. I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe you're really popular. Maybe you're standing in the middle of the circle and they're all looking at you.
All right.
You realize the fly's down, and I mean like way down.
Yeah.
Like it is all the way at the bottom, popping open.
Well,
right?
in this story, am I 5'7" or 6'8"?
6'8".
Okay, so you realize why that's up. Go ahead.
Eye contact, like you got good visual eye
It's
contact.
a little bit more obvious if your fly is down if you're 6'8".
What do you do then? Like you realize you're sure other people have seen it. Nobody said anything. Nobody said a word, right? At that point in time, do you write out the conversation and then go fix it later, or do you just fix it mid-conversation?
How friendly are you with these people?
Relatively new people.
Relatively new people? It's a social, not a business situation?
Business situation.
Oh, it's a business situation. I think you got to excuse yourself. I got to go to the bathroom and you just sort of, you step away for a second. Because I think if it's a social situation with friends, even if they're new people, you can be a goof and just say, oh, man, left the garage door up. Like you can joke around about it.
Nah, you know what I did? I decided to just go full on. I'm going to bring attention to it. I know one of you slappies already noticed, so I'm just going to fix this right now.
So you just hung in there with being the goofball.
Yeah.
Okay. How did it go over?
Well, I got a couple chuckles out of it.
You're going to get laughs, no doubt. You look like an idiot, but sure, you're going to get laughs.
Right. But I mean, what's a bigger idiot? Waiting for later or doing it then?
Yeah, I think you draw more attention to yourself as a big goofball. Hey, man, the context is important. Like if it's a big deal or not a big deal. It's probably not a big deal.
I decided to just go for it, man.
I'm going to bring attention to myself.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody.
Flies
look at
down.
me. Whether you saw it or not, I'm a moron.
It's down.
You're wearing undergarments, correct?
Oh, I don't do that.
It's PhD here on 92.5. Big question of the day next. It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. A zipper. Listen, if you're having an issue with erectile dysfunction, first of all, zip up. But no matter what.
Who are you talking to?
Nobody. Just the people out there that are dealing with erectile dysfunction. Or whoever. We all understand how important sex is in a relationship, and listen, if this is a problem, we do have a solution for you. That's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So if ED's that kind of issue for you, get back to where you want to be with the sex and the intimacy and the love and all that stuff. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit's only $99. You get the consult. Colorado licensed medical provider will chat with you. T and a PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff like a lot of fellas. You could be having sex the day after your appointment. They've got 5 locations to serve you in Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. What degree of frustration, we'll do some quick hitters here. What degree of frustration do you have with the Broncos not doing anything except for signing their own guys?
Yeah, it's pretty high. I'm antsy. I'm a little bit anxious. I'm frustrated, all those sorts of things.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's perfect. No roster's perfect. No roster has 0 blemishes and 0 holes. And we have officially made the implication that this roster is perfect. Like, breaking news. The Broncos have a perfect roster. Perfect roster. I don't know if you guys didn't know that or not, but the roster is absolutely perfect, and there was no way to improve that with an outside player.
The Broncos have 9 draft picks. How many of the draft picks even make the team?
That's a great. You know what? That's a good question. When you put it in terms like that, we don't have any holes. We don't have any problems.
I mean,
so
the coaching
if we don't have
staff
any holes or problems, good luck making this team as a rookie.
Right? Like, look how good they feel about this team. I mean, there's a couple guys who barely played last year that are definitely going to get more time, like Savion Jones and Q Robinson. No doubt about it. It is going to be hard to make this team, and you got a lot of draft picks.
Well, I mean, I understand why you're saying it, but no, I think if anything, you're putting in an abundance of the priority, the importance, just like the pressure, the abundance of pressure that is going to be on these rookies to solve problems that you didn't solve in free agency. It's going to be maybe higher than ever. So you could make the counter argument to that at the same time, that these rookies are going to be called on to do things that you could have solved in free agency.
Because the Broncos have just brought the band back and they're running it back. Who has the most pressure to succeed because of that?
Bo.
Why Bo?
Well, he didn't get any help around him, so he's got to be perfect.
What about Sean Payton? What about George Payton? Management? No?
Nah, I mean, they're good. Those guys' jobs are safe. They're secure.
Okay. What about J.K. Dobbins?
What's the pressure? You just got paid.
Well, he's telling everybody on social media how good he's going to be, and he's not going to get hurt.
He
had rabbit ears on it from the beginning, including with you.
Yeah, but I don't know where the pressure comes from. I mean, he just got $8 million to play this year, up to $10 million if he hits incentives.
Then why was he chirping back at you and other people on social media? Why did he care?
Because he got rabbit ears.
He got rabbit ears. Okay. I think there's a little pressure on J.K. to stay healthy. You know, I think there's got to be a little bit of like, I really am this guy.
I mean, if you the pressure in that scenario, that would go to George and Sean to me. That would be like,
correct.
Hey, you guys made a decision. You are betting that this piece of glass is not fragile. Like you got that Tesla glass, you got that bulletproof glass, right?
Right.
But most glass shatters when you punch it.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of pressure on that on that one. Pressure on Cortland Sutton to be the man. Make it 20-something.
I think the pressure's more on Troy Franklin to step up.
Okay.
I mean, Cortland is what he is. That's not getting any better. The pressure to me is saying Troy Franklin can go from like a 700-yard type of guy to a 1,200-yard type of guy.
Offensive line, no. I think they're all good there. Dobbins, yeah. Sutton, probably not. Mims a little bit, but again, what's he going to do if you don't get him the ball? Tight ends, I don't think so. Everybody has Evan Engram's probably in the last contract he'll ever have in the NFL unless he's willing to bounce around, which might happen. I don't know, but I doubt he's back for more time with the Broncos unless he has some sort of beyond spectacular year that nobody is really expecting. I'm not expecting it. I don't know what I'm expecting, man. I guess a lot of this just rides on J.K. Dobbins being healthy, and he is successful for the entire year and available for the playoffs like he was at the beginning of this past year.
Yeah, I mean, if you had to put if there was one guy that you needed the most out of, it might be J.K. Dobbins. Because we all agree with J.K., the dude's good at football. That's not the problem. The dude's good at his position. He's talented. He helps you. You're a better team when he's out there. It's just staying healthy, man. And that's a lot to ask of a guy that's never done it.
Well, let's face it. We weren't really banging the table for any other position except for running back. We weren't sitting here just screaming, you got to get Dallas Goedert. We weren't talking about Trey Hendrickson. We weren't doing that. We weren't saying, oh, can you sneak Travis Kelce away from the Chiefs? We were all just screaming about one position. It was one position. It was running back. That was it. And there were two dudes that, we knew were going to cost you a chunk of change, ATN and Walker, and they did for other teams, for the Saints and for the Chiefs. So we weren't wrong on that. And then there was a list of just other dudes that were kind of the same as J.K. Dobbins, but were more durable. And then you get into the Algiers and the Gainwells and Dowdle, right? That whole thing. And our biggest question, can you really spend any kind of money on a dude who's just been hurt almost every year of his career? And after his rookie year, has only played in 38% of games in the NFL that he was theoretically could have played in after his rookie year. So I think that's where the pressure lies. You're telling us, George and Sean, he's going to be okay. And we're good with R.J. Harvey, too. And they're going to split carries, obviously.
A lot of pressure on R.J. Harvey, too. I mean, I think the two players that are non-free agents or non-reacquisitions that have the most pressure on them, Troy Franklin and R.J. Harvey. You are banking on those two players taking the next step in their evolution.
All right, big question when it comes to the more on this with Let's Football Go in about 11 minutes. And we'll have another keyword for our Ticket Thursday. How big was it for Cam Johnson to have a good night as they won by 36 points and wiped the floor with the Rockets, and Cam Johnson had a good, solid night?
I don't know. I look at it like good for you, man, but it does nothing for me in my faith of you.
Do you think this was a one-off or this was a repeatable performance and he snapped out of it?
Yeah, it's probably a one-off.
You think it's a one-off?
I mean, is one game, if you're Cam Johnson, is one game enough to make you forget all the struggles of the season?
I don't know.
The answer is no.
Because
now you string together 3 or 4 of those, and now we're talking.
Right. 6 of 9 shooting, 3 of 5 from 3, 17 points. I mean, and a lot of these are like wide open threes. And he hit them, to his credit. 3 of 5 from 3. But he does make $18 million a year. I mean, it's a corner 3. It's an uncontested corner 3. I mean, what are we talking about here? And by the way, good for CB too. Christian Brown hit a long 3 at one point. He hit a couple threes as well. He had 19 points. Jamal put up 30, but, it's Jamal. And now you face a team with Wemby is questionable. He's got some sort of ankle knee sort of thing going on, and we'll see. But the back-to-backs are tricky. Got the game for you tonight at 6:30 pregame. Nuggets and Spurs right here at 92.5. You want to watch the Avs and the Kraken? Well, we got them at 7:30 with puck drop at 8 o'clock on AM 950. So a fun double dipperoo today. In terms of the Avalanche and Nathan McKinnon, how much justification do we feel better about the game now that we know that the NHL is rescinding his major penalty?
Did you need the NHL to tell you that to know that something was wrong?
No, because everybody kind of felt the same way about it. You didn't find anybody that was like, oh man, he deserved that.
I didn't need the NHL to tell me anything. I knew what was wrong. I knew it was messed up. I don't feel any better just because they admitted that it was messed up.
Yeah.
I'm frustrated that the system that is in place allows something messed up like that to happen.
I don't think it's really going to matter because I do think, even though it's tight, I do think the Avalanche will hang on and win first place. It's not a huge lead over Dallas. It's pretty significant over Minnesota. If it comes down to like a point and you realize you didn't at least get a tie with those guys, never mind 2 points out of a win, then I'm going to feel a little bit more boned by it. But at this point, I think you just kind of write it off. The NHL got it wrong. Those referees got it wrong. They got to live with that more than anybody. Everybody, every single Avs fan out there, which is all of them, who thought that McKinnon and the Avs got screwed on that was right. And the NHL just told you that this afternoon. So you just found that out. Meanwhile, you're off and you're playing the Kraken. And Gabe is still out, I guess. Man, seriously, like you're out 2 weeks because of getting McCard. That is brutal.
Tough go, man. Tough friends.
That's a tough injury, don't you think?
Yeah. Yeah. I know a guy, you know a guy, that lost a friendship over a friend that got him hurt.
Holy cow, I got to think about that one for a
Yeah,
second.
yeah. Never mind. I should have done that.
All right.
Should have done that. But you know the guy, and I know the guy.
Okay.
And I don't want the guy to be mad at me.
Okay, good enough.
And neither do you. You figured it out yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You are correct. If you can read lips, you got a little. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, you can read lips. You figured it out too. But it's all good. I think I'm good with in that department. I think. I hope.
Me too.
It's not another.
I love you, man.
Same here. And
D-Mac's
you know
lying.
what? No,
D-Mac, see,
D-Mac.
why are you getting so nervous?
Because
you're getting nervous right now because you just lied.
Because I want to make a joke that's really funny, but if I make the joke, it's going to be way too obvious who we're talking about. It's killing me not to make the joke.
I can't believe you're doing this terrible radio right now. This is all on you. This is your fault.
I can't believe
Don't do inside jokes on radio.
I know, and I'm on the fence with it, and it's ridiculous. All right, I did the joke. It's not another bracket challenge. It's back. Just head over to altitudesportsradio.com starting on Sunday. Pick 5 teams in the NCAA tournament. You see they fired Bobby Hurley? That happened. I have 3 teams that I theoretically could root for in the tournament that I have spent money on. Because I've always said if you spend money, you get to, as the dad, you get to root for that school. All 3. CU, Arizona State, Syracuse, gone. Season's over.
See you later.
I got 3. You figure one of the 3 is going to make it. One of the 3? All right, but I can pick 5 teams. You can pick 5 teams. You can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets playoff game this year. This is a great way to enjoy the challenge. You don't have to pick 67 games, which is ridiculous. What are your favorite teams? What teams do you really love? What teams are you truly going to follow? There you go. It's a fun way to do it. It's a smart way to do it. It's powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere, on Broadway in Englewood, or online at groovetoyota.com. Let's football go. Coming up next. Turn it up. Turn it up. Turn it up. All right, here we go. It is a Ticket Thursday with chances to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword AIR, A-I-R, right now, 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you are entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is AIR. We'll announce our winner at 2:55. Best of luck. All right, Dan, Buds, Quins, Tanner, let's football go. Let's get into it. We got some breaking ex-Broncos news. Go ahead, pal. You know, we probably should have started the conversation there. I feel like we buried the lead.
Well, that was important, right?
Yeah, I didn't even think of it like that. But yes, that's actually an amazingly important fact in that particular story. Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad, are you kidding me what you guys have done? MountainHighAppliance.com. They are the absolute best. Breaking Broncos. Should I hit the... Should we hold on to our butts?
PhD free agency frenzy tracker.
Dan, are we holding on to our butts for this one?
Well, the 49ers should be, because they are signing back one of their former stars, agreeing to terms with linebacker Dre Greenlaw.
How about that?
The former draft pick of the Niners spent last season with the Broncos and now returns on a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. Guys, why didn't it work out here more long-term between the Broncos and Dre Greenlaw? What do you think happened? Why is he no longer a Denver Bronco?
He'd be here if he was healthy. The culture deal, the Sean Payton deal. When you're healthy, Dre Greenlaw is a dog. When you're a dog, it doesn't matter what your cultural fit is unless it's a real problem. And nobody was acting like it was a real problem. So if he was healthy, he'd still be a member of the Denver Broncos. In terms of the San Francisco deal, they never wanted to lose him.
All right.
That's true. Kyle did everything in his power, even up to the last minute. Because if you remember, Dre committed during the legal tampering period here to Denver. And Kyle, on like the day of free agency, was still trying to get him to come back to the 49ers. So they liked him. They loved him. Dre, at the end of the season, kind of put his foot in his mouth a little bit, talking about Sean Payton and how much he missed Kyle. Both sides get the reunion that they covet.
Do you think Dre Greenlaw, though, was, at the end of the day, impacted by the power plants and the voltage and what that's doing to all the injuries over there with the 49ers?
Could be.
You know?
That was the problem.
That's the problem. Good for Dre Greenlaw. It's just, Sean did say amazingly nice things about this dude in training camp before he got hurt. Said it sounded different. Did he compare him to like Rambo or Rocky or something like that? It was something like that. I mean, there were like 6 days of Dre Greenlaw that were unbelievable. And then at the end of the day, what they really did, they had to make a choice. Do we want to go with the consistency of a guy like Justin Strnad, or do we want to hang in there with Dre Greenlaw and bring Singleton back as well? But I think they were always going to bring Singleton back. I think it came down to a decision, Tyler, in my opinion. Basically, do we go with this guy Strnad, who's been here forever and we can really rely on, or Greenlaw that's been wildly inconsistent for us? And the fact that they could save a few bucks, that apparently they're in no rush to use, but they can do it, that helps too. So it happens. There's guys that come here as free agents, and it's just they're really somebody else. Like he's really a Niner. Like Jamal Charles was really a Chief. Who was the dude there from the Cowboys that came here that caused all that those sort of issues.
Oh.
Randy Gregory. Gregory
yeah.
Who came here.
That was a bad one.
Right. Right. He's, what is Randy Gregory? That sort of thing. So this is just another one. This does happen in free agency when you shop for couches on somebody else's lawn. I mean, it's the way it goes. I don't think it's even that big of a deal. It's just the way it goes. It's just the nature of the business.
But I am majorly bummed that this one didn't work out because
yeah.
Dre had the ability to be the impact of type of linebacker that we haven't had in a long time.
Who was the other inside linebacker we were really high on last year? There was another guy too, as I recall. Gosh darn it, who was it?
I don't remember.
All right. Next one, Dan.
Guys, Baltimore Ravens GM Eric DeCosta addressed the media yesterday for the first time since voiding the trade for Raiders pass rusher Max Crosby, describing himself as emotionally shaken by the decision while firmly rejecting suggestions the team had buyer's remorse. He said, quote, "Nobody's more upset about this than me. I'm gutted by it, actually," DeCosta said during a 19-minute session with reporters. Quote, a big regret for me, but we will move on as a football team. DeCosta declined to cite specific medical concerns, saying the trade was nullified based on our assessment of the situation. However, the team quickly pivoted to a 4-year, $112 million deal with Trey Hendrickson without surrendering any draft capital compared to the two first-round picks the Crosby trade would have required. Do you believe Ravens GM Eric DeCosta didn't have buyer's remorse?
No is the answer. I think this guy is full of it. And he also said during that press conference that the goal was to put Crosby and Hendrickson on the same team together. Like that was the dream matchup. Like that's what they were going to try to do. And if you truly believe that, we got some swampland in Florida to sell you.
Well, Trey Hendrickson said the same thing. He said that when he was negotiating with the Ravens, it was his understanding he was going to be paired up with Max Crosby. So maybe that was the narrative that they were spinning at the time.
Yeah, maybe. Super shady organization may say something like that.
Yeah, this is one of the more shady deals in the history of the NFL. Just ever. You knew what you were signing up for. You knew he had a meniscus problem. You knew he was fresh off surgery. You already had the answers from the doctors. You knew exactly what you were going to see.
Yeah, it's a load of crap by an organization that I wouldn't trust to cross the street with, or some other really snappy analogy. Next story, Dan.
The Minnesota Vikings, guys, are expected to pursue free agent quarterback Kyler Murray following his official release by the Cardinals. League sources told The Athletic. Obviously, the Cardinals had signaled their intention to cut Murray on March 3rd, ending his 7-year tenure with the franchise. What do you think this says about the future of J.J. McCarthy there in Minnesota if the Vikings do indeed sign the former first overall pick, Kyler Murray?
It's not a death sentence, but it's not great. It doesn't end McCarthy's career, but it may send him on like a Sam Darnold-esque rehab trek through the NFL. It's a tough one.
Yeah, I mean, it's a death sentence there in Minnesota, that's for sure. Makes it another year as a backup. You get rid of him, whatever it might be. Maybe you get lucky, you land with Kyle Shanahan.
There you go.
Kyler Murray, can he make it work in Minnesota?
I don't know.
Maybe, man, maybe. I'm not a Kyler Murray fan. I never have been. He's a very limited quarterback. He's a tremendous athlete. And if there's a guy that can make it work, it might be Kevin O'Connell.
He's a great coach, man. We think he's terrific. And he's certainly made some fascinating things happen there. I don't know with Kyler Murray. I just don't believe in this dude. I mean, you're putting clauses in his contract so he doesn't play too many video games. He's undersized to start with. Does he have a better future in baseball? Maybe. Did you see the A's? The A's are like, yeah, we'd love to have him back any moment. Come on back anytime you want. They still retain his rights. He was a top 10 pick in round 1 of the baseball draft. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I wouldn't want to be a Vikings fan hinging my hopes and dreams on the underside shoulders of Kyler Murray, Tyler. That's for sure.
No, but honestly, they're pretty fortunate that even Kyler's out there right now, because what other options do they have?
Well, how about your guy Kirk Cousins?
No.
No reunion there in Minnesota?
No, you can't
do that.
You can't try to recreate that. And honestly, the fans in Minnesota, they'd tell you Kirk in his prime wasn't good enough. And I'm a huge Kirk fan, but That's what they would tell you.
How about Kirk gonna maybe, we'll see where it goes, right? It's not official, but maybe going to Vegas to be the mentor to Fernando.
Yeah,
is
they're
that what they're
expected to show interest, according to reports in Kirk Cousins.
Well, that would make a lot of sense.
Don't you think?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal for everybody right there, right?
Yeah.
Kirk would be the perfect guy as long as, and by the way, who's to say he won't play a significant amount? Who's to say they're going to throw Mendoza into the fire and Kirk doesn't, hey, man, let's get this going, man. Let's get this 6-7 games. Get a lot of new people here. Let's get it going. And everybody knows Fernando's the future. Kirk would know it too.
Kirk's a West Coast guy, going back with Kubiak, West Coast guy. Not the exact same, but it's the same verbiage.
It's a pretty good quarterback room, right? You got Kirk to the mentor to Fernando. Look at this. You got Max Crosby back, I guess. You got everybody else.
I got a gut feeling the Max Crosby deal. I think it's going to be kumbaya now.
I do too.
The Raiders and Max Crosby, it's going to be kumbaya.
I think so too, because
we did right by you.
Yes, we tried.
We gave you exactly what you wanted.
Everything you wanted.
You've got a Raiders tattoo on your arm, buddy. Yep. You don't even have to cover it up anymore.
The fan base loves you. We made tons of improvements. We changed everything basically. So all of your frustrations we have addressed.
Yeah.
And why not? And we do love you. As we're proving, like we're going to wrap our arms around you now that you're back here. I don't even think it's all that awkward. I think it's kind of like a little bit of a rah-rah moment there.
Yeah, because the team didn't want to get rid of him.
No, and he knows that. He forced the issue. And they're welcoming him back. They just told him to pound sand in Baltimore. They're not going to tell him that. What do you think? They're going to try to trash him or get rid of him there with the Raiders? Hell no. No way. They're going to try to make it work. God, the Raiders may be sneaky good this year, man. I don't
think they're going to be good, but
Patriots turned it around in 1 year.
Yeah, they also had a quarterback that was a proven NFL commodity. And I know you think of these rookies as proven commodities. They are not.
No, I got you. I mean, but Bo got the Broncos to the playoffs in his rookie year. I mean, that did happen too.
Yep.
How much involvement do you think Gary is going to have there with Clint?
A lot. I mean, practically going to be living in Vegas, or whether he's got the Shanahan setup where he gets the film sent to his home office. It's going to be quiet. It's not going to be talked about publicly. You're not going to see his face a lot. He's not going to be standing on the sideline, but he's going to be involved in the day-to-day would be my guess.
Next story, Dan.
Lastly, fellas, this is kind of crazy. So Tom Pelissero tweets out, former Colts safety Rodney Thomas II is signing with the Seahawks per source. Parker Gabriel of the Post quote tweets that and says, I believe that leaves the Broncos as the only team in the NFL
that's a riot.
that haven't added an external free agent yet.
Wow. So Seattle caved. The Seahawks caved.
The Broncos are the lone survivor in the NFL.
Wow.
Not adding external free agents.
There's no way this has ever happened before. There's no way.
Not this long.
They're the last team to add an external free agent.
Dude, I almost feel
that's unbelievable.
I almost feel bad for the poor soul that the Broncos actually do sign.
A lot of pressure.
Whoever that poor soul is,
right, you're it.
You are going to be hated upon by this franchise.
That's so funny. He's going to have a hard time finding somebody to go to lunch with. That's a dude like, talk about feeling like the new kid in school. What is the usual turnover for an NFL roster? It's like 33%.
Yeah, it's crazy.
The turnover for the Broncos is like 2 guys. It's PJ Locke and John. Well, I mean, there's a couple guys, I guess, that are out.
Jaleel.
Well, right. You know what? Would you really be shocked, though, in the next couple days if Jaleel signs with the Broncos at a league minimum?
No, we already know that they've been talking to him.
Right. Sam Mustipher, I don't know. Sam Mustipher. And then Michael Burton. Of course Michael Burton's going to be back on this team at some point, Tyler. You know he is.
No, he won't.
Sean Payton loves that guy.
No, Adam Prentice did a good job. Adam's your guy now.
You can never have too many fullbacks.
One's enough. Turns out.
Mercedes Lewis, week 10. God, what are they going to do in the draft, man? Like, there is not a lot of room on this team. Not even at the depth positions.
No, there's going to be depth issues.
BPA.
You got depth issues at 3 positions on offense for sure. You got depth issues at 3 positions on defense as well. Defensive tackle, linebacker, and safety.
Oh, so you're giving up on Drew Sanders?
Who is Drew Sanders?
You know what? It's screaming.
What does Drew Sanders look like?
He's a fine looking fella, 6'5".
You have no idea what he looks like.
I do know what Drew Sanders. Well,
I have no idea what he looks like.
I don't know. I bet they go C.J. Allen, like who you profiled yesterday. That seems to me and he is best website ever, NFL draftmockdatabase.com. Yeah, it's Dan's putting it up there. There he is. That's Drew Sanders. See, what you needed to do is put up, photos of like 3 different dudes and be like, all right, which one is Drew Sanders? Oh, we get it. He is a pretty average looking guy, isn't he?
Unremarkable. Like,
how long do you think Drew Sanders would have to hang out at the food court at Park Meadows till somebody said, hey, man, are you Drew Sanders? What do you think would happen first? If we put Dan Tanner and Drew Sanders eating like a, Chipotle at the food court right over here. Who do you think people would recognize first?
What if they both brought the blow-up dolls?
Well, I don't know how. I mean, I don't know who would need it more. I mean, Drew Sanders is in the NFL. I mean, at the end of the day,
sorta. Nobody knows that.
You don't think he puts that on Tinder?
I'd put it on Tinder.
I bet you do. Of course you do.
That's a great selling point right there.
Gotta use it right there. I'm in the NFL. Clickety clackety click. Enter.
I tried it.
Fine.
Worked out.
Right, as it turns out. All right, there you go with the NFL and the Broncos. And any other thoughts, man, on any of this stuff? I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, we're just banging our heads
at this point, realistically, I think the best thing that you could hope for the Broncos, get some depth at the linebacker, get some depth at safety, so that doesn't feel like such a priority going into the draft.
Nice night for the Nuggets last night. Can they double down on that? If you missed the news about Nathan McKinnon, we got some news on that for you as well. Stick around right here. Nate and Andy coming up, and we'll give away our winner for those Nuggets tickets on our Ticket Thursday. So again, the keyword, I can throw it in here one last time. I'll do this for you. Air. This hour's keyword is air. We'll have a winner within 15 minutes. PhD on 92.5. All right, let's go. Hey, we thank you for listening to us anywhere and everywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. I just got a note from my wife. It is a double dipperoo for the Avs and Nuggets on Saturday, but it's the Avs in Winnipeg and the Nuggets in LA. And time goes so fast, Tyler, on this stuff, but like St. Patrick's Day, Michigas is on Saturday downtown with the parade, and really, if you're going to do that.
Say that again?
Michigas. You never heard the term Michigas?
What is that?
It's Yiddish for general chaos and foolishness.
Okay.
Yes, Michigas, craziness, insanity. So, foolishness, that sort of thing. You can check me on that. I guarantee you that's what it means.
Dan Tanner will definitely be hanging out
Look it up.
there. That's where the reggae guys go.
I really have not participated in the downtown parade, that sort of St. Patrick's Day festivities.
Oh, I've been downtown on St. Patty's Day before.
How is it?
It's been about, how old am I? 40? Probably been about 19 years.
Okay, that's about right then.
Yeah.
It's probably the right age to be down there.
So
in college?
Yeah.
Okay,
and like it's Michigas. What's the word?
Michigas. Yeah,
I said it right.
Yeah.
I did that right.
Yes.
Wow, that was impressive.
Yeah, you got
That's
it.
what it is.
Yeah. It's just, my wife is just like, should we go down there? See, she desperately wants to try to.
Wow, you guys think you're so young and cool,
isn't it something?
Wow.
I mean, that is definitely like a light rail. That is a hotel night. That is like the whole kit and caboodle.
That's a stay the hell away night. What are you talking about?
I don't know. We've never done it. Listen, I've certainly had my fun on New Year's or on maybe. I'll tell you what. I might need a refresher course. I'm not going to lie. It's been a minute. I mean, maybe this could be my best shot.
I thought you did advertisements for that.
I'm ready, but it's, you got to have a participant. You have to have a willing participant. I'm good. I'm fine.
Nobody wants to hear about your sex life. You talk about your sex life every single day on this show.
What exactly?
And there's not a single human being out there that wants to hear about it.
What exactly would there be to talk about?
Every single day you do your sex talk update.
What if I'm talking about not having sex, though? I mean, is that still talking about sex?
Yes.
Well, then I could be talking about it every day.
And if anybody wants to know the most disturbing fact about DMac that you probably do not know, and once you learn this, it's going to bother you because you can actually picture it. This is a true story. Darren McKee hosted a sex talk radio show.
Infomania with me and Dr. Jenny Bagan.
Where he talked about sex all day, every day.
Well, it was Sunday nights at 10 o'clock, but that was wild. It's like 1994. Me and Dr. Jenny Bagan.
Gosh,
so did you guys have like callers?
Oh, yeah.
What was the?
It was unbelievable.
What was the craziest question you got that you could
Jenny
share?
from Cheektowaga. I'm feeling an itch down there. Oof. What should I do about it? It was stuff like that. It was like my boyfriend is. I mean, it was graphic, but in radio terms, it technically was a public service show.
Oh, you were teaching him how to get over the clap.
It was stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yep. It was. And it was at 10 p.m. The name of the show is Infomania because it was a public service show, but it was really just 2 straight hours of uninterrupted graphic sex talk.
So disturbing.
On a hard rock station.
You doing a sex talk show is like the most
Our ratings were unbelievable. Me and Dr. Jenny was great.
Thank God. No, never mind.
And then I got fired.
I was about to be mean.
Well, it was funny. I was the comic relief and she was the straight-laced sort of person, but she was great. I loved her. She was a real doctor. She was a sex therapist. Yeah, we did it all.
Did she give you any good advice? Anything that stuck with you?
Oh, I never really listened to what she said. I was just trying to be funny from Timmy and Cheektowaga that had a drip.
Why am I bleeding?
It was all, dude, why do I keep bleeding? I mean, it was like, why this? And then I liked it when it was more relationship stuff. Like, I'm currently cheating on my girlfriend. How do I let her know? I mean, that was kind of like, that was in my wheelhouse.
Did you say, well, did she deserve it?
Well, then I would be like, Jenny.
She probably made you do that, so
Jenny,
don't even worry about it.
Jenny, I got this one. When it came to the drips, I would be like, oh, well, Jenny, what do you think? She was the doctor.
Do you ever use ChatGPT or any of the AIs?
Not in 1994.
I'm talking about now.
No, I really don't.
So like ChatGPT in particular, it's just like it's like a yes man. Like it's there.
I understand that.
It's there to make you feel great.
Better. Right.
Like whatever decision you tell it that you made,
you're making the right call.
It makes sense to the machine.
Affirmation.
Like you cheated on your girlfriend. ChatGPT would come back and be like, well, you know what? She really set you up for that.
Exactly.
Like she if she would have treated you better, then you wouldn't have done that
Dan,
to her.
Put into ChatGPT right now. Put in, I cheated on my girlfriend. How should I feel about it? Put that exact question. I cheated on my girlfriend. How should I feel about it? And read us the answer.
Yeah. Whose fault is it?
Oh, that's even better. Even better. I cheated on my girlfriend. Better. I cheated on my girlfriend. Whose fault is it? And read us the answer with the Barry White music. We'll get that done.
Yeah,
so anyway, so I'm excited to, the wifey wanting to have a little fun.
Stop talking about the wifey. I don't want to even hear about the wifey anymore.
A little stay. It's really an excuse to try to hang out with our older son, who he's.
Well, that's going to help with the,
I don't know. Who knows how it's going to go? So look for me downtown. But I really do love St. Patrick's Day. It's the day of my people. I've had some fun on St. Patrick's Day, my friend.
See leprechauns all over the place.
Holy cow, I fit right in. Got my stupid little tattoo on the back of my neck. I could start some fights and throw up in an alley. Are you having a problem with this, Dan? Are you giving?
Well, it's giving me a lot of answers here.
All right, we'll just read what's off the top. But it goes better with the Barry White music for sure. Whatever it is.
Okay, so I asked the question, I cheated on my girlfriend. Whose fault is it to ChatGPT?
Turn the music up a little bit more, Dan. Okay.
Cheating situations are usually complicated. But the core responsibility for the decision to cheat normally lies with the person who chose to do it.
Ooh.
That doesn't automatically mean you're a bad person overall.
There you go.
It just means the action was yours.
Exactly.
All right.
Relationships can have problems. Temptations, misunderstandings, loneliness,
temptations,
alcohol, or other pressures.
Oh, there you go.
But those factors
Happy St. Patrick's Day.
Don't remove personal responsibility for your choices.
All right, so ChatGPT is giving you a little guilt trip there, but they're still saying you're a good person.
I wrote, I cheated on my girlfriend. Whose fault is it? Short but nuanced answer.
Okay. And?
Primarily yours, because cheating is a choice you made.
Oh, jeez.
But the relationship problems that may have led up to it, that belongs to both of you.
All right.
ChatGPT is like the best friend that you never had.
Congratulations to Stephen Bradfield. He is our winner for them basketball tickets. Way to go, Stephen. We'll have Nate is out doing Mountain West basketball there in Vegas, so it's Spring and Andy coming in here, and they'll have more keywords to do that. We do it every Tuesday. We do it every Thursday. I mean, it's insane how many tickets we've given away over the past year. Nobody here in Denver, Colorado is doing that. Nobody in the country is giving away more like NHL and NBA tickets than we are. I guarantee it. So we love doing it. Hopefully you appreciate it too. And that's what we got going on. It was fun watching the WBC a little bit. I was a little disappointed that Mexico didn't make it a little bit more interesting. Italy got a big lead, and that's that. I love the Italy guy, who of course is from Virginia. Just like, hey, you're welcome, USA. Way to go. He's talking to the
couldn't do it on your own. We did it for you.
We helped you out, you Americans. Us Italian Americans took care of it for you. So, hey, good for Italy and those Italian Americans. I was watching, I don't know if you saw the DR against Venezuela. Holy cow. Dude, it might not mean much to Bryce Harper, and maybe America really hasn't caught on to this whole thing, but you got to see the fans, the Dominican Republic, and what they're doing in Venezuela. It was a great game. And you got some incredible players there, and the DR did win. They beat Venezuela. Both teams are going to advance. It was more for a seeding thing than anything. But the passion for this tournament in other countries for this tournament is through the damn roof. Do you think there's a reason why it's not really kind of catching fire here in America? like why we don't care, as much about it. I think it's awesome. But there's nowhere it's to the degree it is in these other countries.
It came out the gates hot and heavy. Like when it first got here, it was awesome. I don't particularly know the answer other than I think it's a baseball issue. Just
3 years ago when you saw Shohei Ohtani face Mike Trout, it was unreal. Do you think it would reach that same fevered pitch if it was Japan against USA like we got with Four Nations? Do you think it would get there? Do you think it would get more attention or less attention than Four Nations if you got USA, Japan, Shohei against Judge in a championship game? More or less popular than Four Nations if you got to that championship moment?
Not even close to Four Nations.
You don't think so?
Not even within the same ballpark as Four Nations.
Really? Ratings-wise, interest-wise, like to what degree?
All of it. Isn't that the same?
I think it would, man. I don't think it would get to the Olympic level, but I think, gosh, you don't think it would get, Andy, do you think it would get to that attention level? We have Japan,
baseball classic?
Yeah, we got Japan, U.S. in the championship of the WBC.
No.
Do we have the same interest level that we did in the Four Nations?
I think part of the Four Nations appeal is the fact that U.S. is an underdog. Hockey's Canada's sport. What are we in an underdog in anymore at all? You and I have talked about it. We come from the age group of we remember when we used to send our plucky little amateurs out to the Olympics. They had to go take on the men and women of the other countries, and I think it just led to something that maybe helped you root for it. I don't think
the USA should be an underdog. They're loaded with Hall of Famers. They should be favored in every game they play.
That's why I'm saying I don't think we care as much right now.
Because we're favored.
Because it's our sport. Baseball's supposed to be ours.
So it's not fun to watch our guys in our sport dominate Japan?
I don't know that people are as look, the baseball ratings are what they are. It's the sport's in a weird spot. I don't know.
I haven't seen what the ratings are for the WBC. Are they not that good?
I don't know. Look, it's non-existent to me because I'm watching basketball and hockey. You picked the wrong time, spring training. And the other thing about Four Nations was, this is how baseball's got to try to do this in my mind. You got the wrong time of year. I'm barely even processing that it's baseball.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're in spring training. And we live in a market where we don't even get reports from spring training anymore. Again, you want to talk about times have changed. I remember when every TV and radio station, DMac talked about it with Scotty the other day. They used to have these great, I used to be jealous of the coverage you guys would be able to go down and do because I only went there a couple of times. You go hang out at Salt River Fields. You'd be part of things. You'd be around it. Nobody does that anymore because the Rockies are irrelevant. No TV station goes. We're lucky. You got to get a streaming package just to get it on TV and all that stuff. So to me, you got to pick if they instead of the All-Star break in July, play the WBC or whatever. Because again, what I think helped the Four Nations was you were into the hockey season, you were familiar with your dudes, and then the next thing you know, they're playing in a tournament against each other. So,
all right, so apparently it's up 142% from 3 years ago, but the numbers are relatively benign. Team USA dominates.
Yeah, but see again, 2.9 million versus 3.74. We're not talking about.
It makes it the most watched non-final WBC telecast on any network. So the ratings have been great for what it's been.
That's also preseason football numbers. That's what makes me laugh.
Oh, I understand that.
Yeah, but that's not. That's actually not bad.
Yeah, I'm not going to make that argument. I understand the power of football. I'm asking about this compared to the Four Nations. I'm not comparing this to football.
I just don't think they're playing it at the right time of year. Again, like I just said.
So you guys will be surprised if this has better ratings than Four Nations at the end of the day.
I'd be shocked, but I'd be shocked.
All right, well, we'll keep our eyes on it.
But again, it's also, we're in a time where we're being influenced by the fact the U.S. just won the gold in hockey, and away we go.
9.3 million in the U.S. on ESPN for Four Nations, peaking at 10.4.
Yeah.
Okay. That's a big number, man. That's way bigger than what exists right now. And I understand.
Four Nations was huge.
Well, I got you. And I understand the United States has to be in the final
but
to have a chance.
I'll give you this because the WBC was huge when it first started. So check out the Four Nations in 10 years. See if that's still.
You think we're still going to have the Four Nations?
I hope so. Every other year, maybe.
But I'm just telling you, shove this thing in the summer. I think you got a different deal. But you're doing it right now, or like I said.
Should baseball stop like hockey stopped in 28 for the Olympics?
Absolutely. Why the hell not? I mean, your season's so long. And again, what was my big freak out about the hockey thing? I didn't want my guys getting hurt. Well, again, baseball's not quite as much of a contact sport, if you will. So
That's pretty crazy. You'd lose up to maybe like 12 games. If you did that.
Okay.
Or you'd have to make up 12. Well, I guess you could do it, right? You could start in
Play
March.
some doubleheaders.
Seriously.
You know what I mean?
Start the season a little earlier. Yeah,
I mean,
it's
come
really
on.
not
You
thinking
could
of
do it. That's the one sport you can do it.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. Has Cam Johnson figured it out, or is that a blip in the radar?
Fixing to find out tonight, right?
Tonight's going to define it?
Well, I mean, look, I need some consistency. One game ain't going to get it done for me. It was good to see. But here's the thing. You know, last night was fun, and I'm glad that basically nobody of any importance. I was surprised Jamal played as long as he did in the fourth quarter. Nobody of any real importance hadn't necessarily play. Aaron Gordon got to sit it out. So that was all great. But, dude, I need to see some consistency, A, and B, I need you to not be tight when the game's on the line. When Oklahoma City's making a run, how about you cash a few of those threes then? Not when you're up 18 by a tired team that just played the Raptors last night.
Do you discount the game a little bit like the Celtics were on a back-to-back,
yes,
as were the Rockets?
Just like we're going to discount tonight if the Nuggets don't show up again. Now, Wemby's got a sore ankle, and so he's on the injury report too.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know what that's going to be. I literally don't understand why the NBA wants to do this. Why do you want to stack all these back-to-back? It's just so stupid. And I know people get tired of Scott complaining, but, dude, I've traveled with teams. You've traveled with teams. Man, that travel, again, I get it. They stay in nice stuff, and you aren't. This is not business travel. I'm not trying to claim that. But getting in at 3 a.m. and having a weird sleep schedule and then trying to go up and perform for people, this is what you get. You got what you got last night. Wouldn't you rather have a good – and what blows my mind is the Nuggets in Houston and the Nuggets in San Antonio, if I'm the NBA, I'm going, these are going to be prime matchups. Let's space these out.
You want to talk about craziness for the Nuggets tonight. San Antonio is in the middle of a 6-game homestand. And they don't have any backs-to-backs in any of this. That's a team that's been at home, staying at home, is pretty well rested. They should kill the Nuggets tonight, right?
Probably, yeah.
With or without Wemby?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
They're rested, right?
So this would be one of the bigger upsets.
And I don't know how much of Gordon you're going to get. Like, I would ask all Nuggets fans, do you even want Gordon to play tonight? I don't need you tweaking that hammy, bro.
I would say no. I would not want him.
And you got the Lakers to try to really grab hold. Yeah, Saturday is what you got to worry about.
Because they have the tiebreaker.
They
have the tiebreaker right now on Houston and Minnesota, and if they beat the Lakers on Saturday, they'll have the tiebreaker over them too. That game on Saturday in LA is a big, and they play great in LA. So that's a big one.
Right.
And it's a national TV one too. It's on ABC.
Tonight is tonight. Whatever.
So who cares?
I'm going to watch most of the Avs probably anyway, unless it's a close game.
You can watch two things at the same time.
I know.
You not
I've got the
that?
Altitude app.
Oh, well.
What do you think about that?
Dual screen function.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Huh? What do you think about that?
Pretty cool.
Nice little promo right there.
Yeah.
I love the Altitude app.
There you go. You can do that.
All right, hey, what's
you
up,
got paid
boys?
for that, pal.
How's everyone doing?
I got paid.
You guys
Doing
doing
great.
good? You guys
Yeah,
doing good?
doing great.
You guys want to get the hell out of here? You can get out of here.
Sure.
Go.
Sure. Okay.
Go.
Well, there
He's
you go.
very, yeah, very aggressive with getting us out of here.
Come on,
This
I
is
know
like,
the tea. I know the chatter.
Okay.
It's Kreckman and Lindahl. It's
Here
starting
we
right
go.
now.
All right.
Tyler, you can go scroll on your phone out in the hallway.
Wow. Look at this guy.
I'm driving, baby. I'm driving. Nate's out. I'm the hard-ass substitute teacher. That's who I am. As everyone shuffles awkwardly, Nugget Spurs tonight. I'm Mark Springer. I'm in for Nate Kreckman today. Andy, I know these dudes, they want to get out of here. They want to get on with their day. I got you, buddy. We're good.
Well, now that
We're
Tyler's
golden.
all chat GPT and how to explain cheating on your girlfriend, I kind of wonder what he's off to do.
Is that what he was chat GPTing right there?
That was what they were talking about as
Easy,
I drove in.
Dak Prescott. Easy, Dak Prescott. All right. Aaron Gordon, he is questionable, Andy. He might play tonight. Second night of a
I'd say
back-to-back.
don't. I don't.
I don't know, man. They're only 4.5-point underdogs in this game. They're good historically, recently, at
Yeah,
least
I
on
know
second
they
night
are.
of back-to-backs.
I know they are, but again,
You can go get this done.
Look, I don't need another one of these where I think we're all where I don't want to see the grab for the hamstring again, because again, he's the most important piece to this playoff puzzle. He gets the spacing right. Spacing was right last night. It opens up things for other people. It was something Scotty was breaking it down for me. It is amazing, and you saw it again last night. It is amazing how much better Christian Brown can play when Aaron Gordon's in there, because then Christian Brown isn't your top defender, really, when you think about it.
Yep. It was huge last night.
He got it,
I mean, how about the games that Cam Johnson and Christian Brown had?
Yeah, and it was great to see Cam get the 3-ball going, and I really hope it did. But again, if you think about it, he didn't get it going until the second half because they kept talking about it on ESPN. Who was it? Richard Jefferson and Tim Legler.
Mm-hmm.
So
actually, I was at a Chili's watching the game, so I had sound off.
Oh yeah,
sound off, baby.
You know, the most times I ever hear that, hey, I saw your Mammoth game was at a bar with the sound off,
and it sounded way better.
Yeah, commentary was stunning.
So I didn't have the luxury of complaining about the commentators last night, like a lot like to do. But I mean, what a game from Cam Johnson. I talk trash about him because he's been bad. But keep in mind, coming back from the knee injury, and it takes time. It takes time to get into rhythm. In fact, I have a cut from Jonas Valanciunas we'll get to here in a sec that I want to play about that. But it takes time, Andy, to get back into a rhythm. Aaron Gordon didn't score last night. They didn't need him to score. But that was his third game back. He's still getting into a rhythm. In fact, I want to hear from David Adelman. He talked pregame last night about Aaron Gordon and whether or not he would play tonight. And David Adelman indicated that it's possible that Aaron Gordon would play tonight. They're trying to get these games, Andy. They're trying to go, look at the standings. Look at the standings in the Western Conference. It's all bundled by a game. Rockets and Lakers are half a game ahead of the Nuggets, who are in the 5 seed, tied with the Timberwolves, who are in the 6 seed on tiebreaker. The Nuggets secured the tiebreaker over the Rockets last night. I think they want to go try to get that 3 seed. I think they're going to play Aaron Gordon tonight. At least that's what the tea leaves are telling me.
Oh, I don't have any doubt. I mean, if you were to get a win tonight, then you're starting to creep back up into top 4 territory. It is amazing. Gosh, I didn't realize there were 3 teams at 40 games, 40 wins apiece. I'm just telling you, my nervousness is just don't overdo it, because I feel like when he came back last time, he overdid it. And you know what? You don't have 6 weeks. What was this last absence? 6 weeks, 7 weeks? We don't have that before the playoffs starts. You don't.
They had the luxury.
He's got to get in game shape before you get to the playoffs.
They had the luxury last night of, he didn't have to play in the fourth quarter. Jokic didn't have to play in the fourth quarter. Murray did play a little bit in the fourth. They blew those dudes out, as they should have, because Houston played the night before. But they gave themselves a luxury of not having to. Aaron Gordon only played 22 minutes.
Sure.
Can't give him 22 more tonight? Even if it's just 22.
They better be smart. If they're smart, 22 minutes, then fine. But I'm just telling you, and again, both the Rockets and Lakers do have a game in hand on the Nuggets as we look at these records, because the Nuggets and Wolves are 40-26. Rockets and Lakers 40-25. Keep that in mind. Look, man, he's so important. Aaron Gordon is the key to anything happening this spring. If he's out and that hammy's bad, you're not doing much. We've just seen too much evidence of it over the last month and a half.
Mm-hmm.
So be smart,
Be smart, but you also.
But he does have to get back into game shape. But yeah, I wouldn't go more than 20 minutes tonight. How about that? I would not go more than 20 minutes tonight. And you know what? I would also say, if you get into the third quarter and they start to run away from you, you just don't try to reel them in. You got to sit your guys and aim for that. That Lakers game is going to be huge Saturday. Huge.
Oh yeah. No, it's a scheduled loss tonight. It is, and maybe you do just want to put all your eggs in the Lakers basket on Saturday night. Maybe you do.
Look, I'm fine taking the first half to take a swing at this thing, but again, if you don't have it, don't force it.
Sure. Okay, let's hear from David Adelman. This is him on if Aaron Gordon could play tonight. This is from yesterday.
Yeah, I'll talk to Steve after the game. Obviously, we're tipping off at 9:00 San Antonio time, so I don't know. I think we'll get there at 4. So we'll make decisions not just based on the physical condition of Aaron, but just, where we're at as a team. And obviously, with what happened a couple times this year with him, that'll be a serious conversation when the game's over. I do think it's important for the guys to just focus on the challenge at hand. And then afterwards, we'll have that conversation when the medical guys look at him.
So they said they were just going to see what happens. Will they end up blowing out the Rockets and not having to play their starters a lot in the second half? And he didn't rule it out. He didn't rule it out even before last night.
No, because he wants to.
Sure.
Very different team with him on the floor.
Sure.
I get why he wants to.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I said, I understood from his point of view, why he overplayed Aaron a little bit the first time back, because you don't have anybody that replaces that guy. You just don't. So he's not to the level of Joker, but you just don't have his physicality, his defense, and a guy that forces the defense of the other team to spread out the same way as when he's not playing. So
just a brutal back-to-back too. You're playing less than 24 hours apart, given time change.
Yeah, and again, what I
you
understand,
have to go to San Antonio,
right? You got to go lose
Rockets?
an hour. Like, to me, and this is where I'm going to borrow a Scott Hastings line of thought for a minute. If you were going to do this, and I don't know what San Antonio's got going on in the building, but DMac just said they haven't had back-to-back, so I'm assuming last night the building may have been open. But why wouldn't you have them go play in San Antonio, then come back here and at least gain the hour?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like
instead of having them play here and now go lose an hour for this one.
Yeah, DMac just said that they were on a 6-game. They're on a 6-game homestand.
They've just been chilling out there.
Why can't they break that thing up? Like the Nuggets have had to go to here, then come back there, and it's just no consistency
and now
at
they're
all.
They're going to the West Coast after tonight, which, again, if you're going to set this up, and to me, you know what we talked about yesterday for a bit. What do you expect when you go to a game? Well, ultimately what I expect is to hopefully see a good game. I expect to see my team win, but I'm hoping to see a good game. And when you do some of the scheduling that the NBA likes to do, and by the way, somebody wrote in and said, hockey players don't complain as much as the NBA guys about back-to-back. That's fair, but I also tell you this, the hockey guys aren't playing 3 and 4 nights the way the NBA has been doing constantly this year. I don't know what their deal is. And if you think about it, the Nuggets now are on game because remember, they played Monday in OKC. They played last night tonight. Then they go off, and now it's going to be 4 games in 6 nights by the time they get and play the Lakers. And they did the 3 games. They did the back-to-back last week and did the 3 games in 4 nights again last week. So I don't know what the NBA's thing is with 3 games in 4 nights for all these teams, but you're hurting your product. And again, as a Denver fan, I'm sure you're happy that Houston came in here dog-tired after playing Toronto. But if you really want to kind of gauge yourself against other teams, it might have been nice if everybody would have had at least a day's rest before they got together last night in what would have been a really cool matchup against 2 really good teams. So
I want to hear from Kevin Durant after last night's game. The Nuggets held him to 11 points.
Yeah, how about that? They kind of had a new plan for him.
Yeah, having Aaron Gordon back helped, but, Christian Brown was much better defensively.
They were jumping him early, though. They kind of gave him a little Jamal Murray treatment.
Yeah. And, this is 37-year-old Kevin Durant. This is a different era. He looked old last night, and the Nuggets aren't a great defensive team, so for that team to hold him to 11, still, I think that they wanted it last night. They knew the urgency, knowing that they had to go to San Antonio tonight. But Kevin Durant, after the game last night, on the Rockets having played on the second night of a back-to-back last night.
This is a tough place for the second half of a back-to-back. Did that have an effect?
No. This is our job. We get paid to do this, and back-to-backs, and that shouldn't matter at all.
Glad he feels that way, but...
And the Nuggets have been historically good on back-to-backs.
They like the back-to-back, which is crazy. By the way, looking at the Avs schedule since the texter brought it up, they play just about every other night. Why doesn't the NBA just do that? Why just not go every other night?
I don't know, dude. Cardi B had to come to Ball Arena the other night. You got to make room for that.
Okay, but is that all the time? Cardi B's touring all the time? Just give these guys, just tell them they're going every other night.
There's a bunch of scheduling.
I love it when hockey and basketball's every other night. I love it.
Some of these arenas are going to host March Madness.
I know.
A variety of things.
Whatever, but watching how many times they go every other night, man, you get a better product, you get a better game.
It should be so easy, right?
Makes it more worth the ticket you bought.
But
I know, like
you didn't have to play Strother last night.
You got to get Paw Patrol live in there and let them do their thing.
Because Cam Johnson finally played well, so you can people throw a little more Strother and Pickett out there tonight.
All right, do you think Cam Johnson's back? That's what DMac asked and crossed.
He's a really good player. People forget he went to the NBA Finals with the Phoenix Suns early in his career.
We'd all like him to be that version of Cam every night. We'd love that version.
It looked legit. He looked like he had an extra spring in his step. Everything he had takes to the rim.
Look, the guy plays good defense when he's on. That's another reason why I liked the trade at the time.
Obviously, I want him to shoot, and they need him to shoot. That's his primary.
But he was
role.
going to the hoop. You know what? Keep going to the hoop. Go to the rack. Get that going. And
That's how I feel like it was legit. It wasn't just him hitting a couple shots and, you can do that. No, he was taking the ball to the rim with some aggression. I liked that. And it looked smooth. His burst as he got up was good. That looked like the Cam Johnson we were promised. And maybe it just took again, he had a knee injury.
He had that stretch before he got hurt, right?
Yeah, the knee injury hurt, man.
Nah, I get it, man. But again,
the ankle injury hurt Christian Brown.
But we can't say that he's back yet till we see it for a few games, right? I mean, again, some of these guys found their rhythm in a game that there was no consequence missing shots in the fourth quarter because you were up by double digits on what they got to 30 at one point. You're not worried of whether this ball goes. I need to see it when we really got to have this shot to stop the Oklahoma City run that they're on.
All right, don't forget, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. We got a keyword coming up for you on the other side of this break, as well as Chris Dempsey of Altitude TV. He's going to come on with me and Andy. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio. Hey, it's a Ticket Thursday.
Back over in the corner, Christian 3.
Yeah! 16-point lead for Denver, 79-63.
Damn right, cause it's a Ticket Thursday, and we have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword PICK right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is PICK. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck, everybody. Your keyword is PICK. Like I pick Chris Dempsey to come on the Kreckman and Lindahl show right now. Hey, Demps, how you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. How are you guys doing?
How about the Nuggets pick and roll? Is that a thing? But certainly Christian Brown and Cam Johnson last night. Demps, it was good to see them play well.
Yeah, it really was. Obviously, the Nuggets offense just works a whole lot better when they're making shots. And not only that, when they are able to impact the game in a variety of ways. And so for Christian Brown, we know what that means, right? That's in the open court. That's getting a steal, getting a block, getting a defensive rebound, and then just run outs. And beating teams down the court, getting high percentage baskets, doing it before a set defense, which really matters when you're talking about the Houston Rockets, because when they can set their defense, the majority of the time becomes very difficult to score on them consistently over the course of a game. So you must run when you get a defensive rebound. You must run off of turnovers. The Nuggets were able to do those things. Christian Brown was right at the front of the pack in terms of that kind of stuff. As for Cam Johnson, I think obviously we're all dialed in on the scoring, right? And he put in 17 points yesterday. So wonderful. That's exactly what they need from a scoring standpoint. But I think I was more impressed with the playmaking beyond that. I thought his floor game might have been the best floor game that he has played as a member of the Denver Nuggets. And so you kind of mix in the shooting. You got a couple of three-pointers. He made 6 shots overall. But then the passing as well, and the just reading. And speaking of pick and roll and dribble handoff, and the question is what do you do when you turn the corner in those screening situations? Do you take the shot? Do you dump it down? Do you move it on? What do you do? And I thought his decisions were spot on all night long. And so when you start with those two guys, those are the things that stood out to me.
All right, what would you do with Aaron Gordon tonight? Honestly, I mean, great win last night. Felt good. I think the Nuggets needed one of those. At least the fan base did, if not the team itself. But, Chris, you just start to see, Scotty was talking to me the other day about the spacing that Aaron Gordon provides and how much better, frankly, CB can be when he doesn't have to be the best defender on the floor when Aaron Gordon's out there. So, obviously, he's a key part of this thing. What would you do tonight? Would you go for the win or would you rest him just for the sake of being cautious?
It's a good question. I think for me, if you had asked me this prior to last night's game, I think I would have unequivocally said we should rest him on the second of a back-to-back. I just think the injury history says that you don't mess with that. Now, look, if you want to open a conversation about that, you can, because he only played 22 minutes last night. And so 22 minutes is not a lot. I mean, it's not super taxing. And, if you wanted to say, okay, you played 22 minutes tonight. If you play tonight, you're going to play 22 minutes tonight. You split it so that it's a 44-minute, block of time split between 2 games. I think now you could puzzle piece it any way you want. He's questionable on the injury report right now. I'm leaning to look. Guys, I probably would not play him. I just think the most important time to have him is in the playoffs. And, this game against the Spurs, look, you're trying, if you're the Nuggets, to move up to third somehow, some way. And actually they're starting to get all the tiebreakers. So they're putting themselves in a really good position to do so. And if you get a game like this, that'd be great in terms of continuing an upward trend of moving up. I just think that the more important game is Saturday and against the Lakers, and this is a kind of a free swing a little bit against a team that's really, really good. You can kind of get a good look at them. You haven't seen them since like November, I believe, and Wemby didn't even play in that game. So you can get a good look at what you look like against this team. But I think in regards to Aaron Gordon, maybe I would just kind of sit him, looking towards Saturday's game against the Lakers, and then obviously, playing him the remainder of the season.
Demps, Victor Wembanyama questionable tonight, as is Harrison Barnes, both with ankle injuries. So we'll see if Wemby goes. He probably will, but this is a tall task, Demps. Everyone, talk about the Thunder, but no matter where the Nuggets are in the bracket, they're not going to be the 1 seed. We know they're not going to be the 2 seed. So they're facing either Oklahoma City or San Antonio in the second round. How tough are the Spurs compared to the Thunder for the Nuggets?
Yeah, you would take the Spurs over the Thunder. Is what you would. So I like this conversation, Spring, because when you look at the projected playoff picture right now, I think you have the Nuggets in like the 4-5 series, which that's not where you want to be. Just to be honest with you, because that is a second round date with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and if you can just push the Thunder to as far down the road as you possibly can, then you would want to do that. So 3, 6, or 7. These are.
You think so? So are you telling me that if the Nuggets are in the 5th seed on the last day of the season, maybe they should think about losing to fall to 6?
Well, I mean, would they fall?
Well, sure, but if they have a way to control that destiny by losing to avoid Oklahoma City in the second round, would you do that?
Yeah, I think they would not do that because I don't think they don't care. I think they look at themselves as, and I do too. I think they can beat any of these teams in the Western Conference playoffs. It's just like, do you want to play the most difficult team fast or do you not? How fast do you want to play that team, even though you're well equipped to be able to outlast them in a 7-game series? Me personally, I would want to push that right on down the road and then just face them in a Western Conference final situation where now you're going to the NBA finals. Part 2 to that is, even if you get through, let's just say you get Oklahoma City and you get through that team in 7 games in the second round, what do you have left in the tank for the Western Conference finals? That would have been a very difficult series for you to get through. So look, I'm not advocating losing on purpose. I'm just saying,
sure,
if you fall into the 3 or the 6 or something like that keeps you off that side of the bracket, then I think it's better than the alternative.
Yeah, but see, that's interesting because to me, you know what I want when you play the Thunder? I understand your point, Demps. I would say I want to play you when we're healthy, period. That's it. I got to have Aaron Gordon, got to have Peyton Watson. And whether that's the first round or the third round, I don't care because I don't want those guys out when they face the Thunder, period. Because especially without Aaron Gordon, as we've seen, and even the other night, I think we saw how important Peyton Watson is to the defense there, Demps. I just think if they get those guys healthy, I think they got a shot. If they don't, and Gordon in particular is out, I just don't like their chances.
Yeah, I agree with you 1,000%. But also, Oklahoma City was playing without Jalen Williams.
I know.
And Chet Holmgren and
all right, you know what?
Isaiah
Let's pause there real quick, Demps. Let's pause there because I didn't get a chance to ask Scotty this, so I'm going to ask you as a guy that I respect the knowledge of all things NBA Nuggets in particular. Do you think there's a chance that smaller, quicker lineup was more of a problem than we gave it credit for? Do you think had they had those guys in, there's an outside chance that game doesn't look quite the same because all of a sudden you're trying to chase guards without a bench full enough to chase that small lineup they had out there?
Yeah, so I think part of it's a really good question. It's a good conversation. So the way that the Nuggets were guarding the Oklahoma City that night was they were basically putting 2 on Shea the vast majority of the time. And they were doing that because they felt that, all right, without some of your really good shot makers on, available to you, maybe if we can force the ball out of his hands, we can get the ball into the hands of a player who is more likely to miss the shot than make it. Well, they didn't do that at any point, right? So Shea gets a career high in assists and he gets 30-plus points because when the ball did get out of his hands, it found a guy who was making the shot routinely, whether that was McClain or whether that was Isaiah Joe or whether that was A.J. Mitchell or any of those guys. They were knocking them in at a very high rate. I just think that it exists exactly the same way when Chet Holmgren's on the court and when Jalen Williams is on the court, and then they'll run more offense. They'll be a bigger team, obviously. OKC would be, but the shot making is enhanced. With those players back in the lineup. So your defense, you couldn't even kind of indiscriminately just blitz every ball screen or just bring another guy over to double team him when he's playing in space with the expectation that maybe somebody might miss the shot. J-Dub, the other Jalen Williams, he scored 29 points in that game. He made a bunch of three-pointers. Now, is that his real MO? It's not.
Sure.
But it was that night. But if you give Chet Holmgren those same looks at three, he's probably going to make them, and it would be really realistic that he would make them and then do that consistently over the course of a series. So, yeah, do I think that the small lineup gave them issues? I do, but also they put themselves in a predicament where they were going to give up a wide-open jump shot somewhere because you're playing 4-on-3 on the backside of any double-team situation, whereas you did the exact same thing against the Houston Rockets yesterday, right? Kevin Durant only got 8 shots in this game. Like that's how you do it. Get the ball out of his hands. He doesn't even take shots. Should be able to get hot. Should be able to score points. And then guess what happened last night? None of those dudes made shots around him. 4 for 33 from the three-point line is what Houston was. And so that is the very thin ice defensive situation that you find yourself in. And it worked against the Rockets. It did not work against the Thunder. And so it just becomes, now if they get their guys back, it becomes a bigger animal to have to tame.
Well, and Demps, the Thunder are so deep.
They are. It makes you so angry.
Yeah, you can be.
They got their 10th guy raining threes.
Incredible depth. They can be without a couple, 2, even 3 starters as long as like SGA's out there. And they got guys who can shoot. They got athletic guys. They go like 10 deep, like you said, Andy. But obviously Houston last night was what it was with them playing the night before. But the 2 Thunder games of late, Demps, you lose in overtime and you lose essentially on a buzzer beater. That's essentially what it was from SGA. I mean, that's as tight as you can play that team in their building too. How much do you think they've closed the gap from getting blown out in Game 7 to what a series would look like between those two teams right now?
Oh, yeah. I think the teams, honestly, both healthy. I think the teams are virtually even. That's how I view that series. Last year, you almost beat them anyway, and you had a player and a half hurt. You had Aaron Gordon on a really bad hamstring, and he had Michael Porter Jr. playing with half his body because he had a shoulder that wouldn't allow him to really operate the way he wanted to operate. And so, I think the depth of the Nuggets is significant. And I think the depth of the Nuggets for them, it's more important for them that depth be really good defensively. And I think that's where we've seen, outside of Tim Hardaway, the three-point shooting out of Tim Hardaway, but from, Bruce Brown to Peyton Watson to Tim Hardaway. I mean, he's a good two-way player, actually. Your depth defensively is so much better now. So you can hold up a lot better against a team like that that's bringing, just shooter after shooter after shooter off the bench and just daring you to leave anybody open. And so, part of Oklahoma City, what they're going to have to figure out if we ever get to a series like that is the balance between having Alex Caruso on the court from a defensive sense, because obviously he can impact the game kind of as a rover and an overall pest defensively, but also he's not consistently making shots. So if Lou Dort isn't consistent making shots and Alex Caruso isn't consistently making shots, those are 2 areas where if you're the Nuggets, you can kind of try to leave over the course of 7 games, knowing that they're both going to have maybe a game where they make those threes. But by and large, they're not going to. So you play that gamble right there. So if you remove those 2 off the court, though, if you're Oklahoma City, because, all right, now we just need to be able to operate offensively the way we want to and give Shea a little bit more space. Now you sacrifice a little bit defensively. Those guys are still good defensively, but not as good as the previous 2. So, I think for the Nuggets, it's the ability to play some of their good defensive players who aren't as great offensive players off the court, and then be able to guard and then to be able to take advantage of those other players coming in on their defensive end because they're not quite the same elite defenders as what OKC would have in front of them. So there's so many areas in these series that make a difference. That's why they're so close, and that's why these possessions matter. But I think I see these two teams as even if they're both healthy, and I hope they both are, because I think the Nuggets are the one team that really actually does scare OKC in a playoff scenario.
Yeah, I don't care if OKC's healthy, to be honest with you, Debs. Hey, real quick, because I know you used to like hosting radio. What are your thoughts on the Broncos not signing a single person so far that wasn't their own free agent? You got to have some thoughts there, Demps.
Yeah, so it's kind of wild. I mean, I guess to me that's what it says is they actually legit like their team. I think sometimes you get coaches and GMs and they say, "Oh, we love what we have in the room, in the building, and it's a situation where we want to move forward with what we and they're just lying through their teeth and there's going to be changes made." But this was not that, and I don't know. Listen, I'm not privy to any conversations with free agents that fell by the wayside. They just didn't get, but it doesn't feel like there were many of them, and so that just is really eye-opening to me. I think the running back thing is really eye-opening to me the most because, obviously
over the tight ends that don't do anything.
Yeah, but
frustration
the guy that I really wanted them to get was Isaiah Likely, because I think that dude, if you ever really watch him play, not only can he have a completely explosive game catching the football, but when you're talking about blocking, just watch him block. It's a thing of beauty. It wouldn't be a situation where we've heard a lot of talk where the personnel, a certain tight end gets on the field and the defense knows the Broncos are going to pass. Certain tight end comes on the field, they know they're going to run. Isaiah Likely, you have no clue because that dude is running you smooth over as a blocking tight end, but also getting open and having great games. So, anyways, it's too bad that I don't even know if they cared. But that was a guy that I really did hone in on tight end wise, and so I guess maybe they're just going to address that in the draft.
I picked him and ETN. They didn't really get going on either one. So
yeah, not really at all. I mean, I guess it really is, guys. From a journalistic point of view, and I've covering all of these sports for all of these years, you hear the same things over again, and then you see the actions not match up to the words. And in this instance, the actions really are matching the words. And so they must be super bullish on this football team's ability to be able to improve whatever it is they need to improve from within, and then maybe draft, somebody to help, say, the tight end room, and then keep this thing going. I think it's very, very interesting. They're betting on themselves, and I cannot wait to see how this plays out over the course of the next regular season.
Well, we're going to talk about this more in the next segment, Chris Dempsey. If you want to turn on your radio, you can listen to our fire takes, and Andy will lose his mind in that segment.
Oh, I know he is. I know he is. I'm going to turn it on.
Yeah, you got to listen next. Demps, you're the man. Have a good night tonight at the studios for Nuggets Spurs. We appreciate you.
All right, guys. We'll talk to you.
All right, there he is, Chris Dempsey of Altitude Television. And the Nuggets are on 92.5 tonight. Pregame starting at 6:30, tip just after 7. We'll have the Avs and the Kraken on AM 950. Pregame 7:30, puck drop just after 8 p.m. It is also a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. The keyword is pick. Text pick right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Will Height Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit willheightwins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is pick. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Yeah, coming up next, Dre Greenlaw was officially released.
Yeah, he's already back with the Niners. How about that?
Yep, so he's back
Holy
with the
cow.
Niners. And the Broncos, Andy, have re-signed yet another player. And I'm here to tell you, Andy, it is the most important re-signing of the Broncos offseason. We'll tell you who that player is next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. You know what? Coming up here on, I've got the wrong one. We don't have to talk about this today. We're going to talk a little bit about how your testosterone levels are doing. Let's talk about that because that's something I actually went and got some testosterone treatment over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic there for a while. And it made me feel a little bit better. And then ultimately, you know what? I decided to get off the treatment for a bit. But what I wanted to do is really lose weight. You know, they've got a lot of things going on to help you with that over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. First off, get those testosterone levels checked because that could help you out, especially if your workouts aren't feeling the same, your sex drive's low, you're dealing with brain fog, you're not sleeping well. All this can be signs of low testosterone. But they also have more programs to help you over there to lose weight, support metabolism, improve gains in the gym, and more with 4 targeted body composition plans. Just call them up and say, I want to come and talk about the body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. They've got brochures on each of them. I'm doing the GLP-1. I've also talked to them about a few of these other programs when I was just in there last Thursday. Lost 40 pounds, looking to lose 10 more. And again, not only are they there for you to get it figured out as to what program you want to use, but they're there for you as the program goes along. I'm trying to kind of bust through a final little 10-pound hump that I'm on here, and they're helping me do it. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The first visit's real easy. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call them, get it scheduled. They'll draw your blood, have results in 30 minutes on those testosterone levels. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider about the results, and they'll go about which body composition plan is best for you. Cost of that appointment's $99 and includes a T and a PSA test and the consultation. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment day of your appointment, it is free. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado, including North and Central Denver, the Springs, and Fort Collins, and Castle Rock has a great revamped location as well. That number, 720-440-7900 at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Welcome back to Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman in Las Vegas for one final. Actually, is he still in Vegas tomorrow, Andy? Or
He is,
back?
but I don't think he has games during the showtime tomorrow.
Okay. Okay.
As you know, every day we get fewer and fewer games as the tournament goes along.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's how it works, right? That makes sense.
few teams get to go home. Like we've got the Big 12 on right now. A few teams are going to go home after this.
Oh, did you see CU got crushed by Okie State?
Yeah.
Well, it was just, they CU had a lead, and then Okie State came back, and then it was kind of their game the rest of the way. Rough year for Tad Boyle and the Buffs.
It's been a wild one, so we'll have to see.
And then Ali Farouk-Manesh, CSU Rams head coach, came on this show, and then they lost on Saturday.
Yeah, we didn't get the bump there.
Yikes. We didn't get the Parker Kelly treatment there. By the way, the Not Another Bracket Challenge is back. Just head over to altitudesportsradio.com. Starting on Sunday, pick 5 teams playing in the NCAA tournament, and you can win dinner for 2 and a pair of tickets and a catered suite to the first Nuggets playoff game this year. Powered by Groove Toyota. Start here, go anywhere on Broadway in Inglewood or online at groovetoyota.com. I actually really like this contest. You just pick 5 teams.
Yeah, it's way easier.
Yeah.
You pick your 5 teams. You got to follow them. It's like having a fantasy draft. You're not trying to, kill all your head space, trying to figure out how to get your bracket down to whatever. And look, some people love going deep in the weeds. I don't watch, as you listen to this show, I don't watch a lot of college basketball, period.
Dude, it's harder.
I'm not Nate Kreckman, who's got the ACC American Network, so he can watch a couple of games before he dozes off to dream. I'm watching hockey in the NBA, man.
Yeah, dude, with the NIL and the players moving left and right, I'm watching less college basketball than I ever have. I used to watch a lot.
Well, and you know what? It's going to be interesting, Spring, because I do wonder what it'll do to some of these. Because usually you would get some of these first-round upsets because you'd have a team together for 4 years, and it's some senior Leighton team that shows up, and they've got the chemistry and they got everything down, and then boom, they go and they upset the team that's full of superstars, and that's how you get a bracket buster.
Sure.
I don't know if we're going to have so many of those. Everyone's all these seniors maybe hopping up to bigger schools and not staying there anymore.
So March Madness coming up next week. We're in the middle of NFL free agency. I think, are we? Because the Broncos haven't done much.
I don't know if they're aware.
Okay. Did you see that I sent this to you? Frank Schwab of Yahoo Sports gave the Broncos a D-.
Yeah, that's a harsh grade. Now, I don't think they deserve a D-. You did retain, we didn't know if they'd keep Singleton. We didn't know if they'd keep Sternad. They kept all those guys. They signed a bunch of dudes before free agency even opened, but...
above the Broncos, Schwab gave the Vikings a D, the Jaguars a D, the Chiefs a D+, the Seahawks a C-, and all. The Seahawks finally signed dudes today.
Yeah, when did he put the grades out? So he liked the Seahawks obviously before they signed a guy.
Their nothing was better than the Broncos' nothing.
Well, they were the Super Bowl champs.
I guess they did win a Super Bowl. So the Broncos are now the only team in the NFL that has not signed an outside free agent. But Andy, today they re-signed
your linchpin guy.
You need this guy. In fact, we gotta play a highlight because this dude's an impact. Who did they re-sign? Let's hear.
Nix on the roll and a dart to the 30-yard line. Courtland Sutton on the run. Or rather down the sideline, little Jordan Humphrey. Humphrey with the touchdown, 41 yards and a score.
Kevin Kugler didn't even know it was Lil Jordan Humphrey. He thought it was Courtland Sutton, but no, Andy, Lil Jordan Humphrey is back.
How did you not go find your quip about signing Lil Jordan from yesterday and play that? Because your lips to God's ears, and he's back in the building not 24 hours later.
Well, we were talking yesterday about, the Broncos' skill position rooms, and, I think tight end is their most pressing need. I can look at their wide receiver room and say, okay, it's Sutton and 3 developing dudes, and you don't need a 5th wide receiver because you got Lil Jordan Humphrey.
Yeah.
That's what I said yesterday.
Darn right.
And guess what? He's back.
Did you really think did any Bronco fan think when free agency started that we would somehow have Adam Troutman, Adam Prentice, and Lil Jordan Humphrey all re-signed before an outside free agent put pen to paper?
The lock of the century
was Lil Jordan
Humphrey.
Over Adam Troutman?
Over everybody.
Matter of fact, Lucas Kroll as well.
There was not a doubt in my mind.
Nate Adkins. Again, pen to paper.
You got to have Nate Atkins.
You do.
Come on. You got to have him.
You do.
You got to have Lucas
You just
Kroll.
do.
You got to have all these guys. But more importantly, you need Lil Jordan. Sean likes his dudes. Sean likes his dudes, Andy. In fact, let me ask you this, okay? Kellen Moore, Saints head coach, talking today. They signed Travis Etienne. Broncos were kind of in on them.
So
or
we're
in on
told.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Up to a point.
Mm-hmm. And then, the first name that pops into a lot of people's heads, okay, Broncos didn't get Etienne, but that old Sean Payton guy, Alvin Kamara, he's with the Saints.
He told Sean 2 years ago, allegedly in the handshake line, come get me.
He wants to come back. There were rumors that Alvin Kamara might retire, but Kelvin Moore today was asked if he envisions Alvin Kamara as a part of their plans, even despite signing Travis Etienne this season.
Expectation right now that Alvin's a part of the team going into this?
Yeah, we like to go through that process, certainly, and so we feel obviously we know Alvin means a lot to us. Again, this is we're 3 days in this thing. We've signed Travis, and we'll go through that process.
Is he considering retirement?
I'm not going to get into all that stuff. I haven't had those conversations in any way, so.
Okay, interesting. He was super positive and optimistic about Alvin in the first answer.
Well,
he was
but-
like, "Hey,
Yeah.
we like this guy."
Yeah, he was giving the coach answer. He was coached up for that one. Did he not think he'd get the retirement question?
He kind of shut that one down. If he doesn't retire, can I interest you in Alvin Kamara? A guy who's considering retirement, who's a running back whose legs are probably in knees, are probably dust.
Yeah, man. You know what? See, you know what Kamara would be to me? He would be Jamal Charles, the Bronco version. Do you remember that?
I do.
Jamal Charles, I don't think a lot of people even remember played for the Broncos because that's how memorable it all was. I think he had
all I
more
remember is that
fumbles
fumble
than-
he had against the Chiefs.
He was a fumbler. He
Yeah.
was a fumbler more than anything else. Like, that was a great name once upon a time. I don't know who was more of a wah-wah. Tony Dorsett or Jamal Charles in their Bronco uniform. They both might have worn 33 for all I can't even remember what Charles
if
wore.
Kamara's your new Tyler Bidet?
No.
I'm not even sure how good he is in pass
Yeah,
protection.
I don't know. Well, I don't even know. Can he run anymore? See, that's the thing at the running back position. You do still need to be able to, run.
But that's where we're at in free agency. Like, this is it. What toy day are we on, dude? Like, I'm talking about
my gosh.
I'm not talking about Alvin Kamara here.
Hey, you know what was funny is I've got people sending me toy stuff now, and I found a new 1980s some Instagram account that flashes back to old commercials and stuff from toys. I think we're on the Lion-O action figure of Thundercats Day. We're on GoBots Day. The toys you settled for to get a toy, but it wasn't what you went in there looking for. That's for sure.
When is Slinky? When do we get to
Slinky is next week. Hey, a week from tomorrow, the second Friday, that's Slinky Day. That's like, what's
Yo,
this
is that
crap?
a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Buddy Putty?
The dumb thing that crawls the wall that's good for one or two throws, and then it's all dusted up and doesn't work anymore.
Ball in a cup. Just a good old-fashioned ball in a cup.
What is this thing? Or on the paddle?
Yeah, paddleboard thing.
Paddle ball.
With the
thing.
string and the ball. Yeah.
Somebody said Tony Dorsett played for the Broncos in 1988, my friend. I think he got hurt. They drafted Bobby Humphrey a year later, and that was that. So
okay, don't forget it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. Andy, I have an idea as to why the Broncos have not signed any outside free agents yet. I think there is actually a very tangible and practical reason as to that. We'll tell you what it is next.
Hey guys, Nate Kreckman for my friends over at Roller Auction. You want to log on right now and go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid. You can win tickets if you sign up to bid right there, like our lucky listener Alan did earlier this week for Avs Penguins. Our next giveaway, catered suite tickets, Avalanche Flames. That's right, Avalanche Flames, April 9th, catered suite ticks at Ball Arena. You can win them. Sign up right now, roller.bid/altitude and sign up, because if you're looking for a used car, well, we have got one of the wisest purchases you can make. It is a vehicle purchase in the government fleet vehicles and equipment auction with Roller Auction. You skip the salesperson, you buy online. These used cars come from government service. They have a known maintenance history, and you skip the dealership hassle. Nowhere better to buy a used car. The government fleet vehicles and equipment auction coming up April 2nd. Go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid. Plus, you can win Avs tickets. Roller.bid/altitude.
Hour 2, Kreckman and Lindahl. I'm Mark Springer. I'm in for Nate Kreckman today, alongside Andy Lindahl. Chris Mitchell producing today's show. Don't forget, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. Yes, every Thursday. Every Thursday, we give away Nuggets tickets all day on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You just have to be listening from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Keywords on the 20s. And same thing on Tuesdays for Avs tickets. We do the same thing on Tuesdays. That's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So we got you covered Tuesdays and Thursdays for Avs and Nuggets tickets here on Altitude Sports Radio. Nuggets Spurs tonight, pregame 6:30, game out in San Antonio. Mark Bertinoli will have your pregame coverage right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 at 6:30. And at 7:30 p.m. on AM 950, my dude, Alex Ryan-Emmy, will have your pregame coverage of Avs and Kraken.
The Kraken. By the way, dude,
Mm-hmm.
every time we bring up the toy scale for the free agency days, we're
I
going to have to
love it.
make this like a staple. All my people start writing in with all these other toys. You probably are familiar. There was a lame toy called Mask. Like, again, all the cartoons for like Thundercats and Voltron and Mask were pretty cool, but the toys sucked. The toys were awful, man. Ninja Turtles. Ninja Turtles, as I remember, was a pretty good cartoon, but those big, dumb, bulky, like roided up toys.
Sure.
It didn't work. You could have good vehicles if you had like too big a figure. You know what I mean? Like G.I. Joe and Star Wars are fun because you could have good vehicles to put the guys in. So everybody's saying today is now a Mask Day. Mask had like a simple 6-month run, so we are on Mask Day.
Is that a cartoon based off of the movie The Mask?
No. So
did they make a cartoon based off the movie The Mask? I want to say they did.
They did. You're right.
With Jim Carrey.
But my era, Mask was like a lame.
I've never heard of
So
Mask.
once the Transformers hit, okay, then the GoBots came, and like the GoBots were the Kmart version of the Transformers, where my parents in particular, didn't have Transformer money all the time, so they got you a GoBot because it was more affordable.
Here's a GoBot. Go play with
here's
it.
a GoBot. It was $3. Shut
Leave
up
me
and
alone.
take it. It transforms too. So Mask was like, instead of robots, they're like, I got a motorcycle one time that the guy changed. They would put on their mask, thus the name, and the motorcycle would transform into a helicopter. Okay, there was like a semi that would transform into like a missile launcher, a Camaro that turned into a plane because the doors popped. You're laughing. It was as lame as it sounded, dude. So we are on the Mask version of this, and now Micro Machines is another good one. Tomorrow we're going to hit, I've been reminding a few texters of the Centurions, which were just these guys that they walked, again, I don't know what, we had like a roided toy era, and the Centurions were the roided bodies, but then you could just like stick things in these holes that were like wings, and again, a missile launcher. One guy was green. I think he was the land. Another dude was yellow. Another dude was blue. The blue guy was like, he had Air Force parts that you could stick on him. These toys sucked, okay? And we are in these days of free agency.
Sure.
Now, the Slinky and the stuff you guys are mentioning, again, that's the end of next week and beyond. Frankly, J.K. Dobbins, now here's every now and again a free agent.
Bring that up, yeah.
J.K. Dobbins was a pretty good Slinky level toy. All the Ninja Turtle people are getting mad at me. Dude, the van was too big. You can't have a good vehicle when the characters are too big.
You couldn't fit your turtles into the van?
I didn't play at the Turtles, to be fair. If that was your childhood, I don't mean to take shots at it. My brothers were into the Turtles. I was well past it by the time the Turtles came out. Now, the Ninja Turtle video game on NES, that is goated.
Sure.
That is a sweet video game, except when you had to try to swim and not drown in that one and not get shocked. There was one nightmare level that a lot of kids got grounded for yelling bad words because they couldn't beat the dang level on the Nintendo Entertainment System.
That's brutal, man.
And why are we talking about this? Because the Broncos haven't done anything.
Sure.
Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
And
we haven't even got a GoBot right now.
The analogy, the metaphor.
We ain't getting a Centurion.
Yeah, if you're joining us at this point this week, is
every day the level of toy you're getting is lamer.
Yes.
On Monday, we were all hoping to get an announcement. Just like you said, let's recap.
Kenneth Walker, Travis Etienne.
Yeah, that's the GI Joe aircraft carrier.
Woohoo!
That was whatever. I don't know. That was the full Voltron.
That's you love your parents. That's thanks
Yeah,
mom
your
and dad.
parents are all about
Megatron.
it. What's that?
So that's like Starstream. That's like Megatron.
There you go.
All of it, man. All of
Megatron,
it.
yeah.
That would have, but we got nothing.
Whatever
You got
your
Cole,
greatest childhood toy was, that was Monday.
You got coal in your stocking. Okay, it's like the days of Hanukkah, man.
We're getting to garbage pail kid level here pretty soon. You probably don't know what those are either.
I've heard of them. Yeah, Broncos.
They would not be allowed today.
Look, they've re-signed a bunch of dudes.
Yeah.
So they really like their
Sean
team.
got all his guys.
They really like their team. But I'm now starting to realize other things are out there that's making me realize what also might be going on with why the Broncos have not signed any, and they're the only NFL team that has not signed any outside free agents. I want to play a couple pieces of audio.
By the way, people want to know, did you have wrestling figures? People want to know when the wrestling figures
I
come
got
in.
gifted
I feel like people love those, so I don't know. I think we've passed probably the wrestling figure day.
No, the wrestling figures are still very popular. I see them at
But
the stores.
wouldn't that be,
Not
people
as
got
popular as
avoid?
they were.
That's a good toy,
Yeah,
though, right?
I got and I wasn't even into wrestling when I was a kid, like in the 90s.
Right.
But I got into it in the early 2000s. But somebody gifted me, it was like a ring, and it was like little figures. Like one was Bret Hart.
Yeah.
One was The Undertaker.
Junkyard Dog had one once in the day. Roddy Piper, Hogan,
yeah, that was really
Andre
fun.
the Giant.
That was like a day 2 toy. That would have been Tuesday of legal tampering, I think.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. So in your world, the wrestlers are pretty high up with their
especially
cool
a vintage thing like that.
spring-loaded ring. Okay.
Awesome back in the prime.
See, I wasn't into it,
of the
but I know a lot of
90s.
people that were, so I don't want to knock it.
It's pretty good stuff. Okay, let's hear from Sean Payton. This is from last August.
Yes.
On free agency. This is interesting. Here's Sean Payton.
I don't want to use the parallel, but my parents loved garage sailing. That was their deal. The one thing they enjoyed together. And I think I had 10 couches growing up, right? And so they come home with a new couch, and you'd remove the old one, and you were so excited. It was a sectional until you sat in the left corner and it wiggled, and then you realized why it was a free agent. And so you just have to really do your homework and spend a lot of time on it.
That's not a bad joke from Sean Payton. I kind of like that one. That made me chuckle.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, that's good.
Listen, Sean, I would say this. I think garage sales are cool for a lot of stuff. I'm not buying your old furniture. Now, if it's a desk that I can wipe down with lacquer, fine. Something I don't want.
You don't know
fabric
where that couch
someone
has
else has
been.
owned. You know what I mean?
Because you know what can go down on a couch.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
well, yeah.
One at a garage sale. Although I will say, when I was in my early 20s, I did just jack a couch that was by the dumpster that looked good enough. So I was just like, okay.
By the dumpster, though, Spring. That's
yeah, but it was in
rough.
good shape. It was in good shape.
But it's by the dumpster.
Actually, no, it was gifted to me by somebody who was going to throw it away.
That's
who was
fine.
going
That's
to
a
throw it
different
away.
deal. Once
Yeah.
it's by,
You're right.
I grew up in North
Yeah.
Denver
No,
where
you're
we
right.
had alleys and
Who
dumpsters.
laid in that thing overnight?
Why did it end up by the dumpster?
Sure. Okay. There's a little insight, though, into how Sean Payton views free agency. And we always say there's a reason. There's a reason that these guys make it to free agency. And it's hit and miss. I think the perfect example last year is Dre Greenlaw and Talanoa Hufanga. Both elite or very good players. Both had injury histories. One of them worked out. One of them didn't. That's the batting average. That's about what the odds will say is, 50-50, maybe even at best. Hufanga worked, Greenlaw didn't. They make it to free agency for a reason.
They do. And a lot of times it's the injury history, as you said.
Yep, that's a lot of time what it is. The majority of the time what it is.
What do you... So the Broncos cut Greenlaw, which again I'm fine with. Whatever, it didn't work out here. I'm not mad at him. I'm not mad about it. Whatever. I liked the swing last year. I thought it was going to go better than it did. You're able to save. But again, what I don't understand is don't do the post June 1st cut if you're not going to spend any of this money.
Mm-hmm.
What are we doing? Hopefully there's a trade in the works. I don't know. But the fact that he goes immediately back to the 49ers.
Mm-hmm. I had seen that's what, and it's possible the Niners might trade Fred Warner now. I saw.
Well, Warner's
something
injury history is a
he's
lot
got,
more
injury.
catastrophic than what Greenlaw's had.
Yeah, and
it's too bad. Warner's a hell of a player.
And Kyle Shanahan knows Dre Greenlaw, saw his high level of play with that team. Also, Dre knows their system. So it makes sense.
Sure, and maybe what's funny though, the Niners aren't exactly known for keeping guys healthy. So
it's because of that electrical substation.
That substation. That's true.
Come on, so let me take my tinfoil hat off right now. But here's something else, Andy. Okay, saw this quote, heard this comment from Jaguars GM James Gladstone today. This young guy, young GM, was hired like last year by the Jaguars. He is 35 years old.
Yeah.
Like, he's on the cutting edge of the
I think we were having a chuckle at this guy last year, and then it turns out they're doing all right with him.
Yeah, Jaguars.
I feel like we always laugh at one person in the offseason that then makes us regret it.
That's another team that has not signed. Now, they've signed at least one free agent because the Broncos are the only team that haven't.
But they've
not
lost
signed,
a few, too.
They've not signed many. So they, it's the better teams who like their roster that don't necessarily need to take risks on free agents to make their team better. But this caught my ear. James Gladstone today on a reason why the Jaguars are not signing a lot of outside free agents.
We're at a stage now where a higher volume of draft capital is what we're hunting up, and those compensatory picks. When you think about high-priced free agents of ours ended up signing elsewhere, well-deserved contracts. I mean, a lot of guys that have already announced his signing, I mean, they did their part to put themselves in really sound positions to earn that, and excited for all those guys. In return, by not signing any outside free agents, we recoup 2027 draft capital. And I think on its surface, you would think, oh, okay, you're going to make picks in 2027. Whereas in reality, those draft picks and having more of them actually allows you the luxury of remaining in the hunt at different intervals throughout the entire calendar year for acquiring players. You think about training camp a year ago and using a day 3 pick to acquire a wide receiver in Tim Patrick. You think about ahead of the trade deadline and being able to use 2 picks on day 3 to acquire a wide receiver in Jacoby Myers. Without that draft capital at your disposal, you may not be as willing or able to relinquish some of those future picks. So by building that up, now it allows us the luxury of remaining sort of with the flexibility to do those sorts of things as we move into the next stages of the offseason and into the regular season.
Compensatory draft picks, Andy. And I want to read this from DenverBroncos.com, written by my guy, Eric DeLalla. He's no Phil Milani, but he does a great job. The Broncos have been awarded an additional pair of picks in this upcoming draft. Denver was awarded a pair of 7th-round compensatory picks the NFL announced on Monday. The Broncos now hold the final 2 picks in this year's draft as they were awarded picks number 256 and number 257. The Broncos are going to get Mr. Irrelevant. How about that?
Sure.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy coming this way.
See, that's the thing, though. Here's the thing with the compensatory picks, and I saw someone suggest, I guess, and it was one of the Bronco bloggers. I apologize. I don't remember which one of you said it, so I apologize. I'm not trying to purposely steal or lose the attribution, but someone said 4th round compensation probably for John Franklin Myers. See, that's a problem. You signed all your good starters, so I don't even think your compensatory picks are going to be all that great.
Well, so Denver last, and this is from more from this little blog piece, Denver last earned a compensatory pick in the 2020 NFL draft. It's been a while since they've gotten compensatory picks. Finally got a couple this year. Compensatory picks are allotted to clubs that lost more compensatory free agents than they acquired in the previous year's free agent market. The Broncos lost 5 players that counted under the formula and signed just 2. That was from last year. But they have lost more. They lost, John Franklin Myers. They've lost guys. They haven't signed anybody. Or they just stock up draft picks. You get, even if they're 7th, even if they're 6th or 5th, whatever. It's more ammo to move up in drafts. It's more ammo for trades. And George Payton and Sean Payton are draft guys. They're just trying to stock picks.
Look, I'll give you this. Next year's draft is supposed to be better than this one, but okay, whatever.
That's a thing. That's what
Listen,
I got for
I don't
you.
need them. I'm not upset they haven't gone out there and tried to remake their team. Like we said, you were in the Final Four. You played a long time, okay? But the reality of this is real easy. You needed an upgrade in your tight end room, and you probably needed – I'm fine with you keeping J.K. Dobbins, but why have you not added another back to that room? You know, especially – I just am not the fan of Tyler Bidet that they are. So whatever. I'd go ahead and switch that one out. They feel the need not to. So maybe we'll find out about. And look, again, they've got a little bit of money. Is there a chance that they swing a trade for Breece Hall? I don't know. Because the Jets haven't exactly inked him to a long-term deal yet.
This kind of it does give me the vibes of maybe they are looking for a trade.
Yeah, which at this point you better be, because if you want an impact player to use that $8 million on that you're saving, that's a trade. That's not a free agent at this point, unless you're going to go get Njoku or Goddard, and I don't think those guys. Maybe both of them would cost you $8 million. I don't think one of them is.
Sure. And again, there's a reason players make it to free agency.
Right.
If you're trading for somebody, you know that player.
That's more a valuable player that the team did not want to let go of because now you got to give something up.
Exactly.
When a player gets to free agency, obviously, the old team's fine with letting him go for nothing.
Yeah. And I mean, maybe it's a trade up in the draft. Because my dream scenario, my dream,
with you.
I don't think. Do I think this is going to happen? No, but I would just love for them to trade up for Kenyon City.
Listen,
and just be aggressive and go get that thing done.
From the evaluation, we'll give you your second keyword here coming up in a moment.
Yep.
From the evaluation we've heard of this class, frankly, I'd be okay if you gave up. I'm not normally a big fan of you trading a bunch of picks. Necessarily to take a role on like a top 10 guy. This is probably the draft to do it. What did Leahy tell us? That the second days of this draft are not as good as they typically are, and certainly days 3 or 4, 5, and 6, not as good as you want it to be. Rounds 4, 5, and 6, not as good as you. So this is the year where if you're going to do what you're talking about, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, that's great calculus to that. The weaker back half of this draft, and if I'm going to be aggressive, it's in the draft. It's not for a guy who is going to be on the first year of his rookie contract, who's controllable for 5 years. That's where the true value is. I'd love to see them finally trade up in the draft this year. All right, it is a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword SWAT right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willheitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is SWAT. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Kreckman and Lindahl, Mark Springer in for Nate Kreckman. Here with Andy. Chris Mitchell behind the glass. It is a ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword SWAT right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Will Hite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at willhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is SWAT. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. We just had some NFL news come down, Andy. We have a quarterback who has been signed, and it is no surprise. Kyler Murray has signed a one-year deal with the Vikings.
Boom.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You excited for that quarterback competition?
We'll see.
Kyler versus 9. Do you like 9? Are you a fan of 9?
J.J. McCarthy?
Yeah, he's also known as 9.
We'll see, man. I don't know. I don't know what to make of it. We'll see if they can bring the better out in him. You know, I remember thinking about, and I'm a little surprised PhD hasn't invited him back on. And why can I not remember his name? The voice of the Vikings was on a couple drafts ago when DMac. Paul Allen.
Josh Allen.
He was really, really hammering home how excited they were about J.J. McCarthy up in Minnesota. And this was all pre-draft. And so DMac asked Allen about Bo Nix, and Allen scoffed at Bo Nix, and basically at the end of the interview, DMac and Allen kind of got a little uppity with each other. It wasn't like a full-on, whatever, but they were having a little radio fun with each other, we'll just say. And the last thing that Paul Allen said was, yeah, you guys have fun with Bo Nix, and I just
Sure.
I always think about that as now J.J. McCarthy, not sure. When he's healthy, you still don't even know what he is. He's had a couple moments, but nothing near consistent enough that you're going to put all your eggs in his basket. And I just saw a note from Ian Rappaport going, the Vikings hope that this will bring out the best in J.J. McCarthy. And I'm just like, come on, dude. You're signing a former number 1 overall pick to bring out the best in the guy you thought was your franchise dude. That ain't going to happen. That sounds like when the Broncos decided Case Keenum would be a good mentor for Paxton Lynch and passed on Josh Allen.
There's two ways that these quarterbacks go when drafted in the first round. Is they either end up like Sam Darnold or the which is a success story ultimately. Or, I don't know why, like, Jake Locker comes to mind. That's, like, my go-to.
Oh, yeah.
Or it's Bo Nix. It's Drake May. So, and the Broncos baited the Vikings, too. Remember, Sean Payton was super proud that he baited the Vikings into trading up one spot with the Jets because somehow the Broncos convinced the Vikings they were going to trade up for J.J. McCarthy, but psych, they never were going to. They were going to take Bo at 12.
See, there were a lot of wild stories that year because, again, Sean McVay, I was told, felt like he baited Sean Payton into making sure he took Bo then and not let Bo go because he wanted one of the tight ends to fall and because the Rams feigned interest in Bo allegedly. And, I mean, who knows? Whatever. It's all worked out the way it's worked out. Sean got his guy. It's worked out really well there. The Vikings got their guy. It's not worked out so much there. And now we'll see what Kyler Murray can do. But what is interesting, I'm trying to think, who still needs a QB? You said you had a note on this.
Yeah, Pro Football Talk put out a story just before our show started. I'm just going to read the tweet. I don't need to read the article. Here it is. Aaron Rodgers said in late December that he'll have options in free agency. 4 days in, the only possibilities seem to be Pittsburgh and Arizona. You called Arizona, or at least that was your
because
sneaky...
LaFleur and what's his name, Hackett are there.
Yes.
I can't believe he'd go back to Pittsburgh. He openly mocked Mike McCarthy. Why would he go back there?
Pittsburgh doesn't have a quarterback. And Arizona, they're going to go with the Jacoby Brissett, Gardner Minshew thing, at least for now.
Well,
Hackett likes Rodgers. Rodgers likes Hackett for some reason.
You know what would be interesting? Are we sure, like, are Hackett and Rodgers, are they still kumbaya after the way it ended in New York for him?
Sure, and they finally...
Because remember, Hackett got fired from New York.
Yeah, and they took away his play calling.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So I don't know.
He's his boy. Like, Aaron and Nathaniel, are you kidding me? They're boys. Here's your other quarterbacks out there besides Aaron Rodgers. Joe Flacco.
who will be signed at some point during the year. He is not a pre-camp signing, right? Flacco's showing you can come in, especially if you're West Coast. You can just come in and run your offense. He's break glass at this point.
In fact, I got the ESPN. Oh, Kirk Cousins comes in at number 10.
Well,
on the ESPN best available still. In fact, he moves up to 9 now that Kyler has signed. Kyler was number 2.
So here's what's interesting. I heard PhD say this. Tyler said, and I had not heard this. I guess Dan Tanner had it, that allegedly the Raiders now are interested in dancing with Kirk Cousins, which all of a sudden that makes a ton of sense. There's a guy that knows the system, and even if you go and get Fernando Mendoza, you can still. Like, Kirk Cousins can show him the intricacies of the West Coast offense, whether it's for a year, half a year, whatever. That would make a ton of sense. It might make the Raiders at least sneaky competitive, although I don't know. I thought their offensive line is so bad still.
I'll say this. I'll take Kirk Cousins over Geno Smith.
I'm with you. I totally agree, especially in a Kubiak system. But what is going on? Like, again, I guess like Max Crosby's tweeting the "I'm back" and we're all friends, and I never really wanted.
I guess
how do they get? Are they losing? Can they afford how do they afford all this? I knew they had cap room.
The report today was that the Raiders say that Crosby's going to play for them next season.
Okay, but what about all those free agents that they signed?
I was thinking about that too, and the best I could come up with was NFL contracts are so stupid that they can just convert this to that signing bonus, this to
are they
that,
just
and
trying
somehow...
to work out guys to free up cap room? I mean, they already had like the most cap room, so. But they signed a bunch of dudes. I thought based on $30 million coming off the books for Crosby.
Yeah, they damn near gave that to Linderbaum like right away. Not to mention everyone else they signed.
I'd still wonder if they're not. I bet you they're in play. I think Cowboys are in play for Crosby. I'm not buying this yet.
They did trade that guy, Osa.
Odigizui or whatever.
It's a tough one, folks.
Yeah.
And we don't have it
I got to
up in
go
front
back
of us.
and see the name in front of me. Otherwise, Odigizui, I think, is what it is. Osa Odigizui.
Sure.
But, they traded him.
I don't think the Bears did much. They released Tremaine Edmonds, so they could still maybe get Crosby, should they want. Or some other team. Again, Micah Parsons got traded, in training camp. Michael Parsons got traded in like August of last year.
But again, do you want to keep all these guys that you've agreed to now? And maybe they have the money to do all this.
You probably have to be cap compliant like now. Or, you can't ever go under.
Your top
54
or something like your top 45, something like that has to be under the cap.
Yeah,
you can't just sign everybody and say we'll get down to the number come first day of the season.
Okay, so Joe Flacco came in at he's now number 37 best available, and rounding out their list ends now at number 41. Russell Wilson, the 41st best.
Nobody
free
is
agent.
Signing Russell Wilson.
He's
this year,
literally
right?
last on ESPN's list.
Nobody is signing him this year, right? It's time for him to go to TV. That's done.
Yeah, it's done.
It's got
to be done.
He's not even he can't even Joe Flacco it because Joe Flacco has shown you no matter your offense he can run it, whereas Russ, no matter your offense he ain't running it. That's Russ.
Do you Sam Ehlinger got like was it $2 million? I'm trying to look it up right now. I think he got a 1-year, $2 million extension. Yeah, 1 year, $2 million.
By the way, CJ Gardner-Johnson just signed with the Bills on a 1-year deal.
Okay.
See, fine. It's 1-year deal time now too.
That's a guy who's been hurt a ton.
Kyler, by the way, today his deal was 1 year,
and CJ Gardner-Johnson gets cut a ton. He gets hurt and cut and hurt and cut. Sam Ehlinger $2 million. Like they're trading Stidham, right? When I saw the $2 million for Ehlinger, I was like, huh.
They might. I don't know. Again, they like what they had. They apparently love their room and vibes so much they're not changing much of it. So they may keep all three. Yeah, I could see somebody shopping Stiddy. Part of me wonders, especially after the AFC Championship, would Stiddy probably not mind getting a shot to go somewhere else and just, I don't know. Jared Stidham's probably in the time of life of just, I'm comfortable in a city. Let me just live here and make my money. And you're ready to go to, that's a good looking guy. He'll go do TV when he's done. He can be the next Dan Orlovsky or whatever. He knows plenty and has enough connections to enough coaches. He could go do some stuff. By the way, just real quick on Kyler, I meant to ask you this.
Yeah, go for it.
Are you surprised he didn't opt to, because the A's said they'd welcome him back. Are you a little surprised he didn't decide to maybe go give baseball a try again? A little bit more cat. He could play all the Call of Duty he wants as a baseball player. Seriously. He could spend his whole day before going to the park playing Call of Duty.
Let's see. How old is Kyler Murray?
He's 28. He's not that old.
Yeah, you could do it.
I believe that was one of the tweets I just saw, said he's 28.
I mean, like Rick Ankiel decided to become a position player late in his career. So Kyler, I mean, he was a first, like the sixth or eighth overall pick by the A's many years ago.
They said they'd welcome him back.
But if you have, he's going to play on the league minimum this year, probably.
Right.
Because much like Russell Wilson did after the Broncos cut him and Tua. So it's because he's still making a lot of money from the Cardinals. So he's got all that money and he's got a chance. He's going to start. JJ McCarthy will make mistakes. Kyler's going to play.
Oh, Kyler's your starting quarterback.
You think so?
Oh, yeah. Come on now.
He's more experienced. They're gonna it's like Paxton with the Broncos.
Here's
They're gonna give JJ every opportunity, much like the Broncos did with Paxton Lynch, for example.
And who won that? Case Keenum did. He came in, knew how to run an offense, and he did his thing. Remember, JJ McCarthy was really, really young. I would bet, because Kyler also has an injury history, I bet you Kyler starts. I bet you at some point by October or Halloween, Kyler is hurt. J.J. McCarthy gets his shot. They're hoping that he's learned something, but I think Kyler wins the job. J.J. McCarthy just hadn't played a lot of football.
But Kyler's not he's not one of those system read guys. He's kind of a jazz.
He does play a little jazz flute. He likes to play a little jazz flute on occasion. But again,
and Kevin O'Connell's the type of head coach. He's a little Sean Payton in that he wants his system run.
He does, but I also think, look, O'Connell could be really good for Kyler Murray.
Sure.
Maybe the West Coast offense is the best thing for him. Who knows? He's mobile. The rollouts will work.
There are comparisons to Russell. Like there's similarities to Russell Wilson. Now, Russ was older. That's the biggest difference. Is Russ was older. Sean Payton clearly the type of guy who, no, you're running my system. Kevin O'Connell maybe a little more open-minded. You like that quality in a coach if he's a little more open-minded and you don't have to, we'll let you do your thing. You don't have to run my offense to
I think
perfection.
you've got to let the quarterback be who he is because he's on the field with the ball. You can't force everything into – I think that's part of the reason why the Broncos are making this switch at the play caller. Get plays in faster, let Bo have more of the play clock to look things over and let him be a little more comfortable.
All right, it is a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword SWAT right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is SWAT. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Coming up next, Nathan McKinnon is back tonight in Seattle against the Kraken after he missed the final 20 and a half minutes in the loss to Edmonton because he got ejected from the game. But guess what? We have an update on that 5-minute major penalty that was called against Nate against Edmonton. We'll talk about that next. It's Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio.
Habs have numbers if they hurry. 41 seconds to go in the period. Kadri all the way through. Nelson for McKinnon. That's tipped wide.
Oh my.
As Connor Ingram lost
smoked.
His stick and his blocker, and he's laying inside the crease and inside the net.
McKinnon came across and absolutely smoked him going for that backdoor pass, Connor. This could be a knee straight to the head. Accidental, of course, just in the heat of battle, trying to tap that puck in backdoor.
Mark Springer in for Nate Kreckman here with Andy Lindahl. Avs back at it tonight in Seattle against the Kraken. You can hear that game on Altitude Sports Radio AM 950. Pregame coverage starts at 7:30 with my dude, Alex Ryan-Emmy. Then Raj and I will have Between the Pipes for you. After he gets done with the postgame show on 950, we'll go on the Altitude's social media channels and we'll react to the Avs and the Kraken. Nathan McKinnon is back. He just missed the final period, the third period of Tuesday night's game against the Oilers because he got ejected. You heard that play right there. They reviewed it. They named it a 5-minute major so they could review it just to make sure they had everything right. And I guess they stuck with that.
Right. They still got it wrong.
They stuck with which was the wrong call.
Yeah. Not only did he not deserve the 5-minute major, as many had said, he didn't deserve the 10-minute game misconduct or the ejection.
Sure.
Because the NHL came out today and they've now rescinded his major penalty. And it's an important deal because if you were to get another one in the next couple of games, then you get an automatic suspension. So that's off the table. He's back to 0.
Yep.
So the league, TNT, any other commentator out of there, they all said you overreacted to this one. See, again, it's the angle. I really would love to hear what angles did you have? Show me what you looked at. Did you not have what I'm going to call the front side camera, at least front side to Nathan McKinnon, where you literally see his hips and skates turn to try to veer around the crease?
Sure.
To get out of the way and then get run into by Nurse. So
that's what should have happened. My best guess is
you overreacted.
Yeah,
Bednar said it after the game. You saw blood on the ice
because
of
and
the cut
down.
to the forehead.
Yeah.
From Ingram. But Ingram got up and skated off under his own power. It's not like he had to pull out the stretcher to get the guy off the ice.
Hey, guess what? This ain't ballet. All right.
And on top of it, it was a drop of blood on the ice. It wasn't gushing blood. He got cut by the mask because it was loose. Now, look, yes, I would say this. McKinnon ended up trucking him. If it were reversed and McDavid had trucked Blackwood, we wouldn't have been psyched about it, okay? I get the Edmonton anger, but that's why you've got to have cooler heads and the video stuff prevail, okay? Now, I won't be surprised if somehow somebody wants to try to fight McKinnon when the Avs and Edmonton get together for their final game of the year, because that's just kind of what happens. For those that wonder why I'd say that, I'll give you a little bit of insight, because, again, lacrosse, the indoor lacrosse league and hockey have a lot of the same kind of unwritten rules, kind of a lot of the guys that play the same thing. We had a Mammoth player get blown up like Steve Atwater used to blow up receivers over the middle a couple games ago. I talked to the coach. He goes, look, I didn't have a problem necessarily with the hit. Now I would have, I would have sent my fighter after him if the Mammoth had like a true fighter, because that's just what you do. So again, I'm not going to be surprised if someone from Edmonton wants to drop the gloves with McKinnon because you ran the goalie a little bit. That's just kind of what happens in hockey sometimes, okay? But at the end of the day, it was not a 5-minute major. Nurse was your problem. Nurse, again, you praise him for the play, I guess, for getting in there and tightening the window on McKinnon so he couldn't cut back in. But Nick Nurse is the reason why your goalie got run. He was there. He was out of control as he was crashing down as well.
I thought it was a good play by Nurse, but just like how McKinnon's in control of his own body, and
So's Nurse.
therefore you want to give him 2 minutes because, yes, McKinnon was trying to get out of the way, but at the end of the day, he's in control of his own body. Sure, give him 2 minutes. Nurse is in control of his own body, like you said.
Yeah. Look, it's an unfortunate play as far as what happened to Ingram, okay? But it wasn't a malicious play, and it was a hockey play, okay? And what bothers you? What's the name of the ref, Terry?
Kelly Sutherland.
Kelly Sutherland. For you to
Not
get
Kiefer, Kelly.
For Kelly to be Kiefer, hell of a poll. for him to have enough time to watch 1,000 replays, and what that take? That was like a 5 or 10. It felt like a 10-minute delay. It probably was at least a 5-minute delay as you looked everything over and you still could not get the call right. This is why I said Toronto should have weighed in. Put it in the hands of Toronto. It just goes to show you how personal some of these decisions get. That, but again, like you said, part of the reason why you called the major was so you could review it. And then you still didn't get it right. You ought to be suspended. If there's a suspension, Sutherland ought to get suspended, period.
I agree, Andy.
Because you took out a key player in the game that was not only that, want to know another reason why you ought to be suspended? You took one of these stars of the NHL out of a game for a national TV game. You think TNT was psyched that they didn't have McDavid versus McKinnon in the third period of a 1-goal game?
And the officiating overall on Tuesday was atrocious. I believe firmly that if McKinnon plays in that third period, I mean, they scored without him. They got a nice Malinsky shot to Nichushkin tip, and they fought well, but it's too much. You take McKinnon out, you're already without Landeskog and Lehkonen, and Ross Colton had to leave earlier in the game. You got Bardakov on your top line. You screwed him. You have no chance at that point. Not against McDavid, and even though the Oilers are struggling, not against McDavid and Draisaitl and Nugent Hopkins and Hyman. You're done. I thought it was a good fight by the Avs, and the officiating was terrible. Hopefully it's better tonight when they're in Seattle. Let's see here. Scott Wedgwood will start tonight.
Yep.
Against Joey Decord, who is going for the Kraken. The Kraken, let's see. I think they are the 8th seed right now, and they are. If the playoffs ended today, this would be a first-round preview.
We had mentioned this yesterday, but a lot of people texting in, so I'll acknowledge the text. Again, when Sutherland refs, they're 3-12. Mm-hmm. That does probably, especially after what just took place now, the NHL maybe needs to look into what is your problem when it seems that you ref an Avalanche game.
Mm-hmm.
Because it does feel like maybe there's something personal. Did someone say something to you one time that you didn't care for? Did McKinnon say something to you one time that you didn't care for? So I find it interesting. That kind of record doesn't surprise me in the NBA because it just feels like guys are constantly talking to the officials in the NBA. It's just part of, I guess, what the league's become. Guys will say stuff to referees, but I don't feel like you get a lot of the one-on-one stuff that would lead to that. So Wedgwood back in net. Do we want to have the discussion? Do we have enough time to have the discussion?
Yeah, we got a couple of minutes here.
I tweeted this out. Wedgwood is your guy for me, and this is nothing against Blackwood, okay? And this doesn't even stand for what happens next year. But Scott Wedgwood is my guy. That is the number one. I'm giving him the most starts down the stretch because when you look at the balance of the season, the guy that has played otherworldly, he's the reason why the Avs got off to the hot start that they got off to. The guy has just been amazing. Now, listen, Blackwood got put in some horrible positions the other night. They had some bad defensive mistakes that led to him getting just guys right in his kitchen again that can't happen. But Wedgwood has been more often than not special this year, and that's the guy I would have as the number one.
I'd say right now, where it stands today, I think Blackwood's that, he was the golden boy.
Yes.
So he
was very good last year. He was the better netminder last year.
He's the guy that, he's in the prime of his career. He's like 28 years old, has all the tools, the size, the play, got the nice contract. He's the guy they want, and hey, he can. Mackenzie Blackwood's a good goaltender. He's been dealing with some injuries this season. But unless something changes, unless Blackwood ups his play, Wedgwood has just been undeniable.
Yeah.
You
exactly.
have to go
That's
with
the
him.
word.
It's not that Blackwood's been bad. He's been good.
Right.
Wedgwood's been incredible.
He's been incredible. And you ride him. And look, in the playoffs, if it all changes, fine. I'm not saying this is permanent. But like you said right there, it's undeniable how good Wedgwood has been for the balance of the year, and that's the guy you got to ride right now. It's why you got two goalies.
Yeah.
It's why you signed Wedgwood.
It's whoever's the hot one, whoever's just on a roll, a heater. And Scott Wedgwood's been on a season-long
And look, if
heater.
Wedgwood gets his back tweaked, I got I'm confident with Blackwood 100%. In there.
That's the beauty of the situation. Like, that's the good problem to have.
It just is. The other night, I will tell you, the reason why I've been thinking about this is ever since the Dallas game, I wanted Wedgwood in there from the beginning. I just did. And then when they got down, it just,
Well, hey, it kind of was like it was meant to be. Like the hockey gods said, no, we're getting Scott Wedgwood in here. Logan O'Connor is in Seattle. He practiced today.
How great would it be to get him back, especially with Colton
looking
out?
likely. Jared Bednar said the other day that he thinks OC comes back around the same time that Landeskog and Lehkonen do. No Ross Colton sighting at practice this morning. And Jared Bednar said he wants to play Nick Blankenberg soon.
Not tonight, he doesn't think, but soon.
Mm-hmm. Brent Burns had a little bit of a rough one. And he just turned 41 years old. He had his first, you're 41, you're going to have a stinker. And in his first game as a 41-year-old, he was responsible for some of the defensive lapses, as was that Manson-Burns pairing a little bit. But tonight, Brent Burns is expected to appear in his 989th consecutive game, which will tie him with Keith Yandel for the second longest Ironman streak.
Good old Keith Yandel.
Yeah.
You ever get scored on? I play a lot of the Avs, obviously, when I play the NHL hockey game. I feel like Yandel's the guy that always scores when I'd face the Coyotes.
It's always Yandel.
I had a buddy that used to like to be the Coyotes. I don't know why. RIP, he's not with us anymore, but Yandel all the time. I hated Yandel.
But they should work Nick Blankenberg in. He's their 7D they acquired at the deadline. Get him familiar with the system.
You may need him.
And maybe give Brent Burns and his 41-year-old legs a couple nights off here. Get Blankenberg in there. He might need to play in the playoffs. So Avs and Kraken tonight. Puck drop just after 8 p.m. Pregame 7:30 on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. When we come back, it's the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Chris Mitchell will guide me and Andy through it next. Don't forget, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. Your next keyword is coming up at 5:20. I'm Mark Springer in for Nate Kreckman alongside Andy Lindahl. Let's go behind the glass to Chris Mitchell for the high five.
What's going on, fellas? Hey, you. Yeah, you. Are you wondering what's for dinner tonight? Try Papa Murphy's Pizza. They make delicious pizza, and you bake it when you're ready. Order online at papamurphys.com. The Broncos are re-signing wide receiver Little Jordan Humphrey, according to Tom Pelissero. His stats last year were, you know what, who cares? It's Little Jordan Humphrey. Sean Payton loves this guy. And to quote friend of the show, Alex Ryanemi, one day I, too, hope to have the job security of Little Jordan Humphrey because, my God, this guy is Teflon. You can't stop this guy from getting hired.
Yeah, I don't.
At least by Sean Payton.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, whatever. You joked about it yesterday, and it became reality less than 24 hours yesterday or today.
Yeah, later. Yeah.
Here we are, and he's back with the team. I guess I'm not really shocked.
It's the lock
by
of
it.
the century.
Apparently, it was. He's not even going to go test free agency. He and Sean are like, yeah, why do this? Remember, he was a Giant a few times last year and then finally came back to the Broncos. So
I'm trying to think of other certainties in sports now. Things that are just like, oh, yeah, it's going to be that way. Like Jokic is going to get a triple-double or at least a Sombor double, which, he's 1 assist or rebound away. And the Broncos or Sean Payton.
The Rockies are going to lose 100 games.
Yep. True as the
Chris
test of
Bryant
time.
will not play more than 3 weeks in a season.
There you go.
Go ahead and keep him going. 303-504-0925.
What are the certainties that you locks? Because Lil Jordan Humphrey playing for Sean Payton is a lock. I guess he's your wide receiver 5. Is that the room? Do we have the room?
I guess. I don't know. Hopefully they draft somebody. Didn't you pass us the note? I think you sent the note today. They worked out a wide receiver from Indiana
yes.
who could be the pick at number 30.
Yeah.
You know who the last guy was? And now I've got to remember his name. The last Indiana receiver that they took.
Cody Latimer.
Yeah, good job, Spring. How'd that work out? Although this Indiana team was much better than that Indiana team.
It was. Wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. has a top 30 visit or a 30 visit setup. He can visit with 30 or top
30 guys.
You can visit with 30 guys. Okay, one of the 30 guys the Broncos will visit with.
Your theoretical top 30 players.
Okay, is wide receiver Omar Cooper Jr. Luca Evans of the Denver Post put that out there. He had 69 catches for 937 yards, 13 touchdowns last year for the national champions. Luca says he could be a target at number 30. Would you, number 30 receiver, is that the sweet spot for you?
Sure, whatever. I don't know. What do you want me to go off past history? No, that's scary.
Or do you want to? I mean, do you need a weapon? Do you need a weapon with that first pick, or if it's inside linebacker, which now Dre Greenlaw is officially gone, it could easily be inside linebacker to give him depth with Sternad and Singleton. It could easily be a safety to give him depth. Now that PJ Locke is gone,
I just try to get yourself a player because it's a crapshoot. Basically, that round is the second round. The Broncos in the past, when they won the Super Bowls, they drafted a Marcus Nash and an Al Wilson. I need an Al Wilson more than I need a Marcus Nash. So don't draft a Marcus Nash. That guy was a colossal bust. So please.
I remember Marcus Nash.
Yeah,
I think I got a
I'm
trading
glad you
card.
did.
I got a trading card of Marcus Nash at the card store.
Yeah, the stats.
I was
of
like,
the NFL
first round
don't remember
receiver.
him.
This could be something.
And it wasn't. So there you go. So no Marcus Nash.
Okay.
So if we're going off that kind of history, then give me the linebacker from Texas. Don't give me this guy.
Okay. Hey, Josh on the text line says U.S. women's soccer will win. That's a pretty good bet.
Okay, there you go.
Yeah, they beat everybody. What's next, Chris?
High five.
Well, yesterday the Broncos said goodbye to linebacker Dre Greenlaw, and this afternoon the 49ers said, welcome back, buddy. The Niners are bringing Greenlaw back into the fold on a 1-year, $7.5 million deal. Guys, what was your favorite moment of the Dre Greenlaw era in Denver?
When he bumped the ref and got suspended at the end of what game was that?
Right.
Where he got upset about the field goal kick.
Yeah. They won that. Was that the Giants walk-off? I think that was the Giants walk-off.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, and he's big mad, and they just had an awesome
comeback. And they
comeback.
bumped the ref, and the ref kicked him out.
What was he mad at? He was mad about a penalty.
Well,
he was mad about some call or non-call.
What happened was, I think the Giants attempted to kick and missed it or something. And then post-play, as all the Twitter detectives got going, that official shoved Justin Sternad.
That's right.
The guys didn't like it. And so Greenlaw, after the game, had a couple more words about why did you shove my guy, and apparently said things he shouldn't.
I want to say there was like a BS pass interference call on Riley
Yeah,
Moss,
yeah.
too,
Oh,
that
yeah,
everyone
all
was
day.
upset about.
All day.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
There was a lot of that.
No,
So-
hey, look, and that was like his second game because he missed the first 4+ weeks of the season. They did not put him on IR.
No, they kept him active, to your point. And remember, though, he went past the first 4 weeks.
Yes. So-
Sean got irritated answering. You know what? As we look back at all of it, having to answer whether Greenlaw was healthy or not might have single-handedly, more than anything done on the field, have caused Sean Payton to cut him.
I would say the deal that they made with Greenlaw was a good one because it must have been with the idea of his injury history in mind, and it was a team-friendly deal because they saved $8 million against the cap. Now, I don't know what they're going to do with that money, but it was low risk. It was an extremely low-risk signing.
Again, I thought it was a good signing. I loved his attitude. I loved his physicality. What little we saw of him in preseason, he played that one preseason game, looked like he might be all right. It just never worked out, and then off he goes. He's back in San Fran. I had heard San Fran didn't want to lose him. This seems to be proof. I just think it's funny that a player can't stay healthy, goes back to a team that can't keep their guys healthy. So see how that goes.
They're a little desperate, and he knows the Niners system. So,
and as you'd pointed out, Fred Warner just had one catastrophic injury after another.
Yep.
So Fred Warner might be the odd man out there now.
All right, Chris.
High five.
Well, it's official. From the desk of Adam Schefter, former Cardinals quarterback Kyler Murray is signing a one-year deal with the Minnesota Vikings. With Murray already owed a whole bunch of $36.8 million from Arizona, he's expected to take a vet minimum. On a scale of 1 to 9, how over is it for J.J. McCarthy, or do we think it's over?
I like the scale of 1 to 9.
I
see what you did
that's
there.
That's good. You know what? I'm going to just still put it in a 5. He's a young guy. Teams are so quick to move on from QBs now. It's why you get a Sam Darnold. It's why you get, we could see other better second stops happening. It was, I'm still curious what Zach Wilson can do if he ever, although I don't know, maybe he stinks so bad that.
I mean, he could stink. He could suck.
but
you know what? He got a season under Sean, and I haven't really seen him play since.
And then Mike McDaniel, he gets a little tutelage and 2 different. So we'll see. We'll see if he ever gets his shot. But I'm not totally done. You have an interesting note, though, from Diana Rossini about this Kyler contract.
Yeah, Diana Rossini put out that Kyler Murray has in his vet minimum 1-year contract with the Vikings a no-tag clause.
How about that?
So if Kyler Murray balls out or plays, if he does the Daniel Jones thing or the Sam Darnold thing or the Baker Mayfield thing.
Baker Mayfield's another good thing. There you go.
Then he's telling the Vikings, you cannot tag me.
Can't have me.
I will hit the open market and be eligible for a multi-year deal.
Well, and that's just it. I think he also, hey, if we like doing business together, you will sign me to a multi-year deal, not a 1-year big deal.
Yeah.
So.
I like that move. Do you think that's going to set a trend? Or quarterbacks say, or any player says,
I'll take your 1-year deal, but you can't tag me.
I want no tag in my deal. They
should do that because what did we find out from Daniel Jones? His tag would have been 50-some million.
Now, credit, I suppose, to the Colts for getting a 2-year deal worked out with
Still
him.
worth $50 million possibly each.
But it also tells me that Kyler Murray thinks he can go have a good season. He's going to have Justin Jefferson and Jordan Addison if Jordan Addison can stay out of his own way. I saw that they're bringing Aaron Jones back.
Yeah.
That was a good team.
DJ Hawkinson in there, I think.
Yep. And then they decided to bet on J.J. McCarthy instead of Sam Darnold.
Yep.
Imagine
Shouldn't have done that.
What happens if they keep Sam Darnold or the Vikings Super Bowl champions? Is it like that? Does it work like that?
Could be. I mean, again, I don't know what it was that Sam Darnold couldn't solve the Rams. If you remember, it was the Rams and the Lions that he only had trouble against.
Sure.
That was it. Rams whooped him twice, and so the Vikings said no thanks. At the end of the day, it's because you drafted a kid at 9 or whatever.
A 10.
10.
Wears 9.
Yeah, there you go. And you decided you go all in, so there you go.
Okay, and finally, Chris.
High five.
As much as I love trade rumors, I really love fraudulent trade rumors. Maybe you guys heard some whispers about the Jaguars maybe shopping Brian Thomas Jr. for a second-round pick. Well, you better hold the phone because Jags GM James Gladstone said those rumors are false. He said earlier this afternoon that the team has no plans to trade the third-year wideout. How the hell does this happen? Do you think somebody in the Jags organization wanted to do maybe a little bit of mole hunting?
They just didn't get an offer that they liked, or it was because he's a good receiver. He just had the dropsies last year. He's great in his rookie season.
He was, and they just lost a bunch of guys, and who knows? Maybe
they traded.
I'm sure there was some at least credible start to the fire at the combine, and then, like you said, either nobody called or so now it's just like,
do you think the Broncos called? Because, I mean, if he was available, probably would have been a little pricey, especially considering the concerns from his drops in year 2.
I'm telling you, no, I don't. I don't think I think the Broncos like their receiver room.
This would have been a guy who would have made some sense because he's younger, a little bit of was a first-round pick, so 3 more years left on that contract if you pick up the 5th-year option. If they even got to that.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Jacksonville's got
this is the
something
lying
going.
season until we get to the
They
actual
need this
start
guy.
of
They
camp.
need this. Jacksonville needs him. If he goes back to what he was his rookie season, you traded for Jacoby Myers, and Travis Hunter's playing cornerback now.
I was about to say, Travis Hunter, I don't think is going to play much more wide receiver at this point. So, yeah, they need him to be good.
Okay. All right, there you go. Those are the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Don't forget, it's a Nuggets Ticket Thursday. New keywords every hour on the 20s. We got one more coming up here in 5 minutes for your chance to win tickets to see the Nuggets at Ball Arena. So we got a keyword for you next. More on what the Broncos can possibly do in free agency. They need to get a tight end in here. Also, Nuggets Spurs tonight. Nuggets on the second night of a back-to-back. We'll talk about all of that next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio.
He gets better. Missed free throw, got his own board, put it back up and in for 3. 4-point play the hard way.
Cam Johnson. Had himself a night, finally.
Get after it, Cam Johnson. Go on.
For the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets beat the Rockets 129-93 last night. Cam Johnson, 17 points, 6 of 9. Very nice from the field. 3 of 5 from 3. Was aggressive in the lane. Christian Brown, 19 points last night. 8 of 10 from the field. 3 of 4 from 3. Going to talk about those two players here in just a second. But first, it is a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword Joker.
Joker.
Right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Joker. We'll announce our winner at 5:55.
What is this? I don't see the relation today.
Pick, SWAT, and Joker. I'm going to go Nuggets nicknames. Pick for Pickett, SWAT for P-Watt, no, that wouldn't work.
Peyton
Swatson? That would be
Swatson?
Is it Swatson? Should it have been Swatson?
Yeah, I don't know.
P-Watt, SWAT, Joker?
Maybe there isn't one.
Is this a Broncos thing? Sean Payton
The Broncos
wants a Joker. We think he wants a Joker. He's picking his nose right now during free agency, and he's swatting away all the free agents.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Don't you bring me other options at receiver. You go get me little Jordan Humphrey.
We're good. We're set. Little Jordan's back. It's fine. You don't need a wide receiver. Okay, yeah, the Nuggets last night. Great to see Cam Johnson and Christian Brown, especially Cam.
Go back to themselves.
Especially
so to speak.
Cam.
Yeah, Cam needed one of those, frankly.
Let's see.
But so did Christian. Quite honestly, they both needed it. They really did.
Let's see.
Christian's been very good defensively, but his shot started falling last night. He needs those things to fall. So did Cam. But both guys were able to get to the hoop, get to the rim.
Mm-hmm. That's huge. It's huge. And you want them to shoot threes, and you're going to need that, especially when everyone's back because, gosh, if you're Cam Johnson, if you're Christian Brown, you really are just kind of keeping yourself available at the three-point line for Jokic kickouts.
Yeah.
Gordon's in that dunker spot. Now, you definitely want, especially a CB, to slash to the rim, and Jokic can find him. Cam can do that too. You need him to hit threes, and combined last night, 6 of 9 from 3. So going to the rim, playing good deep. That was it. That was the game. And check this out, Andy. I saw this stat from Dan Hyatt on Twitter at Dan Hyatt Stats. He'll be on with Nate and Andy tomorrow at 4:45. Christian and Cam, the second time this year they've each had 15-plus points in the same game. The first time was the home opener against the Phoenix Suns. First time since the home opener. Now, they've both been out of the lineup a good chunk.
Too much. That tells you how much they've both been out of the lineup.
Yes. How little they've played together, how little they've been in the starting 5. But still, they've been back a few weeks. There was a chunk before Christian hurt his ankle. First time since opening night. And, hey, look, it takes time to ramp up. I thought this was interesting when I drove back from Chili's last night. That's where I watched Nuggets Rockets.
You went full Office episode. You just go baby back ribs. What do we do? Did you go classic order? Did you have
Get that
an
dipper,
awesome
buddy?
blossom?
Yeah, it was the triple dipper. That's what I got. I got a triple dipper.
I'll order you 3. This is important.
And a quesadilla, a chicken bacon ranch quesadilla.
Do you know what I like? Just the chicken nachos. They're classic nachos with chicken.
Okay.
It's been around since I was a pup. It's all I need.
It's simple yet effective.
That's it.
Sure.
That's it.
Nothing flashy.
Did you know that earlier this year they tried to change up their queso and that lasted about 3 weeks?
Oh, you don't do that.
I was like, come on, Chili's. Listen, there's a lot of places. Chili's, you're chief among them. You are what you are, but we're all going there. You've made it longer than a lot of restaurants. You don't need to change. I don't need a fastball
you
from you.
Applebee's.
That's right. Just be what you are.
Yeah, it's simple but effective. It doesn't. Who's a good player who's like that? Who's not flashy, But you know what? He gets the job. Is that Christian Brown? Is that Christian Brown? Not
Sure.
flashy, but just
know what you are.
Just gets the job done. That's what we need him to be. So I leave Chili's and then I turn on this fine radio station, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Hear the final couple minutes because this game was in hand. We left a little early. Get in the car. Hear Kaz's final call, and they gave him Jonas Valanciunas as his post-game interview. And I thought this was a good question by Kaz because Aaron Gordon last night was his third game back. Only had to play 22 minutes. Only shot the ball 3 times. 0 of 3 from the field. 0 of 2 from 3. He did not score. They didn't need him to score when you got Cam and Christian playing well and then Murray and Jokic doing what they're doing. You got 12 from Jonas off the bench. He was 6 of 6 from the field. That's a good night. If you give me 6 of 6 from the field in 12 minutes for 12 points, that's what we need in the playoffs from Jonas Valanciunas.
That's what's up.
Yeah.
As your cut says.
14 from Tim off the bench. But yeah, again, AG's ramping up. You didn't need him to score. He only shot it 3 times. You're managing his minutes to 22. Again, his third game back. Cam missed some time, with that knee injury. He didn't look right. You got to ramp these guys back up. You got to ramp Christian Brown back up. I thought that this question from Kaz to Jonas Valanciunas after the game was interesting.
When new guys come back, it doesn't automatically mean that everything's going to be perfect, right? Like you got to take some time.
Yeah, you gotta take some time. You gotta refresh, plays. You refresh the timing, spacing. Every second matters. Every half a second matters. Be in the right place, be in the right time. So you need to pass some time to get it working again. So it's normally that's taking some time, but we're on the right path. So I'm happy about that.
It's so underrated. People don't give that enough credit. This is the highest level. These are some of the most athletic dudes in the world. If your timing is off, if your game is not in rhythm, and it takes at least 2-3 games. There's outliers to that. Guys will come back from injury and maybe go off the first night, but then you might see them dip for the next week. You need time to get into rhythm, and we're just seeing Gordon back for his third game. We're just seeing Cam and Christian finally saw them get back into rhythm. This takes time. You cannot snap your fingers. Peyton Watson's coming back next week. That is speaking of time, that's enough time between now and the end of the regular season to get everyone back into this rhythm.
Yeah, but you got to have everybody play, and that's what's got to be key. That's why this Aaron Gordon thing, we talked about it with Chris Dempsey at 320. Demps, you could tell Demps was hesitant. He ultimately gave us the answer of I would probably rest Aaron Gordon tonight, but you want the game. For those that missed the beginning of the show, and we appreciate anybody that's listened to this whole thing, but here are the records, okay? 51 wins for the Thunder, 51-15, not catching them. 48-17 for the Spurs, not catching them, don't need to worry about them. Here's where it gets interesting for your Denver Nuggets. Rockets, 40-25, Lakers, 40-25, Nuggets, 40-26, T-Wolves, 40-26. Right now, the Nuggets hold the tiebreaker over the Rockets and the T-Wolves, and will, if they can beat the Lakers Saturday, have the tiebreaker there, which could vault you, if you continue to hold the same number of wins, to the 3rd spot again. They're already in the 5th spot right now because of the tiebreaker over the T-Wolves. Now, the Suns are kind of sneaky creeping up at 38-27, hanging out there behind the T-Wolves. But the bottom line is you need to get the play right. You need to get the chemistry down. You need to get the spacing, as we've talked about there, Spring. But you got to keep Aaron Gordon healthy. You got to keep guys healthy. Frankly, part of me wonders if Valanciunas is all the way healthy. And it was pretty interesting last night. Both Legler and Richard Jefferson didn't think Nikola quite looked himself. They thought he looked a little gimpy last night.
He's been flexing his wrist. You'll see Jokic flexing his wrist. Well, that thing has not gone away.
He apparently told the broadcast crew, and I missed who was play-by-play last night. Was it Mike Monaco? It doesn't matter.
I did not have sound on.
Oh, that's right. You were at Chili's. I forgot. You were having an awesome blossom, heavy on the awesome. They did talk about how Jokic was saying the wrist hurts enough that he cannot follow all the way through on his three-point ball, and that's why it's been a little bit tough. And as you and I and Nate had kind of all speculated, some of the turnovers we've seen have happened a little bit as well because he doesn't have the same pop in his passes because of whatever twinge he gets in his wrist trying to, jolt that thing for a pass. So again, these are all guys where you wish you didn't have these lulls and all these injuries because maybe you'd be in a further place as far as the victory column to rest some dudes. You're going to have to balance playing them and getting the chemistry right with getting them rest down the stretch.
Now, there were a couple Jokic leak-out passes to Christian last night, and that's where it helps having Aaron Gordon back because, when you have that responsible, reliable defender, now Christian can leak out a little bit. Now Jokic can look for those baseball passes or those over-the-head full-court passes he saw, but he's still dealing with it. And he came back from the worst injury he's had in his career. He's always banged up, but Jokic is the guy who plays through absolutely everything.
Well, and it's funny because even Cam Johnson had done it last night where he finally leaked out and got a 3-ball because of it on a long pass on an inbound. But they had pointed out, Cam Johnson had said he's now realized when Jokic gets the rebound there, I need to run because he will find me.
And he hasn't had a lot of reps with Jokic overall. He really hasn't. Not as much as you would have liked for his first year on the team, developing all of this chemistry. So I was furiously just now, Andy, refreshing the injury report on NBA.com. If you guys are ever wondering, whether, it's DNVR or whoever, they'll always tweet out, breaking, Jamal is probable. Guess what? They're just on NBA.com refreshing the NBA injury report section. Injury reports come out every quarter hour now. Used to be every hour, but no, we get them every.
We want you to go ahead and open your favorite app, so we're going to do the quarter hour.
Why would we be doing that, huh?
Yeah.
Well, someone's opening the apps tonight and needs to know. Hey, Jonte Porter he's playing some. Berto told me this. Jonte Porter signed with some rando team. The
apps aren't putting anything out on him, I don't think.
No, there's no more Jonte Porter player props anymore. Okay, Aaron Gordon is questionable. The 5:30 injury report says Aaron Gordon still listed as questionable for the Spurs. Same with Victor Wembanyama and Harrison Barnes. They are both still questionable. So we await word as to whether or not Aaron Gordon will play tonight.
Okay, we grilled Dempsey on this. I told you we kicked this around beginning of the show. Here's what I would do. I would go ahead because, again, if you can get to win 41, it really is tough, folks, because they play the Lakers on Saturday, and that's the game that you want, so you officially secure that tiebreaker for them no matter what happens down the stretch. But it would be nice to have 41 wins with 4 teams tied at 40, right? And you still have a half game. The Rockets and Lakers are still have a game back. They have a game in hand, I should say, on the Nuggets and the Wolves. I would give it a go in the first half. I would dress Gordon. I would play him maybe the 10 minutes or whatever, break it up between quarters, however you want to do it. If you're in this sucker and you sense you got a chance, and we do we have an update on Wemby?
Yeah, Berto is telling us that he just heard Mitch Johnson, the head coach of the Spurs, talk to the media. They're going to try. Wemby's going to give it a go, it sounds like.
Okay.
Which is no surprise.
Right. But let's say he's not feeling right. They get him out of there. If you got a chance to get this win, go ahead. But if we get to the half and you've got a double-digit lead to try to reel back in, I don't think I'm going too hard on. I maybe just call it a night, rest some guys, and go to Lakers and go get your win.
Well, I think all signs are pointing towards, you're right, he at least starts this game. They left the idea open even before last night's game.
With 22 minutes played, it did leave you the wiggle room.
And then you play that game and you only play him 22 minutes.
But I don't play him any more than 20 tonight.
Sure.
And I may even try to do 15.
But, it is a scheduled loss, but, you were able to spell Gordon and Jokic and mostly Murray in the back half of that game.
I liked your question to Chris earlier, man, and we're going to have to talk more about this as we go down the stretch. You said, which is the worst matchup for the Nuggets? Is it the Thunder? Is it the Spurs? And Chris said, without a doubt, it's OKC. Look, OKC is a bad matchup for everybody because of how deep they are. But Spring, I like the genesis, I'm assuming, of your question because the Spurs are a big team.
Yeah.
And the Nuggets, one of the things they have lost without MPJ, they are not the same size team they once were. And again, it feels like there's nights where you're happy and can play Jonas Valanciunas. And then there's other nights where it looks like he's just not fast enough to keep up with some of these teams, and that's a real conundrum. And if he's all of a sudden out because you can't trust his speed of things, you don't have the size you'd like, especially without Peyton Watson as well to match up with some of these teams. So if the Spurs are just proven to be a bad matchup tonight, why force it? You're a good matchup for the Lakers.
Let me give you a hot take. You ready for a hot take?
Hot take it. Turn up the stove.
Spurs are a worse matchup for the Nuggets than the Thunder.
I don't necessarily disagree with you, Spring. I really don't.
I mean, we just
Wemby's
saw
size bothers
dude,
Nikola more than Chet or any of the other guys
I
do.
am fascinated to see tonight, and this is the first time this season that we will see Wemby and Jokic together because the last time that these two teams met, the only other time this season was back in NBA Cup group play. Remember, Wemby did not play that night.
And the Spurs still got after him pretty good, didn't they?
Devin Vassell went 12 of 17 from the field, 7 of 9 from 3. He went nuclear late in that game, went for 35 points. Jokic played, Murray played, Cam played, so no Christian, no AG that night. Peyton Watson before he went off.
He was in a pretty good.
He went for 15 that night, but that was before, he really went off when Jokic went out. This was before Jokic went out, so it wasn't even like evolved P-Wad. But still, you didn't know Wemby, and they came in and they won. Dude, when I see Wemby next to Jokic, Wemby guarding Jokic,
breaks your mind.
Wemby's the only player in the NBA that I think rattles Nikola Jokic.
I'm with you. I just don't think. I think the size and the length bothers him. Now Jokic needs to play a little guard. Jokic was just crushing Austin Reeves last week. Whenever Reeves tried to cover him, he just put the shoulder into him and just backed him down. He may have to get physical with Wemby like that, and try to get in Wemby's head that way, because Wemby's he's like a pterodactyl with that length of his. It's unbelievable. So I'm with you. I don't think they're a great matchup. I really hate how quickly the Western Conference has had two contenders to rival the Nuggets championship window. It almost doesn't feel fair. It really, when you look back on it, and I remember Nate saying it at the time, it really sucks you lost a year because of the Murray injury, of where you could have really been at the height of your powers.
All right, it is a Ticket Thursday. We have your chance to win tickets to see Denver in their final week of the season against Portland on April 6th. Text the keyword Joker right now to 303-504-0925 with your first and last name, and you're entered. The Wilhite Law Firm gives you the chance to win big on and off the court. Visit them at wilhitewins.com. Again, this hour's keyword is Joker. I think we need a Joker. We'll announce our winner at 5:55. Good luck. Speaking of the Joker, I mean, Andy, You've said, because you heard Sean say it a year or so ago, that Sean just views the Joker as a pass-catching tight end. It's that simple. Just be a tight end who catches passes.
You don't want to sign any new ones, though.
And you're a Joker.
Joker.
Is that Joker still on the free agent market? We'll talk about that. Plus, Andy, once again, I'm going to try to get you excited for Rocky season. Are you ready for this?
You will not do it.
Are you ready for this? That's next. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Final segment here on Kreckman and Lindahl. Nate Kreckman back tomorrow. He will emanate live from Las Vegas. Still calling that Mountain West basketball for conference tournament week. Andy Lindahl sitting right here next to me. We're double dipping tonight on Altitude Sports Radio. Tune in for the Nuggets on 92.5 and the Avs on AM 950. Coverage of Nuggets Spurs starts at 6:30 with a pregame show powered by Ramos Law. Avs Kraken coverage on AM 950 begins at 7:30 p.m. with pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law. It's a double dip, and you can hear it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.
Double dibble-daroo.
Yeah, Jonas Valanciunas.
That one is wild.
You can hear it on 92.5 and 950.
And real quick, for those that are just hearing it, because we're getting some text, yes, the major penalty was rescinded by the league. No, it doesn't do us any good. Other than Nate is not a step closer to getting suspended if you were to get another one.
Yeah, so if Nate would have picked up another, which, could you imagine? Nathan McKinnon, that's not his style of game.
No, it isn't, but he's an angry dude.
He is an angry dude.
I don't know,
But if he were to have picked up another 5-minute major in like a 41-day window, I think it is, so going back to Tuesday night in the next 40 or so days, he would have been suspended a game.
Yeah, and that's not what you need.
That is virtually impossible to happen now.
Yeah, the league doesn't want their guys out. So anyway.
Aaron Gordon's still questionable, the 5:45 injury.
Well, you really are. You're all over
every quarter hour.
I don't
Let's
think.
go.
I bet you they dress him, and again, just see. Like again, there's no harm in just having him available, right? But that doesn't mean you got to play him, unless the trainers are saying Adelman. I wonder if Adelman's like, look, if you don't want him to play, you better just tell me to not dress him then.
Andy, I'm going to try to get you excited for the Rockies. You ready?
You will not.
Ready for this?
Go ahead.
Today, it's a final score in Arizona. The Rockies crush the D-backs 13-2.
Sure.
Let's go. Brenton Doyle, 2 for 3 with a triple. That's awesome. Hunter Goodman had an RBI knock. Jordan Beck walked 3 times. Adael Amador had a pinch hit, 2-run single. Dude, how about this? Recent first-round pick, Charlie Condon has a .414 batting average this spring training. 3 home runs, 8 ribbies, a 1.299 OPS at 22 years old. I do have some bad news, though, Andy. Last night in the World Baseball Classic, Venezuela taking on the Dominican Republic. Antonio Senzatella, Rockies pitcher, on the mound. I think this is the 4th inning, 2 outs. Fernando Tatis Jr. at the plate for the Dominican Republic, and this happened.
And Tatis gets involved in a big way. 3-run homer.
Hold on, is Senza still a Rockies pitcher?
Yes.
Okay.
Good. And Tatis absolutely tattooed.
Tatised it.
He tatised it to deep left field. So
I got your tacos right here, he said, and goodbye.
I got your tacos right here.
And tatised it.
So Antonio Senzatella will be on the. I think they might make him a reliever this year, so that's fun.
Sure.
Senza?
So that can happen in the 9th inning? Yeah.
Are you excited?
No.
Does that make you excited?
I'm not. I don't care. Whatever.
Okay. Team USA.
Do you even know when they start? You had to look it up yesterday.
Friday the 27th.
Only because I asked
now
you
I know.
yesterday. Now you know.
We're 15 days away.
All right. When they open up, are you going to be watching more of the NCAA tournament because that'll be weekend 2 or the opening day?
I mean, you got to check in. It'll be opening for some opening day. I think some open on Thursday as well.
Are you into the WBC? Before you'd popped in here for Crosstalk, DMac was asking that, so we checked out the ratings. You realize that the Four Nations has tripled up the ratings of the WBC.
Was that the Four Nations last year, the Olympics this
versus
year?
this year?
Yeah,
because
okay.
DMac was asking me why, and I said because to me, if the World Baseball Classic really wants to get it right, one of the reasons why I think the Four Nations was fun was not that I loved it as an NHL Avs fan, but you stopped the season, you went and you played the tournament, then you came back and got it going again. We were into the season. We knew our guys. We had our rivalries up. You know what I'm saying? And so you played it at a meaningful time of the hockey calendar, the NHL calendar. This playing the WBC in spring training is for the birds. I barely even register right now. It's baseball season. I forget the WBC's on because you know what I'm doing? I'm watching the Avs and the Nuggets.
Sure.
If you were to stop the season in July and take a day, take a week, 10 days, whatever it is, and play this thing then, we probably would be all more into it. But right now, this is not baseball season to me. I don't care about this. This might as well be the Mexican League in December. I don't care.
We're coming off the Olympics. We just got our fix of Team USA.
Right,
Let's go.
Yeah.
I'm not feeling that with this. And they just sent Tariq Skubal back to the Tigers, and I think they're now Tim Hill. You're pitching for Team USA. He was, I think, a Rockies reliever for maybe a year. That's the problem, is the pitchers don't want to gas their arms. So even if they did it mid-season, you're not putting any of your good pitchers out there because you don't want them eating extra innings on their arms when you're trying to win a World Series in a few months or whatever it is. Maybe like Paul Skeens could pitch because the Pirates would be done at that point.
So would the Rockies.
And the Rockies.
Hunter Goodman, go on down.
You could just put a bunch of Rockies players out there for Team
USA.
USA.
But don't you think, and maybe you wait till after the 4th of July or whatever, let everybody get back home from vacation, but it's not like you couldn't just play some extra double headers and you could make the games up that you'd lose in this week that you wouldn't play. Skip the All-Star game because that's whatever anyway, or don't I really don't care. But my point is, you playing this right now is the worst time of year to play. People are worried about who's getting into the tourney this week. We're talking about the
free agency,
NFL
which
free
we'll get
agency,
to another note here in a second.
NBA and NHL playoffs. This is the dumbest time of year to play it, I think.
Like the last WBC was fun because Shohei was going for Team Japan. I don't know. I don't even know what's going on. I haven't seen a Shohei.
Because you don't care.
Is Shohei even playing? I haven't seen a highlight. I feel like I would have seen a Shohei.
Yeah.
He is. Oh, okay. He's playing.
Yippee-ki-yay.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I guess it was fun the first time around.
And here's the other thing that I think's going on. You know why we love the Four Nations? We are finally the underdog. When is America the underdog in anything anymore?
Well, it's because of their pitching that they actually, they could lose this thing. They'll play Canada tomorrow. They advance.
And you know
they
what?
advance because Team Italy beat Team Mexico.
Is that where does Canada get its revenge for the
Part
Olympics?
2.
We beat you in baseball. How does that taste? Well, we still have hockey.
Logan Webb will pitch for Team USA. He's a good pitcher for the Giants, so okay, he'll get 65 pitches. And Mike Soroka will pitch for Team Canada.
Soroka sees a good hockey name, I think.
Yeah, it is.
It's not a baseball name.
That is. He missed.
Is Soroka pitching for Canada, did you say?
Yeah, Soroka's
of
pitching
course
for
he
Canada.
Is. Yeah, of course it is. It's a hockey name. Hockey guy's pitching.
Let's see. Canada's coming off of a 7-2 win over Cuba. Former Rocky Cal Quantrill got the win.
How about him? Remember him? I kind of remember Cal Quantrill. There's a dude.
Man, Michael Lorenzen pitched well for Team Italy. But Senza got lit up by Tatis. Let's see. Team Canada has Josh Naylor.
Did
Tyler
you see
O'Neill.
that meme going around that the guy put out there? I can't remember his name, but I saw 1,000 people quote it. He showed Jonah Hill rubbing his forehead from some movie.
Probably Moneyball.
And he was going, me trying to explain to my mother why the Mexican Americans are playing the Italian Americans to prove that American Americans can play baseball.
That's the World Baseball Classic in a nutshell right there. Okay, real quick. David Njoku got cut by the Browns today. I saw a note that if the Broncos were to sign him, it wouldn't, due to the math of compensatory picks, that would not cost them the chance at a compensatory pick. You can sign Njoku and still get all the compensatory picks you want for the handful of free agents that have left, because apparently I'm beginning to think the Broncos care mightily about getting these compensatory picks. That's why they haven't signed any outside free agents.
Could be.
David Njoku, Dallas Goedert.
Yes. Look, you know me. Even though it's a slinky at this point in our toy range, I would take any new name in the tight end room. I would welcome with open arms, especially someone like Njoku or Goddard. But I haven't even seen a rumor that they may be even visiting.
No,
so
their tight end room is full. All 5 guys are back. Every single one is back.
You can lose a guy or two.
You could. I wouldn't mind.
Is Kroll really?
Yeah,
is Kroll really?
If you cut him, it's probably not a big deal. You know, there's no money really. Evan Ingram might eat that money.
Troutman ain't going anywhere, but I don't think Kroll is as solid.
Kroll might not be solid, but Troutman's back. Nate Atkins is back. He likes him.
The Njoku thing's wild. Why not take a flyer at this point? If he becomes one-year deal guy, why wouldn't you do that?
Who cares? Look at Dre Greenlaw. You cut him after 1 year, you saved $8 million. I'm sure Njoku, and especially since it's day four of free agency, you can get him for pretty cheap, I'd imagine.
The Kyler Murray deal was a one-year deal today.
Sure.
Okay? Everyone's signing deals today. It's one-year deal time.
Yeah.
Because they want to go prove they're good and go back out again next year.
Yep.
Go get Njoku. Hell, go get Goddard and Njoku. Why not?
You could get them both on a one-year deal at this point. All right, Chris Mitchell, who is our winner on a Nuggets ticket Thursday for Nuggets Blazers tickets on April 6th?
All right, so our winner is...
Oh, wow.
Kip Furman.
Kip.
Congratulations, pal.
All right, Kip.
You won some tickets.
All right. Do a Kip up and go see the Nuggets and the Blazers on April 6th. Can you do a Kip up? Do you know what that is?
No.
Okay, so it's like you're on your back on the ground, but you can just kind of like swing your body and just, boom, pop up.
When, does that Johnny Lawrence in The Karate Kid? He does that. Daniel's son knocks him down. Daniel LaRusso knocks him down in the final match. And he does the kip up back to his feet like a ninja.
It's a real cool move, like Shawn Michaels.
Once upon a time,
I
might have been able to do it, but not now.
Okay.
So many things would go so many bad directions if I tried it right now. I did a kick worm 2 years ago. I wonder if I could kick worm faster now that I'm not as fat.
Are you the guy who can do the worm? Is that your thing? Are you a worm guy?
Yeah, did you do not?
I've
We
seen
recorded
you do
the video.
Yes, I remember this now.
But I can't do it the other way.
I got to find that video of you doing the worm.
It's on my Instagram somewhere.
Okay, let's get that back out there.
Now it's Chubby Andy. Chubby Andy did the word.
Could you imagine Skinny
Fat Andy? We can just go Fat Andy.
Could you imagine Skinny Andy
Skinny
doing the
Andy
worm?
might do it all around the studio. But the problem is so dirty here. I probably shouldn't have done it when I did it last year.
And now you got to do a kip up next. That's what I want to
ain't
see.
happening.
Okay.
You don't have any idea. Spine would go run one direction. The hammies would go the other. The knees would just flat break.
You would look like Michael Penix in that wheelchair afterwards.
I'd be all.
Give it 2 thumbs up, though.
I'd look like, who's our guy that got the runs? Paul Pierce. Did he get the runs and have to do the wheelchair?
Lamar Jackson.
No.
Oh, but you're talking about Paul coming back in the wheelchair.
Yeah, when he had to come back, that would be me. That's how you'd be rolling me out of here.
All right, Nate Kreckman is back tomorrow. He'll be back with Andy. I'll be back producing this show. Myself, Mark Springer, and Mark Bertinoli.
You'll be back tonight.
I'll be back for 30 more minutes, 25 more maybe, to be exact. As Berto and I will take you up to Nuggets Spurs. We got Avs Kraken on 950 later tonight. The Blitz with me and Berto is next.